Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, October 19th. It is 9 a.m. and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues here with me today. Joining me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us as well is Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. And our clerk of the board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today are Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. If you are either viewing us here one of two ways, you're either on our customary live stream on YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website, or you're here on the Zoom meeting platform with us. And if you intend to comment on any of today's items, you need to be here on the platform. There are instructions to do so on the website and at the top, a link at the top of today's agenda. If you are having challenges getting onto the platform and you intend to comment on one of our items today, please do email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov, and Janine Townsend, our clerk of the board, will help you get here onto the platform. Once you are here, your camera will be off, you will be on mute, and once your item is up and it is your turn to speak, you will be invited to unmute and or unshare and share your camera. And until then, you are here somewhat of a captive audience. So thank you for your patience today. We have a lot of items, and with that, I think we can move on to public forum. I'll note we have about 10 public forum speakers. We have as a default about 5 minutes available for each person. That would push us into nearly an hour of public comment here. We do have a large agenda, so I would ask if everyone could try to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. And with that, I believe our first public forum speaker, and hold on one moment, let me make sure I reference my agenda as well to make sure I'm not, there isn't a something else before our public forum, and there's not, sorry. Then I would like to call up Council Member Nils Nierenheim. And Mr. Nierenheim, if you don't mind, you are from the city of Redondo. If you're looking to speak on today's item regarding the once through cooling policy, we'll call you up here, but you may in fact be wanting to speak on an item not in public forum.
And so, Chair Esquivel, the council member has not yet joined us on the Zoom platform. We will certainly keep an eye out for him. Our second speaker as well has not joined us yet in the platform. And when the council member does come back, he had indicated, or his comment card had indicated, that he would be speaking on Palos Verdes shelf restoration, so not on the once through.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Mr. Loffer. Then we'd like to call up then Angelina Cook as our third speaker in line. Good morning, Ms. Cook. You should be invited to unmute here. There you are.
Good morning. Wow, I was not prepared to be the first up to speak, but thank you very much for receiving my comment this morning. My name is Angelina Cook. I live in McLeod, California. I've been working to protect source waters of California around Mount Shasta for the past 20 years. I am commenting this morning to extend gratitude for the curtailment on the Shasta River. It has proven very effective, and the flows have been restored, and there's salmon flowing in the Shasta River. I have a letter that I have for the board that I will be sending later this week, requesting the adoption of minimum in-stream flows so that we can avoid the expenses involved with the curtailment. I know on the Scott River, the curtailment was not as effective. And so I look forward to working with Sigma, the Water Board, and the North Coast Resource Partnership to connect multi-jurisdictional aspects of ensuring that in-stream flows continue in the Shasta River. And I'm sure I have other things to say, but I was hoping to hear, I'm not sure if I should come or if I can comment again after I hear the discussion of your drought agenda.
You can definitely comment on that item as well, and Ms. Townsend can put you in the queue for comment on that item.
Okay, so well, thank you for now. It's just requesting permanent minimum in-stream flows for the Shasta and Scott Rivers.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cook. Appreciate you taking the time this morning and joining us, and for the support of the work. We've been very heartened by the coordination and cooperation that's happened in the watershed, the response that we've seen on the Shasta. I think the lack of response on the Scott may be something to do with also the hydrology. We know the bowl that really exists there in the basin and needing to see that rebound in order to see flows. But thank you. We appreciate the support and the comments this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Overhouse. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, board members, for taking my public comment this morning. My name is Ashley Overhouse, and I'm with Friends of the River. On October 18th, Friends of the River and 18 other tribal fishing and conservation groups sent a letter to the board members and the Department of Water Resources requesting the board examine the DWR grant to Westlands Water District for $809,263. The grant supports the injection of water into the aquifer at Broadview Water District. I'm just going to summarize the letter here today, and I promise I'll be quick. Broadview Water District's lands were retired in 2005 because the groundwater and runoff drainage was polluted with selenium and other contaminants. The monitoring and reporting requirements do not sufficiently check for the potential pollutant or pollution impacts from this project. The CEQA analysis done in 2019 for this project at Broadview did not include this well in the analysis, nor the impact from this discharge and injection upon existing contaminants, especially in the upper aquifer. Such discharges are known to create hydraulic pressure, causing the existing contaminants to mobilize into canals, streams, wetlands, drains, and rivers. Westlands Water District suggests that meeting the maximum contaminant level standard for drinking water of 50 parts per billion will not cause damage or harm. However, standards above 2 parts per billion, and even in some instances 1.5 parts per billion, have caused harm to downstream beneficial uses. Friends of the River and the Coalition of Conservation Groups just urge the board to please carefully review this project to ensure potential pollution and contamination, especially from selenium movement, is averted and adequately monitored and mitigated. This is a serious water quality control problem, one that we hope the board addresses for all planned aquifer storage projects. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important issue this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Overhouse. I appreciate you engaging with the board this morning and flagging the issue. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, I'd like to call up, I believe, is a Heal the Bay representative.
Chair Esquivel, we have no idea who that individual is because they signed up as Heal the Bay.
Okay,
I believe
thanks, Fred. Oh.
I believe Ms. Cooley was, she is affiliated with Heal the Bay. And Ms. Cooley, if you wanted to speak, we've given you the chance to unmute and start your video.
Thank you.
This is Heather. Actually, I'm with Pacific Institute, and I'm going to be commenting on item 6 this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Well, if we have a Heal the Bay representative, if they could go ahead and use, and unfortunately we've had a number of people raise their hand now in the Zoom platform, but if you could put your hand down for momentarily while we try to figure out if the Heal the Bay representative has joined us.
Hi, my name is Luke Ginger. I'm the Heal the Bay representative. I tried to change my name at the beginning of the meeting to Heal the Bay representative, but I was not able to.
Good to have you with us, Luke, and by all means.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. For the record, my name is Luke Ginger, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. We're an environmental nonprofit based out of Santa Monica. I wanted to briefly bring the board's attention to a few issues regarding the recent oil spill in Huntington Beach, which is also in unceded Octoochee and Tongva ancestral waters. So last week, county and municipal officials across Orange County reopened beaches impacted by the oil spill, deeming the water quality safe for human contact. Their decision was informed by data that is not accessible to the public. Additionally, there are no standards in place for recreation following an oil spill. This applies to water contact as well as air quality. Therefore, the public does not know how government officials made the decision to reopen beaches, and the public does not know what level of risk they are taking by going in the water at this moment. So we urge the board to ensure there's more transparency from the oil spill response when it comes to public safety. We request that all water and air quality monitoring data for the spill be made public, and we would like the board to explore the development of recreational water and air quality standards for oil spills. We know the oil spill response is in the hands of other agencies at the moment, but we urge you to do what you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginger. I appreciate the flag and engagement on this. I'll just note that I know our Office of Environmental Human Health Hazard Assessment has been involved in some of the testing and work. And for me, to my mind, it's a project likely with them, since there are toxicologists and ultimately can help best guide what standards may be better developed to understand what after a spill, what needs to be met. So thank you. I appreciate, again, the flag. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn. All right, Mr. Jocelyn.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Nick Jocelyn. I'm a fifth generation resident of Siskiyou County. My family lived in the Little Shasta Valley for about 165 years. And I just wanted to thank you for making the base flow recommendation in the Shasta River. I grew up swimming in what we called the ditch. And it wasn't until I got a degree in geology and came back to the area that I realized the ditch was actually the Little Shasta River. By making this flow recommendation, you effectively turned a ditch back into a river. And now I'd just like to urge you to continue the work necessary to make the emergency recommendation a permanent recommendation, because the river deserves the dignity to remain a river. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate you taking the time this morning and engaging the board here. Thank you. Next, we have Brad Horn, apologies.
And Mr. Horn has not joined us in the Zoom platform.
Okay, thank you. And I think next then would be Peter Dreckmeyer.
Good morning, Chair
Good morning.
Esquivel, and board members. Nice to see you. I wanted to thank you for approving the order to restore the tributaries to Mono Lake. A long time in coming, and we appreciate the participation of the parties involved in that, including the LA Department of Water and Power. Great success story. And also want to call your attention to an editorial I hope you saw. It was in the Los Angeles Times a week ago Sunday, and it was titled, "How the Deal to Stop Draining Mono Lake Can Help Settle California's Future Water Wars." And I want to quote a little bit from that. Another takeaway is that the State Water Board can effectively act in the public interest if it's given a sufficient measure of independence to do its work. The voluntary talks and ultimately the agreement to relinquish the rights to a great deal of water were possible only because the court ruling and the Water Board actions gave city officials no choice but to engage. And then looking to the present, it says, Governor Gavin Newsom has called on water agencies and the environmental preservation organizations, which are miles apart on diversions and flow levels, to instead reach voluntary agreements without first being compelled by a court ruling or water board order to meaningfully engage. This backward approach leads to talks that could go on as long as the Mono Lake discussions, but without much chance of conclusion. If California is to save the two great rivers that drain its largest watershed, the governor should note the successful conclusion of the Mono Lake dispute and free the water board to issue mandates. Only then will the parties come to the table to truly ready to deal. So I am hoping that the governor will empower you to move forward on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. It's been almost 3 years since phase 1 was adopted, and very little progress has been made. Every time we get an update on the voluntary agreements, it sounds like they're stalled out. I think we're probably going to get an announcement soon that things are looking even worse than we thought before. So thank you for your leadership on Mono Lake. Let's use that as an example for the Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your time this morning and joining the board. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Linda Webb.
Hi, thank you, Chair Esquivel, for having me here to comment this morning. I'm here just to say a huge thank you to you all for curtailing ag water in the Shasta Valley enough to let the salmon live one more year. That's it. A simple, big, heartfelt thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. I appreciate your sentiments and time this morning, and all those in the basin as well. I know these are challenging times for folks in ag and the community writ large. Drought is impacting our state terribly. And so just thank you for the engagement and thank you for the thanks. And next, I think, and this is I believe our last commenter then, we have David Webb. Good morning, Mr. Webb.
Good morning, board members. I want to really thank you all for the hard work you've been putting in on this seemingly interminable drought sequence that has you pulled in every different direction there is. If Janine can show my first slide, please. As you no doubt recall, this summer we came to you desperately looking for help and protection for the Shasta River as the unquestionable demand for water in a desert and management difficulties in the Shasta River subjected the river to repeated dewatering events. Those events happened anytime the water master got surprised by changes in water demand, and it was the river and in-stream flows that had to take up the slack every time. Next slide, please. This is now the mouth of the tiny Shasta River where it joins the Klamath. And your curtailment came in the nick of time. The Shasta salmon returned to the Shasta well before any other destination in the entire Klamath Trinity Basin. The Shasta is now flowing at 115 CFS, not enough to give them easy access to the river, nor to some of the scarce spawning gravels. But when it is time to spawn, the salmon cannot take no for an answer, and they are fighting their way in over the rocks of the mouth. Last slide, please. In this severely depressed salmon run year, despite salmon numbers so low that fishing curtailments are in place covering the entire coast of California, over 6,200 fall Chinook salmon have managed to struggle their way over the rocks into the Shasta River as of October 12th. By way of comparison, in the Scott, conditions are far more dire. Only 2 fall Chinook have managed to be counted there, and in Bogus Creek, a stream customarily supplemented by large numbers of hatchery salmon, only 555 has so far been counted. As always, the Shasta is going to be the mainstay of wild salmon in the Klamath Trinity rivers and the hope of the future for tribal and commercial fishers in 3 and 4 years from now, when the progeny of this year's run constitute the population of wild salmon numbers that in turn will determine whether or not those people can make a living or sustain their cultures. Thank you for doing what absolutely needed to be done and helping those salmon find their way back to the Shasta in time to spawn and in time to feed the people, the communities, and the aquatic systems. I really appreciate the work you've done and the difficulties you're facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate the visuals. Not being able to be up in the watershed, it's helpful to be able to see the response. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for your time this morning. Thank you. Okay, that wraps up our public forum, and thank folks. And again, public forum is if any folks wanting to comment on items that are not here pending before the board, and ability to do so. So thank you, everyone. That brings us now to official board business. And our first item is consideration of adoption of the previous board meeting minutes. And I'll entertain a motion unless there are edit or otherwise further comment on the minutes.
I'll move adoption of the minutes.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
I will be abstaining. I was not at the previous board meeting. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, was it Board Member Firestone that second?
Yes, no, sorry.
No.
Board Member Morgan.
It was Board Member Morgan. Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you too. Okay, that then brings us to our two uncontested items. Ms. Townsend, are items number 2 and 3 still uncontested, or do we have individuals looking to comment on them?
I don't believe so. Let me just check real quick second here. And no, 2 or 3, I do not have any.
Okay. And want to note and thank everyone for their good work on these 2 items. The fact that we are taking them up uncontested and undiscussed doesn't reflect what I know is just the great work that has gone into them. So just thanks to folks at the top. And then otherwise would entertain a motion for the items number 2 and 3.
I'll move to adopt.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. Items number 2 and 3 are adopted, and thank you everyone for the good work on them. Next brings us to our tranche of informational items, and we will start here with item number 4, our drought update. Good to see you, Mr. Ekdahl.
Good morning,
been
Chair
busy.
Esquivel and members of the board. Let's see if we can get the PowerPoint up and started. And hopefully we'll run through this pretty quickly this morning. There we go, thank you. And we can go right on to the next slide. A quick overview. We'll give a very, very brief overview of hydrologic conditions. We just did an update on the 21st of September. And so we're not going to put a lot of update here. And then we'll update more fully in November, the kind of typical slides with the curves and the water accumulation so far. Then we'll go into the watershed specific updates and then have updates from our Division of Drinking Water and I believe our Division of Financial Assistance to wrap things up. Next slide, please. So hydrologic conditions, the new water year started as of October 1st. We're looking very closely at the short-term precipitation forecast, which I think many of the viewers and others are aware that we are in fact scheduled or forecast to get a fairly good soaking of rain over the next 7 to 14 days. So let's see how things go, and we'll update more fully in November. Maybe go to the next slide that shows some of the forecast estimates. This was as of Thursday or Friday, I believe. And so it's updated even further since then. That area of yellow and orange has expanded now to cover much of Northern California. Now there's even some reds in there too, forecasting some areas with as much as 6 inches of rain over the next week or so. And so with that, I think there's been a lot of questions about what we'll be doing in terms of curtailments and whether or not it would be appropriate to start lifting curtailments. We are actively working on that question right now. We do have some initial preliminary information, but we are holding off updating until about close of business or maybe later this afternoon today. so we can get the latest update from the California Nevada River Forecast Center. They release their information around 10 a.m. We run through the numbers and we generate some new estimates on curtailments and what level of curtailment, at least in the Delta watershed. And then we update from there. At this point, things are looking very, very encouraging that we will be able to make some significant steps in terms of modifying the level and the depth of curtailments, substantially so in some watersheds. And I don't want to go too far into kind of describing what level of the curtailments right at this moment, but just a reminder for people to please stay tuned, check our website, check your email. We'll be making some further announcements later today on the LIRIS email system. And so fingers crossed that the storm does continue to develop as forecast. Next slide, please. We'll just jump right in then to kind of the watershed specific overviews. This is a busy slide and it's a general overview of where we are in terms of the compliance in the Delta. As of October 14th, about 75% of those that had received the request had filed their certification forms, about 780, almost 800 each for human health and safety exemptions and non-consumptive exemptions. The enhanced reporting was pretty good in September. As a reminder, we did ask those that divert more than 5,000 acre feet to start reporting a month in advance what they thought they were going to divert the next month. That compliance has dropped off pretty considerably in October. And so a reminder for those that are watching to please fill out that enhanced reporting. That is that information we're trying to incorporate it into our curtailment forecasting. And so just getting it timely makes it more usable. All of this is posted online and we have been updating our curtailments at least every week and sometimes more frequently if like this week we expect a precipitation event. A reminder that tomorrow we have a workshop on the technical methodology. We've received some input on how we calculate things like return flows and how we incorporate that into our curtailment and water unavailability methodologies. That's a public workshop and there's information available on the website. And then an early flag that sometime in December, we're looking at another technical workshop on other methods for curtailment, something like a term 91 approach for those that are familiar with that term, or other similar approaches or other unsimilar approaches. What approaches can we take for curtailment that may be different or that could enhance the current approach that we're using? Next slide, please. A note on Mill and Deer Creek, the emergency regulation was approved by the Office of Administrative Law on October 4th. We did issue curtailment orders on October 11th. The curtailment orders require water users must maintain a bypass flow of 50 CFS in both Mill and Deer Creek. And I believe that CDFW biologists were actually in the watershed over the weekend looking to see whether salmon were starting to return upstream. We don't have a confirmation yet whether any were actually observed, but if we do, we'll update at the next board meeting. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, we're at about 86% compliance of right holders who received a curtailment order have in fact responded. We have about 92 human health and safety petitions or certifications rather, and 27 petitions to exceed the 55 gallons per person per day. I think of those 27, we've reviewed and responded to 14 of them. So there are about 13 or 14 remaining. There were an issuing of 451 notices of violation for failure to respond to the curtailment order. Since those NOVs went out last month, over 250 have in fact responded and updated their form. And I'll talk more about that under an enforcement slide in a couple of slides. But again, all of these responses and all of this information is posted online on our Power BI dashboard. Next slide, please. Just a note about Lake Mendocino. You can see the black line kind of there. There's some dots there that didn't show up on this slide, but we're at about 14,000 acre feet remaining in Lake Mendocino. Last year, for comparison, we saw Lake Mendocino only rise about 5,000 acre feet, bringing it from, it started its low point at about 39,000 acre feet, rose to about 44,000 acre feet, and has been declining ever since. I just want to put that in perspective, kind of relative to where we are this year. We don't know what this future water year will bring. The reservoir conditions are so low, though, that I think we need to still be really, really cognizant and careful and aware of where the storage conditions are. We would still need to raise the lake about 30,000 acre feet, even to bring it back to where we started this already very difficult year. And so as we watch the remainder of the year, if we don't see that level of rise, I think there's increasing risk for Lake Mendocino to potentially run dry. Probably not this winter, but potentially next summer or fall, particularly if conditions remain dry. So just something to stay tuned and to keep watching. While this upcoming storm event does look like it may provide anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of rain within the watershed, conditions are extremely dry. We don't really know what it's going to mean in terms of runoff and inflow into the lake and into the watershed as a whole. And so one storm is great, but we're going to need a couple to get us back to, I think, a robust and healthy storage condition. Next slide, please. A note on the Scott and Shasta. We issued curtailment orders in early September. We're reviewing and acting on petitions right now. On October 15th, we did issue some additional information orders for 3 tributaries to the Shasta in Wairika Creek. That was never covered by a water master. Willow Creek had dropped from water master services, I believe, in about 1935, and then Julian Creek not under water master service for at least 85 years. All told, there's about 200 diversions that are listed in the adjudication that we don't really have any records of. And there hasn't been a water master to help keep track of them, and they haven't been reporting to the board in terms of their diversions and water right. So we're looking to find those 200 that are listed in the adjudication and see if we can bring them into the fold and into the system and manage them along with all the other rights that are already curtailed or not in the Shasta itself. Next slide, please. Shasta River flows, the red line kind of starting in October is about 125 CFS. We aren't quite there right now, as I think one of the speakers noted earlier. It's about 115 right now. Earlier, or when we put these slides together, we were evaluating whether or not we need additional curtailments to hit that 125. I think we're pausing a little bit to see if this storm system is going to give us that bump up above the 125. By all indications, they should receive a fairly good precipitation over the next 10 days up there as well. So we're in a little bit of a wait and see with, I think, some optimism that we're going to see some things go through. And the last bullet there notes that about 4,000 adult fish were observed entering the system as of 10/1. I think we heard a speaker this morning say we're up to 6,000 now. So some very positive results there in terms of actually seeing the salmon and the flows respond to the curtailments. Next slide, please. The Scott River, we're not seeing quite the same response. And in many ways that was expected, as was noted earlier this morning as well. A very different hydrogeologic kind of construct within the Scott River. It's much more like a big bathtub, essentially. And when that bathtub has already been drained or depleted during the course of the summer, it's just much more difficult to fill it back up and get those stream flows that we were looking for. The, again, hope is that the precipitation and the curtailments throughout the earlier part of September and October will make it easier for the system to rebound and connect, hopefully, maybe even later this week or within a week, if we do in fact see some precipitation. Next slide, please. A quick note on enforcement. We did say 454 notices of violations were sent out for failure to submit curtailment forms. Again, we've seen about 250 respond in the Russian River specifically. And then ACLs or administrative civil liability complaints are being prepared for the other about 200 or so that did not respond. And the list of non-respondent diverters continues to be posted publicly and online. In the Sacramento San Joaquin, we are beginning our inspections. They're underway and we're scheduling them as we speak. There's about, I think, 300 or so that we've prioritized. And in the Scott River, progressive enforcement is actually underway. There are some notices of violation, I think, being prepared there as well for folks that have not submitted submitted their curtailment forms or responded to the notices and continue to appropriate water and maybe appropriate some groundwater as well. So lots going on. Next slide, please. And I think that basically summarizes our overview for the division. As always, we refer people to the Drought webpage and remind people that all of our updates are going out through either email or on our website. And so at this time, I don't know if we want to do questions here, or if we want to go to drinking water and DFA for their portion of the update as well.
Looking to my colleagues here if they have any immediate questions on the water rights side. And just thank you. I know there is an incredible amount of work going on. I continue to hear compliments in the way that the board staff are approaching curtailment here in real time as we look at precipitation coming into the state, and wanting to, as we said when we enacted curtailment, be mindful of the ability to capture and respond to hydrologic conditions, precipitation as they present themselves in this year. And so just appreciate that this is new for the board, this real time, if you will, kind of handle on the curtailment as these storms come through. And we know that we need to try to get as we can while protecting our resources here, water into storage. And so just thank everyone for their good work there. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just had, first of all, I want to chime in on what you just said, Chair Esquivel, about just really appreciate what staff is doing in these updates, not just in this forum, but in being responsive to stakeholders and really following this real time, having conversations with others that are in their watersheds where they're also following it in real time. I did just have a couple of questions. One was on, I think it's slide 5 on the Delta curtailments. Curious if you're able to provide Mr. Ekdahl sort of a compliance by volume. I know in the previous drought, sometimes we were able to receive that information. And if you don't have it with you, maybe if you could include that in future updates.
No, thank you. I don't have it broken out by volume. I can say that for the certification forms, generally the larger diverters have overwhelmingly complied and responded. And a lot of the non-respondents tend to be the very, very small diverters. And frankly, it hasn't been a priority for us to follow up on those very, very small diverters. It may be 0.2 acre feet in some circumstances. And there are certainly some caveats and outliers to that. But I think in a general sense, we're getting good compliance from the larger diverters. With maybe the nuance of the enhanced reporting in October, we're not seeing that level of response that I think we were hoping to see. So that's something we're going to actively follow up on and are actively following up on. I think for the next update, we'll try and break it out by volume as best we can.
Great. That's really helpful. I think it helps to put it in perspective. And then just looking at the excellent work on the Russian, and that's a little different situation because there are a lot of smaller diverters. And so that's really been the focus since day one, also with the NOVs, the inspections. And I just really want to compliment the whole team and the stakeholders that have been working with us in these smaller watersheds. It's the combined effort of the outreach, the intense outreach that was done prior to it coming to our board, these ongoing updates, ongoing discussions. I know you've been very busy with, we've indicated in all these watersheds that we would like to see voluntary agreements. And I know that those discussions are occurring in some areas more so than others, but also this important piece of enforcement and how, really tracking this, and that when those notices went out that you saw an immediate response. And so just really want to thank you for that. And then on the Scott and Shasta, really on the Scott, noting the challenges there, and just reminding everyone that that was something that we were really wanting to look at. Did we hit those targets just right? Or is there something unique going on there with the hydrology? So thanks for continuing to point that out. And again, thanks for your good work. Good update.
I'll take the opportunity to thank staff that did most of that hard work in the Russian River, Sam Bowen Bryan, Dan Schultz, Sam Cole, Aaron Ragazzi, and their team kind of working on the methodology and that outreach effort. Phil Dutton as well, kind of working with the stakeholders one-on-one. And then the enforcement team, Julie and Robert and all of the enforcement staff that are kind of directly stepping in and really just working long hours and making sure that they're getting out there and seeing things. So all that thanks is directed right back at the staff that are doing the work.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Eric. And thank you, importantly, the entire program here. Other board members, do you have a question or comment here on the water rights portion? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Eric. We can transition to, what are our updates on drinking water? So, Mr. Zuniga, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thanks, Eric, for the great presentation, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. So my name is Eric Zuniga, and I work for the Division of Drinking Water. So I'm the Drought Response Program Manager working for Darren Polimas. I'm here today to present what drinking water is doing with regards to the current drought. If you could move to the next slide, please. So first, the bad news is we've continued to increase the numbers of water systems under the drought watch. We had 107 as of last week, and actually now there's 108 systems as of today that have been issued a drought monitoring order, and certainly more are to come. We do represent a population of 262,000 roughly, and we're working on getting this list on our website to make it more publicly accessible. I think that's something that's going to be necessary, so you can access that there. We're working on that right now. So what a drought watch designation is that drought conditions could result in water shortage or outage for these systems in the next year. So even though there's rain on the forecast, it doesn't mean that these water systems would necessarily be off the hook for next summer. So we will have them continue reporting, albeit maybe on a monthly instead of a weekly frequency. We're working on maybe reducing that frequency and then maybe picking it up next summer, depending on the conditions. But for the good news is under drought warning, we have the same number of systems, 27 systems still, same numbers there. And for drought emergency, still 8. The majority of these drought emergency systems are actually hauled water systems that over time we found out that they were relying on hauled water, and we were made available or made aware of that situation. So we placed them on drought emergency. And I think the key message here is that hauled water continues to be a big reliability issue, especially for the smaller water systems. And we don't consider hauled water to necessarily be an acceptable long-term source of supply. So we do require water systems to do some improvements in their infrastructure when they're found in this situation, even on a temporary basis. It indicates a problem with their source of supply. I did want to report really quick that we have 5 water systems that are reporting on hauled water right now that are reporting. So we know of more that are on hauled water, but only 5 are reporting on hauled water. 6 water shortages anticipated in the next 30 days, and 28 sources that are showing large declines in groundwater and surface water levels. Next slide, please. So for the mapping on the statewide drought impacts, we see different colors. So the yellow indicates the drought monitoring orders that have been issued throughout the state. There's a cluster around the Russian River. The orange is the drought warning systems that have indicated some outages. You'll see some in the Bay Delta, also up north in the Klamath watershed, also Russian River. And then the red are the drought emergency systems that have been found on water outage or on hauled water or bottled water distribution for their constituents. And I've overlaid it over we have it overlaid over the sections in Division of Drinking Water. Next slide, please. So the last couple of updates, pretty similar from 2 weeks ago. So we have the new data reporting tool and development underway, and it's anticipated to be finished mid-November 2021, but it'll open a beta so we can have some external stakeholders test and shake out the reporting tool and ensure that it's ready to start reporting hopefully by December 1st is the goal. As for data coverage, so the number complying with the order is 100 out of what I mentioned, 107, 108. Not all of them are required to report right away. They have about a 2-week buffer before they're required to send their first report. So the numbers are looking a little bit better from last time. 29% of the water systems did not report their groundwater levels, either unwilling or unable to report, and 41% didn't report their surface water levels. So we are still missing some data from the reports that we're getting. So we're doing a current follow-up enforcement review for those who have violated the monitoring reporting orders. So that is something that we will be looking into very soon, as well as other potential violations that were found in the reporting. We're still doing ongoing analysis of other trends such as production trending and regional effects. And we continue to provide technical concurrence to the water rights. There's a lot of coordination needed to assist in the review of the petitions received not only for the Bay Delta, but also now for the Scott and Shasta watersheds. And we continue to have concurrence on other water rights issues as they come up. And that's all I had. If there's any questions.
Just thank you. Really appreciate, I know, the ongoing critical work that the Division of Drinking Water is doing, coordinating as well with our sister agencies at the Department of Water Resources, and continuing to make sure we're understanding what the vulnerabilities are of the systems that are out there. I know, we have 400 or so agencies, our largest urban water agencies, representing over 90% of the water delivered in the state, but easy to forget that we have nearly 3,000 community water systems in this state. And meaning there's a lot of smaller communities that are really needing the technical assistance and resources that the state can help provide to get them through difficult circumstances. So just incredibly important work that you all are doing, and really do appreciate it. Mr. Polhamus, did you have anything you wanted to add as well?
I do, if with your permission and indulgence, I'd like to quickly cover Chrome 6 and arrearages, but I see a board member.
I see, board member. Yeah, before we move on to those, before we move on to the separate non-drought but still important items, want to see if board member McGuire, by all means, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Zuniga, for your report. It's very helpful, and in particular, I appreciated the note of how closely you're working with Division of Water Rights. I know you all have been putting in lots of extra time here in getting through these past few months, and it has not gone unnoticed. So thank you for all that work, and really trying to identify the water systems that are at risk here of drought and running out of supplies, whether it's groundwater or surface water. And so one that I wanted to just follow up on with you is the Russian River watershed. We just heard from Mr. Ekdahl, and the latest projections showing Lake Mendocino potentially running dry here in the next few months. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope these rain events change that course of storage in Lake Mendocino quickly. But I guess what I'd like to hear is what type of, you have monitoring orders out, your slides showed that, what type of preparation or engagement are you undertaking to be ready for a scenario where a reservoir runs dry? That seems like it could have far-reaching consequences for the community water systems in the area there.
Certainly. So a lot of the funding that we're putting in place, for next year, but that date of early 2022 certainly is looming scary, is trying to do drought relief. So drought relief takes a lot of different forms. It takes, inner ties with nearby systems that maybe aren't 100% reliant on surface water. It takes building resilience by getting additional groundwater supplies for those systems, and then securing some additional contracts for water, maybe additional water rights, although that doesn't help if a river is dry. And so, we're going to take an open look at these consolidation potential projects, taking a look at, potentials for partnership between different entities. And this area definitely needs a lot of help. You're going to see a lot of funding from both DFA and Department of Water Resources in this area to help them solve some problems. There's a number of surface water intakes that can be lowered. There's other short-term things that we can do, but we can't neglect the long-term fixes that are needed in that area. So all of those will be under consideration.
Sure, certainly. And I don't want to call this as a time for panic, but more of a time for preparedness and readiness. for different scenarios. And it could be this year, it could be a future year. So I appreciate you having the long-term look here in terms of how we can build resilience for that watershed. Because I know there were significant challenges and concerns in the last drought as well, and they've just come back again, maybe even fiercer this time. So thanks for your work on that.
Thank you.
I'll just add, if I could, Board Member McGuire. I mean, there's a bunch that will need to work with the locals in that area. I mean, there's a lot of responsibility that we can try to help with, but there will be a lot on their shoulders to try to figure out water sources going forward. It is obviously a very constrained in its ability of sources and doesn't have import water. So I too am very concerned about it, but we're a long ways from feeling comfortable about where they're at in the long term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member, and thank you, Eric. Darren, did you have other updates?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Escobar. I did want to just take this opportunity to do updates. I know it's not exactly drought, but it's tangentially related, hopefully, and we have people on that I know that are interested. The first is on Chrome 6. So Chrome 6 has been a long, big effort of ours to redo that ever since we withdrew it due to the court order. We are in the final stages of that. I do want to report that the Chrome 6 draft has been delivered for management review. It's under management review at the moment. And we will be working to get that through, briefing everybody up on it. And hopefully, if we don't find a flaw in our briefings and executive review, probably put it out in December as the formal draft version for starting the formal reg process. So it's been a lot of work to get to this point in time. I know there's a lot of interest throughout the state about that. We have basically redone everything from scratch. So I know there's some contention that it was done in 2014 and we should have just republished it, but we took this opportunity to make sure that it was ironclad, also to analyze the new treatment technologies that were available, rerun all the cost numbers. So the time spent has been well worth it. I think we have a much better understanding at this point of where we're at on Chrome 6 and what the opportunities are for the regulation. And should be getting that forward here quickly to the board and to the public to consider here in the new year. It was unfortunately delayed a bit by my second topic, which was arrearages and our effort on that and the COVID emergency. None of us, all of us had some impact from that. Certainly the division did, as well as we redirected staff to address multiple emergencies going on around COVID and the pandemic. So there was some delay to that, but we were able to get back on track this summer and get that ready, hopefully here for soon release. On arrearages, I just wanted to quickly announce as well, the relief for water systems there has hit its marks, and we have applications coming in daily. Staff are working those through. I'm hopeful that we might actually be able to make our first payment this week and beat our November 1st deadline substantially. Kudos to staff who have basically worked day and night and weekends and even extended the day to some length of time. I think some of them are working 30-hour days, if that seems possible, to make this happen. But we are at this point where we're pushing out the money, getting that to systems. They're working very well with us and coming in and doing applications on that part. And we're on track to keep that program going. So that relief hopefully will be for water systems here soon as well. So thank you for letting me do those two updates.
Thank you. Glad to have you be able to provide that information. I know both on the Chrome 6 MCL and here, importantly, on the arrearage program, just such critical issues for our communities, and glad to hear that the MCL draft will be out by the end of the year. I think that was a priority, an asterisk priority that this board really emphasized with this year's work plan. So thank you for helping ensure that's a priority amongst many really incredible priorities. It's not lost on me just how just amazing it is for us to have so quickly developed this program and to be even a little ahead of schedule getting the dollars out, knowing that the moratorium here ends at the end of January. I can't say enough of how proud I am of this work that we're doing, but importantly, the good and impact it will do in our communities in the state. Is just incredible. And the opportunity here in leadership of the governor and the legislature to provide these resources and here importantly, just the implementation has been, I can't find fault. So thank you. I really appreciate it, Darren. Any other comments from folks on either drought or those two items? Okay, thank you, Mr. Polhamus. Appreciate it. And I think we have then a follow-up here on DFA. Good to see you, Joe. Oh, you're still on mute. Apologies.
Jasmine will give the update.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good to
I
see
just
you.
want to make sure we didn't
Oh,
forget.
no, not at all. Yeah.
She's batting cleanup. So, all right, thank you.
No. Good to see you, Jasmine.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Jasmine Mahaka, supervising engineer over the safe and affordable drinking water section in the Division of Financial Assistance. And as mentioned, I'll be rounding out the drought updates with a quick overview on funding today. So next slide, please. This map shows all of our urgent drought projects we have committed funding to since July 1st, the start of the new fiscal year. So far, we have a total of 5 projects at about $1 million that we funded. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we are coordinating closely with our colleagues over at the Department of Water Resources, who also received drought funding with the new budget. And this is on both urgent drought response as well as the development of county level or regional scale programs to assist those served by state small water systems and domestic wells that have gone dry. Next, please. This map shows State Water Board funded existing regional and statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repairs and replacements or the provision of bottled water or hauled water. There is still over $26 million available in these programs, so we're continuing to utilize them. And I wanted to note that since July 1st, between July 1st and September 30th of this year, through these same regional programs, we have provided interim solutions to 9 communities so far, which is helping over 15,600 people. Next, please. Our recent funding approvals this month include approximately $90,000 for bottled water provision for Shasta County Service Area number 6, Jones Valley. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. Also $42,000 for a pump replacement for the Burrell Elementary School in Fresno County. This was funded through the Self-Help Enterprises Emergency Fund through their technical assistance agreement. And we recently added $1.6 million to that same emergency fund through an amended funding approval to Self-Help technical assistance agreements. And then for the county programs that I mentioned earlier, the State Water Board and DWR have been in discussions with 15 interested counties. So we're working towards developing programs with them. And then we continue to outreach to the other counties to gauge interest in these programs. Next, please. So I wanted to highlight our recent work with Shasta County Service Area, or CSA number 6 for Jones Valley. This serves a small, severely disadvantaged community with a population of about 1,100 people. And on August 11th, the Department of Water Resources committed $140,000 from their small community drought relief program to repair the lower intake pump station at the CSA in anticipation of dropping water levels due to drought. But then in mid-September, an active landslide occurred and the lower intake pump station repairs could not be completed. So realizing the urgency of the situation, Shasta County started making plans to place a temporary pump station upstream of the landslide to minimize any disruption to water delivery to its residents. The landslide continued to advance, and then the raw water line from the pump station to the treatment plant became severely damaged and eventually failed on October 5th, as shown in these photos. The community was then placed on a bottled water advisory and requested emergency bottled water funding from the State Water Board, which was approved on October 8th for about $90,000. And then on October 13th, DWR approved a revised scope and cost to include the temporary pump station work. So that total of funding from them is now not to exceed about $2.24 million. So this situation is an illustration of that close collaboration between our agencies, the State Water Board and DWR, as we work together to help drought impacted communities with solutions. Next slide, please. And lastly, these are a couple links to drought funding resources, both for the State Water Board's Division of Financial Assistance as well as at DWR. Any questions?
Just a lot of thanks. I know, again, the coordination with DWR and the communities has been intense this last summer, and know, not unlike Board Member McGuire's point earlier about really taking this time to continue to prepare for and anticipate dry conditions. I feel these next couple of months are really needed to get those agreements into place with additional counties. Those will be very helpful. There's two ways that the state can support drought work that's going on in our communities. One is CDAA funding, that's known, California Disaster Assistance Act, I believe it's the acronym for funding that flows through Cal OES. That's a reimbursement program, meaning that counties will incur and themselves spend dollars on bottled water, hauled, or other solutions for communities, and then later get reimbursed. Our programs are funded, and so we're able to really help scale and respond and provide resources to counties to do so as well. And knowing we have 58 counties, all with different capacities, having those various tools are important, certainly in the middle of drought here. And this last summer have really leaned on these existing programs, rightfully, where the board has been responsive and understanding of failing systems generally. And here, drought is but one of the, as we know, indicators and stressors that can lead to a failed system. And so just the incredible work continuum of the leadership that DFA and Division of Drinking Water have shown in the SAFER program generally. And so just really heartened by the continued work, if not a bit concerned and cautious about the scale and scope of the need that we'll be confronting next year, and the need to really take these next couple of months to help communities understand, even with, and glad to see the precipitation here, but we can't let that somehow make us relax or feel at ease, knowing that, as the Department of Water Resources indicated, we still need 140% of a normal year to even have normal year because of the deficits in the landscape and dryness. So we're needing to continue to make sure and stay focused on the needs of communities and the vulnerabilities that they are going to be exposed to here with another dry year. So just thank you incredibly. I don't think I have any other real question other, again, just to flag, I want to continue to understand the discussions and coordination that's going on at the local level to understand what the vulnerabilities are if things remain dry, or various scenarios, not unlike what we're doing with the projects, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, to understand what are the scenarios we can be anticipating next year. There's and importantly preparing for them now. So just thank you for that continuing work. Board members, any comments or questions? Great, hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Oaxaca. I appreciate that. And I believe that concludes what was a combined item number 4 and 5, hydrologic and drought update. Unless there was anything further that folks wanted to add, we can go to the speaker cards. All right, then I'd like first to call up Katie Evans with the Coachella Valley Water District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Glad to have you join us.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to see all of you. I might have comments that are more applicable to number 6. I did want to talk about drought, but as an urban water supplier, it might be more important
Yeah.
to talk then. If you don't mind, I'd like to wait.
Not at all. Not
Thank
at all.
you.
We can stick you on to item number 6 there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Ms. Evans. Then next, I'd like to call up back Angelina Cook. Ms. Cook.
Great. Thank you very much.
Of course.
I just had 3 quick questions following up on some things I heard during the meeting. My first question is is the response on the Scott River due only to the hydrogeology in the basin, or could it also be to non-compliance with the curtailment?
I appreciate that, Ms. Cook. I don't know if Mr. Ekdahl, you wanted to further.
Yeah, I can jump in. We do have enforcement staff in both the Scott and Shasta actively kind of taking a look, but based on everything that we're seeing, it is the hydrology. There so far looks like there's been really pretty good compliance so far. And it's just a much different kind of geologic system. And because of the really strong surface water groundwater interaction and the sheer number of wells within the greater Scott Basin, it makes it difficult to see that immediate response. It's just a different system.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. And since you're on, Mr. Ekdahl, if you can also clarify what you said about Wairika, Julian, and Willow Creeks. Did you mean that those tributaries to the Shasta River are not part of the adjudication, and are they regulated by the Scott Shasta Watermaster District?
They are part of the adjudication. They are not regulated or overseen by the Watermaster.
Okay, is there any, and then my third question is, what can local stakeholders do to help enforce regulation of those creeks?
Just making sure that people do report their diversion and use annually. And that's a requirement, not just for the curtailed watersheds, but for all diverters statewide. And that really is the first step. There's other steps that could be taken. I think getting a Watermaster service does help in some circumstances. There are pros, cons to that. And we'd be happy to discuss at a later time if helpful.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Appreciate it. Next, we'd like to call up Eric Oriana.
And Chair Esquivel, our next 2 speakers for items 4 and 5 have not joined the Zoom platform.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Luffer. And I think then that concludes our commenters on items number 4 and 5. If there's nothing further from fellow board members, then we can conclude those items and move on to item number 6, which is our urban water conservation update. Oh, and Ms. Pinheiro, maybe you're needing to be unmuted. Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry about
that. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning. My name is Mariel Pinheiro. I am a research data specialist with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And I will be providing the latest urban water conservation update for the August 2021 data set. Next slide, please. So August was the driest on record since we started collecting data back in 2014. Now, despite this, conservation efforts that began in July really began to ramp up in August, and it is reflected in the numbers. Per capita residential use in August declined by 8 GPCD relative to 2020, resulting in a statewide average of 113 GPCD. Next slide, please. August saw 5% savings relative to 2020 for a cumulative savings of 3.5% for July and August. And these numbers reflect submissions from 93% of agencies and 97% of the population served. So there's still work to be done to reach the governor's call for 15% savings, but we are trending in the right direction with August savings more than twice of what we saw in July. This is especially significant considering that August 2021 was so dry, as noted earlier. So we're not surprised that the goal hasn't yet been achieved, since it takes time for the messaging to reach a critical mass and for people to put conservation actions into practice. Furthermore, we're still realizing about an average of 10% savings from the last drought. Next slide, please. Now, as observed last month, the North Coast region maintained strong savings due to serious drought conditions hitting this area much sooner than other parts of the state. The North Coast region continues to maintain savings of above 15% in August, and the San Francisco Bay region is also approaching targeted savings at almost 10% savings this month. Every hydrologic region saw increased savings relative to July, and we hope that this trend will continue as conservation begins to have a more substantial impact on the numbers. Next slide, please. After I'm done with this item, I will be uploading a new version of our Tableau dashboard to the conservation portal webpage, which is located at the URL at the bottom of the slide. We will be adding a new tab that will provide some key summaries of the savings data that's provided here today. One of the new features I'm most excited about is the ability to choose how you want the data to be summarized by hydrologic region, by county, or by climate zone. And I'm actually going to share my screen now so I can do a live demo of this dashboard tab. So let me, oh yes, I do want to share my screen. Thank you. And share. Are you able to see it? Yes. Okay. So this is what the front-facing page of the dashboard looks like. And if you migrate over to the next tab, we see a table very similar to the one I just presented, but you can change the summary to be by county. And then furthermore, there is a map that shows the distribution of savings throughout the state. You can also change that view to be cumulative. You can furthermore filter, by county if you want to. And you can also, if you want to look at, just those who are saving, you can drag the slider around. I hope that people will take the time to check out the data, and I hope that it's useful. So if we could throw the presentation back up. Thank you. And
Thank you
now we can move on to the next slide. All right. So October is Energy Action Month. And this October, the global energy shortage is making national and international headlines. So one of the easiest ways we can conserve energy is to use water more efficiently. It takes a considerable amount of energy to pump, heat, treat, and deliver water that we use every day. Prior studies have estimated that about 20% of California's total statewide electricity use, a third of non-power plant natural gas consumption, and 88 billion gallons of diesel are related to water, from collection and treatment to use and wastewater management. So some simple steps that Californians can take: shower better and save by replacing just one shower head with an efficient model. The average family can save the amount of water that it takes to wash 88 loads of laundry and conserve enough energy to power a home for 11 days every year. Running your clothes washer only when full can save 15 to 45 gallons per load. During the last drought, the water conservation mandated by the governor saved more energy than all of the energy efficiency initiatives offered by the states for large investor-owned utilities. Californians saved 524,000 million gallons of water, a 24.5% decrease relative to the 2013 baseline over the mandate period. So this translates into about 1,830 gigawatt hours total electricity savings and greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 521,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. For comparison, total electricity savings linked to water conservation are approximately 11% greater than the savings achieved by investor-owned utilities efficiency programs for roughly the same time period, and the greenhouse gas savings represent the equivalent of taking about 111,000 cars off the road for a year. Next slide, please. With summer coming to an end, the weather is changing. It's cooler, and in some parts of the state, it's already wetter. As we fall into fall, take these simple steps to save water outdoors. Adjust your irrigation systems. As fall progresses, you'll find that your yard doesn't need as much water. So if you adjust your sprinkler system to meet the decreased needs of the yard, you save water. By next month, many people will be able to turn off their irrigation systems entirely. Water your plants, not your pavement. As much as 50% of water used for irrigation is wasted due to evaporation, wind, or runoff caused by inefficient irrigation. Pavement doesn't need water to grow, but plants do. So keep the water to where it's needed and stop runoff. And finally, replace thirsty plants. If the only time you walk on your grass is when you mow it, it might be time to break up with your lawn. Fall is a great time to rethink your landscape and replace your thirsty plants with more resilient ones. So a lot of these actions can be supported with discounts and rebates. For example, here in the city of Sacramento, residents can receive up to $3 per square foot of turf grass removed, receive up to $800 when you upgrade to drip or rotating nozzles, and get a smart controller completely for free with an instant rebate if you purchase it from the SMUD Energy Store. Next slide, please. The Save Our Water campaign now has a publicly available toolkit on its website to encourage Californians to spread the word about the importance of conserving water during drought. There is a general campaign and then two others focusing on the Latinx and Asian American communities. Two of the graphics on the previous page were from the Save Our Water campaign. So the ad on the next slide is another example of the toolkit. Next slide, please. And to learn more, visit saveourwater.com. Let's make it last. And with that, I finish my presentation and I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Pinheiro. I appreciate the good coverage here. And it is encouraging and heartening to see an over doubling of the conservation effort from July to August, and really demonstrating that it does take time for Californians for the message to spread and for really the response to be seen. And we're seeing good sign, but we need to continue to ensure we're conserving. And so especially as we consider here the potential for another dry year, really wanting to see us double down on these efforts. And I think, again, Californians have shown an ability to do so. We see the regional differences, which demonstrate just how effective and really needed conservation has been as a tool in so many of our watersheds, and will continue to be for the long term as we battle climate change and recognize that we now have a permanently changed hydrology, and increasingly need to make sure we're all acting according. And so just appreciate the good coverage here, and again, heartened by what is at least a trend. I'll note we are moving into, as Ms. Pinheiro said, our winter months, where outdoor irrigation for many parts of the state will really drastically cut back, and so will those opportunities to see savings. So it'll be interesting to see how what those savings look like going into the winter, knowing that it's our lowest water usage months, and so the sorts of numbers and opportunities for conservation are less there because it's more on indoor usage. And there, many folks have been making investments and have low flow shower heads or toilets perhaps because of the last drought. And so I think we're going to continue to need to be granular, specific, and understanding of what we're seeing in conservation, and continue to work with communities to see that conservation way of life ethic really embraced here, especially in the midst of drought, though. So thank you. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? Comment? And otherwise, Ms. Ely, is there anything that would be helpful to further highlight in this space? I know there's, again, a lot going on actually in conservation. When you look at the long-term efficiency regs that are being established, there's still water loss performance standards that this board will be adopting as well. All of that important here as we develop budgets, long-term budgets for our 400 largest water systems, urban water agencies here for conservation. So there's a lot of, I feel, alignment with the long-term work that we're doing here, let alone obviously the immediate need to conserve in the face of such dry conditions. But yeah, Elia, anything that you'd like to add?
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I have nothing to add. Thank you, Marielle, for your great presentation, and we'll look forward to hearing any comments if there are any.
Great, thank you. Then we can turn to our commenters. And I think first we have Katie Evans.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello again. Thank you very much for that opportunity to wait. I really
course.
appreciated the presentation, and it was nice to hear from staff. So thank you so much for your time this morning. I'm really glad to hear some encouraging news during the reports that have been given this morning, and see the work that's being done. The Save Our Water campaign looks wonderful. In response to the drought, Coachella Valley Water District has really amplified our call for water use efficiency here locally. Those local efficiency practices have always been important to CVWD, regardless of the conditions, because here we do live in a very dry climate. We've also taken a leadership role in water management contingency planning for both California and other Western states as we rely on the Colorado River. And we've addressed a lot of issues in our long-term water management planning, including water demand projections, the 5-year drought risk assessment, seismic assessment, climate change, all of the above. And over the last few months, as we have been called to do more, we really have tried to step up what we're doing with increased waterways patrols, issuing statements to the public requesting their conservation efforts. We have a new drought website, we have new drought messaging, redistributing materials, all kinds of things like that. And I'm also really excited to say we just produced a series of television commercials encouraging water use, efficiency, and conservation in our region, which are airing on Monday Night Football and postseason baseball games in our area, because I know people are watching those. So hopefully we'll get their attention that way. But I did want to just take a moment to respectfully request that as the state moves through the drought issues and management of those issues, that you really look to the local drought risk assessments that were completed within the urban water management plans. Those plans were just completed 3 months ago. We had to turn them in July as part of our urban water management plan effort. And I'm a real believer in those drought risk assessments. I think they give a really good opportunity for local agencies to convey to the state of California what our situation is and what it looks like at the local level. And then inherent in that, it allows us to trigger our water shortage contingency plans so that we're able to take the best actions locally. I know that DWR has all of those plans. I'm not sure how closely the state board staff, I assume you're working very closely with them, but I would really encourage you to lean on those plans as you move forward. You know, we here at CVWD believe we have a lot more work to do to address this issue, and we're digging in on it, and we do plan to continue these efforts and step them up as needed. But we ask that you look really to lean in on those plans as you make decisions going forward. And if there's any way that we can be of any assistance in that effort, we would welcome the opportunity. So thank you for your time and your attention to this issue. And if there's anything we can help with, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. As someone who grew up in CVWD's service district and whose parents still are CVWD ratepayers, I appreciate all the good work that Coachella Valley Water District continues to do. As a desert person, definitely understand there's an ethic out in the desert that is around conservation, and we need to continue to do so. So I appreciate that. When it comes to the water shortage contingency plans and the urban water management plans, although it wasn't part of our slide deck today, we have been throughout the summer just tracking the number of shortages that have been reported by the agencies as part of those plans and the activities that have been triggered, whether it's restrictions on days of outdoor watering or other elements of those plans. So
great, that's very encouraging to hear.
Yeah, we are very aware of them and very supportive of the work that I know agencies have done in good faith in them, and that are really the map for so many of our water agencies to navigate through drought times here. Important to note as well, though, that as you know, we have nearly 3,000 community water systems in the state of California. So the 400 or so that prepared those plans, it's good that they did. I know we have legislative direction now for systems of less than 3,300 or 3,000 connections down to 1,000 to produce similar plans. And then even those less than 1,000, some truncated versions of them. So glad, we're very glad to see that work. It is important because the state can't replicate drought response in communities throughout the state. We don't have the capacity for that. And it is really incumbent upon locals to really understand their threats and the state here to support that work. So I appreciate it and I look forward to further discussion. So thank you, Ms. Evans. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Sanders.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Brian Sanders. I'm with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities, and I just wanted to address some of the tasks that we are doing to address drought here in the city. The city's conservation over the last few months has increased, despite multiple days of well above 100 degrees, and we even achieved 10% conservation in August, which is also the second hottest month of the year here. While these numbers are not as high as we would like, it's important to note that the city's water use has never rebounded from the last drought. And to kind of shed a little more light on that is this year's water use has stayed an estimated 25% lower than the pre-drought figures that we had from before. And some of the activities, excuse me, that we are doing is the city has kept its 2-day per week watering schedule in place permanently since the last drought. And on November 1, we actually go down to a 1-day per week watering schedule. And to kind of layer on top of that, we actually ask customers to go ahead and just completely turn off their irrigation systems after the 1 day a week begins. Our conservation rebates have doubled this year from July until January of 2022. And the demand has actually been so high that the city broke its monthly rebate record in July. And this includes turf rebates and other programs, including one we have is called Redo the Loo, which helps low-income families get high-efficiency toilets that use less water. And we have also given away many WaterWise fixtures through the SMUD Energy Store. And the city has increased patrolling and enforcement, seeing a spike in reports, so we know that people are paying attention. Resident complaints via our mobile app is up more than 300%. And drought and conservation related customer outreach has been increased by 3 times above what we normally do. And lastly, we're very proud to say that the city will be fully metered by the end of this year. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you as well. It isn't lost on us at all that there is a conservation that's carried on through and from the last drought, and important and incredible to see the real changes that continue to happen in our communities, and glad to see the full metering. You can't manage what you don't measure. We know it's a maxim certainly here in the state, and it's certainly true for households. So just really appreciate, and I know that it's an incredible investment that that takes. It is not a cheap thing to put in, especially these newer meters, but really I feel that it's an incredible boost to then just our own ability to understand what is going on in our homes and better manage for ourselves here our supply. So just thank you for that leadership and continued work. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Scott Coe.
Good morning. My name again is Justin Scott, General Manager of Monte Vista Water District. Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members, for this opportunity to provide information about our water agency's past and current response to statewide drought conditions. Monte Vista Water District provides retail and wholesale drinking water and recycled water services to a population of about 141,000 in western San Bernardino County. Our district has planned for and invested in a diverse water supply portfolio, as well as an aquifer storage and recovery program to capture water in wet years and store for future needs in dry years. Monte Vista's customers have demonstrated a commitment to conservation and water use efficiency. They not only met the 20% urban water use reduction target by 2020, but they exceeded it by an additional 20% and are currently among the most efficient water users in inland Southern California. Monte Vista met this challenge through consistent messaging over the past 2 decades, including our award-winning Watch the Water campaign and our current What Are You Doing outreach effort, helping our customers focus on finding ways to improve their water use habits. We were also one of the earliest adopters of the budget-based tiered rate structure for our residential customers, which we have now expanded to our dedicated irrigation accounts. We have also adopted and enforced mandatory year-round water use requirements, what we call best practices, to minimize waste of our precious resource. Monte Vista is responding to the current statewide drought and potential shortage conditions through enhanced messaging and access to local water supplies. The district and our customers stand ready to take additional measures, including immediate implementation of our water shortage contingency plan to increase demand reduction and use of available grant funds to accelerate shovel-ready local water supply projects. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak about our agency's ongoing work to prepare for statewide droughts and water supply shortages. We look forward to working closely with our state and regional partners to ensure reliable and resilient water service at all times, and especially during the current drought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the time, and thank you for your local leadership and continued good work in this space. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Heather Cooley. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. And thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Heather Cooley. I'm Director of Research for the Pacific Institute. I really appreciate the comments today on energy use with today's water use update. We know in California that water and energy are inextricably linked. Water is a key input for energy production, and energy, of course, is integral to all aspects of water management and use. These connections create challenges, but they certainly offer opportunities. In September, the Pacific Institute partnered with Next 10, and we released a comprehensive assessment of the future energy and greenhouse gas footprint for water in California. We looked at both the urban and agricultural sector. I'll talk a little bit more about the urban sector just because of the discussion today. And we found for the urban sector that increasing water use at rates projected by urban water suppliers in their urban water management plans would increase future water use and associated energy use. And thus, despite some of the major efforts we are doing to decarbonize the electricity grid, we would see water-related greenhouse gas emissions increase from their current levels by about 2%. Alternatively, we found that even with population growth, by implementing comprehensive urban water efficiency, we can significantly reduce our future water use and the associated energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. We also found that replacing imported water with local sources like recycled water and stormwater capture can further reduce water-related energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. This analysis highlights the importance of urban water efficiency and local water sources, and they help to underscore the importance of them in not only responding to the statewide drought, but also meeting our long-term water goals as well as our energy and climate goals. So again, I really want to thank you, and I'm grateful for your continued effort to really bring the issues of water-related water, energy, and the greenhouse gas nexus to the fore. It's going to be critical for building resilience for California communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coley, for your critical research and contributions to that entire space and field. It is, to your point, a really critical nexus, and one that we need to continue to focus on, because I think that there are solutions that, these are certainly complex systems, both on the water and energy side, that we're all managing. and better exploring ways that we can better see their interconnectivity to then also see those solutions is just so important. So I appreciate the work, continued work and leadership that the Pacific Institute and yourself have continued to demonstrate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Martha Davis. Speaking of leadership. You're still on mute. You should be asked. There it goes.
I got it. I hit the button too quickly. How nice to see you all. This is,
Good to see you.
I jumped on just because I wanted to say thank you to the board and to the staff for your continuous tracking of the state's efforts on conservation. I think the information that you've provided us help us better understand where we're doing well, where we could do better. It's just so important. But I'm going to jump on to this energy issue as well, because I think Heather's point is really well taken, and it's important to underscore how important water efficiency is, both as an adaptation measure to climate change, but as a mitigation measure in the space of how do we reduce the carbon emissions. So it's both. And Heather talked about her study, but there's other studies that have been done as well. Dan Kamen from UC Berkeley, one of the authors of the IPCC report, came out in January 2021 with a big study saying this is one of the most important arenas for dealing with climate resiliency. So I think where I would leave this with all of you and your good staff is, given the work that the state board is doing and DWR is doing together collaboratively on making conservation a California way of life, I think it's really important to make sure that we're adding into that conversation, what is the role of water efficiency for climate resiliency, particularly as we deal with the impacts of climate change right now. We know that this is the world we're going to be living in. And so when you have an area where you can get both adaptation and mitigation of climate impacting emissions, it's probably one of our most cost-effective ways to contribute to the arsenal of actions that need to be taken. So it's going to be really important that this is part of and integrated to all the state policies related to how we're going to deal with climate resiliency.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Really appreciate that, and totally agree. I think that what we find is there's just such a critical importance around conservation because it builds in long-term resiliency for us. But we know that there are unintended consequences. There can be to the rates of agencies, the resources they have, and/or the sizing of, say, wastewater collection and other infrastructure. But I think those are conversations that we can address and discuss, knowing that conservation is such a critical component of not just California, but you look across the entire West, are a key strategy to continuing to be able to weather through what is the obvious shift in climate that we have to now manage. So just thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Elizabeth Lovestead.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm Elizabeth Lovestead. As you said, I'm the Water Resource Manager at San Diego County Water Authority. And, as you know, the Water Authority has a long history of encouraging and incentivizing water use efficiency as part of our resiliency programs. In response to the current drought, since July, we've supported the governor's call for a 15% reduction in water use, and we've really encouraged people to participate in our conservation programs and take advantage of the education and incentives that's available there. But I did want to let you know that this month we are moving forward with the stage 1 implementation of our water shortage contingency plan. That is our voluntary stage. This action is going to be accompanied by additional outreach to our region, again, encouraging additional conservation. We're also refining or developing new conservation programs, one aimed at underrepresented communities and one really aimed at large landscapes to try and get some of those savings, both indoor and outdoor. And we just want to echo the calls to continue to rely on those local tools that were developed after the last drought, the water shortage contingency plan, and the drought risk assessments as we move through this drought. So thank you very much for your efforts on this, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lovestead. Appreciate you taking the time this morning and joining us. Thank you. Next, we have Pierrette Harmon, and I believe that may be our last commenter.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Chair Escobar and the board members. Pierrette Harmon, Scotts Valley Water District. So I represent a small agency in Santa Cruz County. I'm going to speak, highlight some of the successes and share some of the challenges on behalf of my district, but also the region. So Santa Cruz County, we are kind of special. Well, don't we all think we're special, but we are special in a way that we're not connected to any state or federal water project. So we're completely independent. Our water source is very precious, and we are very aware of the consequences of dry weather. So we lost a drought 2013 through 16. The whole region, we dropped our water demand about 20%, and we have stayed there. Our community has continued to save. So for us, the 15% ask this time is a little different. I very much appreciate the spirit of that, calling all customers to save more, but it does confuse our customers a little bit when they come to us and say, what does it mean? I've done everything. How much more can you ask me to do? So it's just something to think about it. Also, comparing it with last year as a baseline, because in addition to COVID pandemic, we all were part of it. We had CZU fire that our communities had to evacuate for about a month, some of them. So again, using that as a baseline is kind of makes it like, why that year? Maybe it should be more comparing with a long-term average or something like that. But we have also great success stories to share. So what we put on this year is our creative caps. Instead of telling people you must do, you cannot do, we really try to get our communities behind something that they would feel they want to be part of. So we did a water savings challenge, and it was a raffle, and people were competing with each other, and they had rewards at the end, and the goal was to save 15%. So that was our way of kind of bringing them in, and we got customers reporting they were able to save 50%. So obviously there's some out there that still have quite a bit of room to cut their water use, and some people are truly already reusing all of the water in the household. They talk to us about how they collect shower water, and then they go and water their plants with that, and then so every situation is unique, every individual is unique, and every region is unique. Another thing that we've done is we have completed being on meters. We don't call them smart meters because that word smart meter does not necessarily have the most positive experience from the past. We call our meters intelligent meters. But what they do is, so we have given the power back to customers. So every customer can know with every 15-minute increments how they use water. And the most beautiful thing about that is not actually how they use, is they learn how much water gets wasted. Leaks, water waste, it's amazing. We have some numbers, and we're just at the beginning to really letting us know, letting the customers know where does the water go once it passes through the meter, because they come back so often, it's like, I did not use it. And we say, bingo, that's where we need to focus together, is not where you use it, but where does it go where it's not put to beneficial use. So some great success stories. I could go on for a long time, but I appreciate you for your time. And we're here. We are happy to take any questions. Give me a call. Let's share some wonderful experiences we can use on broader scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. And thank you for the example, yes, of how empowering data can really be, and different ways of incentivizing folks. And here I want to acknowledge that, we're not looking and asking for households to, kill trees or do things that, especially if, folks have already invested and are conserving as much as you can in your household level, then good. that it's really about the message writ large, and it's especially that 15% number, which isn't meant to translate specifically to what each district should be aiming for, or even each household, but a way to set a metric and a target to say, this is what we're going to try to reach for as a state to really boost up conservation. But that's still left to what are the very, as you pointed out, and we well know, the regional differences in just hydrology and in usage. And it's really just a reminder and opportunity for all of us to just self-assess and understand where opportunities are, both at the household and district level here, and state then as well. So, and all that data is able to self-reflect back on us and help us understand, are we meeting where we need to be, or can we do more? So I appreciate, again, the good comment and example. So thank you. I think that wraps up our commenters for this item. Board members, any thought, further question? I'll just note, this certainly 5% isn't 15, and we're really needing to see a double down on conservation. And I know that the governor's office and the governor is contemplating what further things can we do to make sure we're incentivizing and continuing to ensure that conservation is a way of life in California, but that here we're seeing a response. And so I think look forward to what our further still discussion on what we can further do here on conservation with the administration. So thank you, everyone. That wraps up item number 6 then, our urban water conservation update. Let's go ahead and take, before we get into the safe and affordable fund discussion, just a quick 15-minute break, a little less than 15, give ourselves 14. We'll come back at 11. We'll then go into the safe and affordable fund expenditure plan discussion. We will take a lunch, and then we will launch into item number 8, which is our once through cooling discussion, and have a significant amount of commenters to get through. So the lunch will be well served. So here, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll see you all at 11 o'clock, and we'll continue on to item number 7 before continuing to item number 8. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, it's 11 a.m. I think we can begin to gather back. It's almost 11:01. Okay, I'd like to call up folks for our next item. Ms. Oaxaca, good to see you. And we're on to item number 7, our discussion of the fund expenditure plan.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca. I'm a supervising engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance. And today we are asking the board to consider adoption of the fiscal year 2021-22 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. At this time, we're also proposing a few targeted amendments to the policy for developing the fund expenditure plan initially adopted in May 2020. And before I get started, I did want to take a moment here to acknowledge all of my colleagues who work on the SAFER program, especially our folks in the Division of Financial Assistance, the Division of Drinking Water, the Office of Public Participation, and the Office of Chief Counsel. Next, please. To start, I wanted to talk about committed expenditures from last fiscal year's Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund appropriation for 2020-21 at a total of $130 million. This chart shows a breakdown by solution type, and I'll be spending a few moments on this slide. Key highlights are that significant investments, almost $40 million, were made towards interim water supplies and emergencies this past fiscal year. Larger investments included a new well repair, replacement, and connection program, as well as amendments to Central Valley regional programs for well testing, bottled water, and point of use, point of entry installation and maintenance. These investments also set us up well, at least in the Central Valley, to assist with drought impacts, as I talked about earlier today. For technical assistance, 3 amendments to existing technical assistance agreements were funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And for administrators, some of these funds were directed to support administrators due to the lack of availability of an alternative funding source last year. For planning, 1 planning project was funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund for an out-of-compliance system. Per the SAFER program priorities, which I'll talk about in a little bit, it is expected that more and more planning projects will be directed to go through the technical assistance route. For construction, 17 construction projects were funded this past fiscal year for systems out of compliance, at risk, and other community water systems, and represented the largest solution type investment for the fiscal year. 1 new domestic well program is being established in the Central Valley for well repairs, replacement, and connection to community water systems where possible. For direct O&M support, 1 consolidation project, which is captured in the construction solution type, included $200,000 of direct O&M assistance as a consolidation incentive project. And types of water system scenarios that would be considered as priorities for direct O&M assistance in the future will be further explored through our work on the O&M pilot and also through the ongoing refinement of the affordability threshold. 2 pilot projects were identified in last year's fund expenditure plan for innovative point of use technology and also the O&M pilot. Both pilot efforts are underway, and the $3.2 million is in reserve to be used towards systems as part of the O&M pilot, which we are working towards. And lastly, actual staff costs for fiscal year 2020-21 for both administrative and implementation tasks associated with the requirements of SB 200 were close to what was initially estimated last year. Next, please. So this slide is similar, but shows committed expenditures from fiscal year 2020-21 by system type. And I'll just briefly mention that a majority of funding went to construction projects for out of compliance systems. That is, those are on what we call the human right to water list, and systems that were identified as potentially at risk in last year's fund expenditure plan. A reminder that this was before the needs assessment that came out this spring. And then a large portion of funding also went to interim solutions for communities and households served by domestic wells or state smalls. Next, please. For some of our key performance metrics for the last fiscal year, this slide shows our performance since July 1st, 2020 versus the goals that we set in last year's fund expenditure plan. And so for fiscal year 2020-21, we provided interim solutions to 62 communities and 364 households. We executed or completed planning assistance projects for 171 communities and exceeded our goal there, and completed long-term solutions for 81 communities. Additional performance metrics are included in the plan in section 10. And I also wanted to note that we do have a section that provides an overview of the funding process and describes a number of process improvements that we have been working on and plan to work on this year to improve our administrative efficiency. Next, please. So moving on to this year's fund expenditure plan, this slide shows all of the funding sources we have available for the broader SAFER program. Again, these go towards drinking water projects in small communities. And I do want to note that these are funds available to us, though not necessarily funds we'll be able to commit, that we'll do our best. So from the new Budget Act of 2021, we have $985 million for arrearages mentioned earlier today to assist community water systems with debts incurred during the pandemic. This is shown to the side a bit because these funds are already earmarked for that debt relief and won't be used towards projects per se, but are somewhat part of the same SAFER program. Additionally, from the new budget, there is $617.5 million for drinking water infrastructure, $9.5 million for drought emergencies, and a newly added $28.5 million for technical and financial assistance to drinking water systems to address per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS. And this program will be developed over the course of this fiscal year. So we'll update again on that as we have more information. The main focus of the fund expenditure plan is on the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund at the top there, made possible by Senate Bill 200 in 2019, which has about $128 million available for this fiscal year. This includes the new appropriation of $130 million minus the staff costs and adds about $12 million that was reserved from the previous fiscal year to be able to respond to drought issues. Additionally, we have $25.3 million in older general fund appropriations, about $240 million in general obligation bonds, such as Prop 1 and Prop 68, and $95.7 million in drinking water state revolving fund grants. Note this does not include about 30 million, which is available for loans as needed. Next, please. I wanted to show the same information a little bit differently here. So out of the 1.2 billion total available for grants for drinking water projects in small communities, only about 191 million, that dark blue portion, is available for non-capital projects. And I just wanted to point out as well that the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund continues to be our most versatile funding source available to us, with the capability of funding interim solutions, emergencies, administrators for failing water systems, operation and maintenance, as well as projects and programs that benefit communities served by state smalls and domestic wells. Next, please. So these are our proposed priorities for the SAFER program this fiscal year, which will focus our efforts on small disadvantaged communities and low-income households. These build on our previous priorities from last year's fund expenditure plan, as well as the 2021 needs assessment. And they are to address any urgent or emergency funding needs expeditiously where other emergency funds are not available and a critical water shortage or outage could occur without support from the fund, address community water systems and school water systems consistently out of compliance with primary drinking water standards or at risk of failing, accelerate consolidations for consistently out of compliance at-risk systems, as well as state smalls and domestic wells, and promote opportunities for regional scale consolidation, expedite planning through use of technical assistance for systems out of compliance, at-risk systems, as well as state smalls and domestic wells, provide interim solutions, initiate planning efforts for long-term solutions, and fund capital projects for state smalls and domestic wells with source water above a primary maximum contaminant level or at risk of running dry due to drought, and ensure assistance is distributed in a manner consistent with the goals and direction provided in the State Water Board's Racial Equity Resolution once adopted and associated action plan. So this last one is newly added this year to consider racial equity and environmental justice in how we administer our funding. And we will also be working towards establishing some metrics around racial equity and environmental justice, and have included some data around this in Appendix H, which lists which lists projects with funds committed this past fiscal year, 2020-21, for the broader SAFER program. And so new data fields added include the CalEnviro screen score, average household size, percent below poverty level, and majority rate. Next, please. So I wanted to provide a quick summary of what we were seeing so far for the demographic information. Again, for those projects with funding commitments during this past fiscal year from the broader SAFER program listed in Appendix H. So that appendix lists out 114 unique projects at a total of 244 million committed. Data shown in these tables is based on the census tract that the benefiting community resides in. And then for cases where a water system service area overlaps multiple census tracts, we are showing data for the census tract that covered the most service area. I also wanted to note that in the future, we will compare demographic information for projects funded or with funding commitments compared to the demographics of all small disadvantaged or DAC water systems so that we can better assess what is actually being represented here. But for now, we'll just present what is a summary of what's shown in the table in the appendix. So as far as racial information, 70 of the 114 unique projects, or 61%, were to communities which were a majority white at 120.4 million. 31 of the projects, or 27%, were to communities that were a majority Hispanic or Latino at 72.3 million. And then there were 13 uncategorized projects. These include our regional and statewide programs and technical assistance, which benefit by nature multiple communities. For percent below poverty level, I just wanted to point out that the largest number of projects, 38 out of 114, or 33%, benefited communities that were between 10 and 20% below the poverty level, at a total of 63 million in projects. Next, please. Looking at the CalEnviroStream scores, we focused on pollution burden and population characteristics. And 27 out of 114 projects, or 24%, benefited communities with the highest scores or highest pollution burden, that is over 45. And lastly, looking at the types of systems that we committed funding to, a majority of projects and funding benefited systems out of compliance. Again, we refer to these sometimes as the human right to water systems, HRTW there on the slide. And that was 70 out of 114 projects. Oh, I'm sorry. That was 40 out of 114 projects at 75.1 million. And then 15 projects, or 13%, benefited the at-risk system, with 59 projects characterized as benefiting either other types of systems not on either of those lists, or again, the regional or statewide programs. So as mentioned earlier, we will continue to look at this data moving forward and seek to develop appropriate metrics and goals with a hope of including that in next year's fund expenditure plan. Next, please. So these are proposed targets for the new fiscal year's appropriation of 130 million. Compared to what was indicated in the draft that was released for public comment back in August, the targets have been adjusted slightly to have less in the construction for either out of compliance or at-risk water systems, and spread the funding out more between technical assistance, administrators, planning, and O&M support, as well as the implementation of interim and permanent solutions for state smalls and domestic wells. So overall, we propose 115.3 million to go to projects, with about 40 million each for interim water supplies and emergencies and technical assistance, 5 million for administrators, 3 million for planning, 7 million for direct O&M support, and 20 million for construction. The remaining 1.5 million would go towards contracts, for example, an administrative efficiency audit or data management investments, and an estimated 13.2 million for staff costs this year, which includes personnel for both administrative and implementation of tasks required by SB 200. Next, please. So since the draft plan was released, these are key revisions that were made based on public comments received as well as new legislation. So we've added information on the new funding from Budget Act of 2021 and subsequent trailer bills. New authorities were also added, which I'll mention in a few slides related to the policy amendments. And as mentioned in the previous slide, funding targets were adjusted to shift funds away from construction and towards other solution types. Clarity was added around the use of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund to address funding gaps and to expedite priority projects. Information was added on the O&M pilot as well as O&M support eligibility. For example, allowing O&M for systems that will likely be appointed an administrator, or in cases where O&M funding is necessary to make projects affordable. For example, where point of use or point of entry treatment is the long-term solution for regionally isolated small systems, or for domestic wells where consolidation is not a feasible solution. We also added information on a cost-sharing approach we are working on with the Central Valley Salinity Coalition to supplement well sampling efforts with safer funding. Next, please. And continuing on, we've added a subsection on contaminants of emerging concern or other contaminants without maximum contaminant levels, to consider funding of well testing for these contaminants, as well as potential future pilot studies to explore treatment options. We've added discussion of different types of data to be tracked this fiscal year around cost effectiveness and administrative efficiency. And lastly, as mentioned earlier, we are starting to track basic information related to racial equity and environmental justice with the hopes of establishing appropriate target goals in future years. Next, please. And lastly, I wanted to note the concurrent targeted amendments to the policy for developing the fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, initially adopted last year in May. Based on recent legislation, we are proposing additions to the policy text in these following areas. We've noted new consolidation authorities that will be effective January 1st for at-risk disadvantaged community or DAC systems, or for a DAC that is substantially reliant on domestic wells identified as being at risk. There is also a new eligible recipient type for safe and affordable drinking water funding, the technical assistance provider, which is defined as a person, including a privately owned public utility, whom the State Water Board has determined is competent to assist a water system by providing administrative, technical, operational, legal, or managerial services. The proposed amendments would delegate authority to the Division of Financial Assistance's Deputy Director to further develop criteria and evaluation factors for technical assistance providers, and this would be incorporated into the policy as future Appendix C. And lastly, we've noted new advanced payment authorities and are in the process of establishing criteria. And so the proposed amendments would also delegate authority to the Division of Financial Assistance's Deputy Director to approve advanced pay guidelines to be incorporated into the policy as future Appendix B. And with that, I'll conclude the presentation and we can take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Oaxaca. Board members, any questions or comment at this time? We have 3 commenters, I believe, for the item as well. Okay, hearing none, we can move to our first commenter, which is Eric Oriana.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Eric Oriana here, policy advocate with Community Water Center. And I wanted to thank, excuse me, sorry about that. Wanted to begin by appreciating the hard work of the State Water Board staff in responding to our comments and diligently addressing our comments in a revised fund expenditure plan. Specifically, we wanted to acknowledge the fund expenditure plans authorizing PFAS domestic well testing as part of the SAFER program. We hope that this effort will help us better understand the presence and the impact of PFAS on rural communities. Additionally, we encourage the board to continue to develop model goals and timelines for SAFER project types so that we can collectively better assess progress, escalate interventions where needed, and have more public transparency, particularly with impacted communities, on where we're on track and where we need to lean in further. We understand there will be discussion at the November SAFER Advisory Group, and we respectfully request a full board discussion on this topic, hopefully in this year, or if not, early next year. In regards to the SAFER program and the CV salts coordination, we appreciate the board staff working to set target timelines for agreements to be in place. With that said, we're concerned of the CV salts program's ability to carry out its intended responsibilities, especially since various management zones have done a very poor job of engaging nitrate impacted communities. We want to note that it's possible that the SAFER program is testing for nitrates in areas where management zones should be conducting well testing, and we strongly urge the Water Board to build into the potential SAFER and CV salts agreement the ability to recover SAFER funds used to test for nitrates and address nitrate exceedances in areas where there is a responsible management zone. Additionally, we wanted to appreciate the fund expenditure plan's revision to specify that SAFER program funds are meant to address funding gaps and would recommend stronger language be added to specifically note that the SAFER program should not be used to fill in gaps that result from GSA's unjust and unreasonable impacts to drinking water wells. The SAFER program was not developed to fill in for negligent GSAs that are flouting their responsibility to mitigate impacts to drinking water. Furthermore, Community Water Center has consistently heard concerns from our community partners on the lack of drinking water monitoring occurring for domestic well users across the state. We understand that in many regions, we're severely lacking representative groundwater monitoring, and we urge the Water Board to expedite private domestic well testing so that California can significantly address the 80,000 private domestic wells at risk in the state. Lastly, we appreciate the State Water Board's presentation on drought, the highlighting of the importance of consolidations, specifically for private domestic well communities, and the coordination the board is having with the Department of Water Resources and counties across the state. We would appreciate more information regarding what counties are interested in developing a county level program. And then we wanted to recognize the hard work the Water Board has done to begin implementing the SAFER program. And we also recognize the hard work that remains ahead to ensure the human right to water for all Californians. We're grateful to the board for allowing us the opportunity to share additional comments on a revised fund expenditure plan, and sincerely thank you all for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Adriana. I appreciate the consistent engagement around the fund expenditure plan and all the SAFER work truly here and helping us better connect the dots around the possibilities to do better by our work and especially by our communities. So just thank you. Really appreciate the good comment and engagement here. And I'll just note for folks in the program, I'm continue to be concerned that we're really missing an opportunity with CV salts and the management zones and districts in their work currently and ours in making sure that if we are going to be touching households, if the management zones are going to be doing so for nitrate testing, there's a real critical opportunity to make sure that we're testing for other constituents and contaminants of concern. We don't have a lot of dollars in this space to begin with. And so really seeing that potential maximized between the management zones and our own work is really, I know, something that's front of mind for all of us board members here. And we continue to figure out how do we incentivize what is just such overlapping and critical need in knowing that these resources come so sparingly to begin with, and that coordination could really better maximize them. So just thank you. I appreciate the continued flag and comment around those issues, and I just plus them up for folks here as well. Next, if anyone has any comment or question, please just interrupt. Next, then we have Ivy Britton. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm Ivy Britton with the Association of California Water Agencies. We submitted public comments regarding the draft 2021-22 fund expenditure plan. We really appreciate those comments that have been addressed. And we recognize that there may be sufficient funding this year, so prioritization may not be an issue. But moving forward, we do request the State Water Board consider prioritizing known failing community water systems and school water systems over at-risk systems in order to protect public health. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the comment. Then next we have Crystal Gonzalez.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, Chair and board members. Crystal, with Clean Water Action. Again, I just wanted to reiterate, we really appreciate the efforts made by staff to thoroughly respond to comments submitted and in general, the work that's gone into implementing the SAFER program. I will be focusing my comments on the O&M pilot, or O&M specifically, and we're interested in continuing to engage and look out for further updates on that pilot study and the development of funding guidelines and eligibility in the 2022 expenditure plan, along with the refinement of the affordability assessment. As we all know, this is critical in assessing solutions that support affordable water access as low-income households. There are low-income households who spend up to 10% of their paycheck on water. And we also understand that this has been a topic of interest in the SAFER Advisor Committee from, me listening in. And so I think those discussions have been really critical and informative for me as well. And I think we look forward to continuing to see the work informed by these insightful discussions. And additionally, we are in support of the comments provided by Community Water Center. And then on another note, I just wanted to share my appreciation for the summary of demographic information for the projects with committed funding. I think that was a very interesting inclusion and transparent. And I think that's newer, right, in this overview of the updates of the program. And so I just wanted to flag that too. And that was very interesting to see as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Can you all see or hear me okay? I was having some issues with my Zoom platform. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for your comments. And other board colleagues, anything to add before we wrap up? Would need a motion, but anything further to add?
I'll add, thank you. And I just definitely want to start by just thanking all of the SAFER staff and particularly all the Division of Financial Assistance staff that not only helped put this or worked on putting this together, but also really addressing all of the comments and just continued reflection and learning that I think this program really exemplifies. I think there's a great, as one of the commenters said, just a great model of transparency here. I really appreciate breaking down all of the funding sources, where money went, what new funding sources we have, and how those complement this. It's this crazy puzzle that fits together, and we are just in such a fortunate time to be able to have so much additional funding. Truly, for me, has been the first time I've ever experienced that opportunity. And so, I think as we look forward and I think this was really reflected in the fund expenditure plan, and also just what I know staff are working on across all of SAFER staff, is welcoming this opportunity to really further expand the scale and and geographic reach and hopefully speed of project development. We have a list between the over 300 human right to water systems and the over 600 at-risk systems, close to 1,000 systems that are either already failing or on the verge. And to meet those demands statewide of developing projects that can take advantage of this funding, that are doing justice to the human right to water, that is just going to take an even larger scale than what we have already in terms of on the ground support, technical assistance providers. And so I'm just really welcome the opportunity to have more broader ability to engage with technical assistance providers that the new legislation and the policy allows. Similarly with scale, just accelerating project development. Again, we have a unique funding opportunity in terms of infrastructure funding and making sure we can get projects to the point to access this funding is critical, and especially for consolidation projects, things just take a long time. And so I really appreciate the staff's work and stakeholders' engagements and just really examining and even stepping up and stepping back and thinking out of the box on how we can both accelerate our processes internally in terms of division of financial assistance, processing, finance times, and but also how we are looking at project development more holistically. So how are we able to accelerate and use different tools to bring folks to the table and get consolidation projects moving much faster than so far they have. And also how to help make sure that those projects are really truly resilient and not kind of band-aids that tend to be faster and easier. Of course, if there is a fast, easy project, we got to get those done. But unfortunately, a lot of times they aren't, which is why we are in the situation we're in so many communities. So I think having really robust community engagement, using different enforcement and implementation tools that we have at our disposal, I think is critical for doing justice to the needs and opportunity and just ultimately being able to achieve the ambitious goals that we've set for ourselves as a state. So just really appreciate this work, appreciate the work of staff and stakeholders and just the ongoing kind of culture and program that I think this program has really developed and continues to exemplify. Thanks. And I'll make a motion to adopt whenever after, but of course want to leave time for other folks to chat.
Here. Just thank you. What comes to mind is it truly feels like a generational moment with the resources here, the data, and here even discussions still in DC about really increasing that federal support that complements what's been the state lead here in developing funds, in developing information, and could really use that federal support as well. So here, board member, I think we're very fortunate for the opportunities we have, and we just need to keep doing more and really scaling, as you said. So thank you. Other colleagues?
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments from both of you, actually, and well said. So I won't repeat that. And the thanks to the staff and stakeholders and everyone who's been engaged with this really remarkable program as it's developed and evolved over the past 3 years. And I just wanted to call out my particular thanks this time, just in looking at the fund expenditure plan for thinking about the need to be forward thinking in terms of emerging contaminants to allow better, more comprehensive testing for domestic wells, and to also incorporate the ability to start planning for known contaminants for systems that will be facing those, even if they're today unregulated, but starting to get plans in place to address them down the road. So we just heard this morning in an earlier item from Darren Prohimus with Division of Drinking Water about the likelihood of a hexavalent chromium maximum contaminant level being proposed here soon in the next few months. And so that's a good example of where we can step up, start the planning processes now where they haven't already for water systems, and really start to accelerate and shorten the time it takes, to Board Member Firestone's point, to get projects implemented, because the planning will have been done or started, and we'll better understand the challenges that those water systems are facing. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Yeah, it's not lost on me. Just last week, Arvin finally came out from under their order from EPA for arsenic, and that was a standard, just updated 15 years ago. So let's not allow these standards to hit our communities and have to wait a decade to meet them. You're here. Other board colleagues.
I'll just say a few words, just really want to echo what's already been said. Don't want to take up more time, but compliments to the staff and all of the stakeholders. This has just been so exciting to be on the board long enough to see such a transformational effort going on, and to see real projects getting on the ground, people that have been suffering, where their lives have changed. And so just really want to thank everyone. I look forward to the progress going forward, and especially appreciate what's already been said about leveraging this fund with others and looking at emerging contaminants, doing more because of the different pots of money that we have. And then also want to thank staff for including the good information on performance metrics.
No, I'm at the end and I have a poor internet connection, so I will just echo the comments that have been made by fellow board members, and I will second Board Member Firestone's motion to adopt.
Thank you, Board Member. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. Proudly, the motion carries and the fund expenditure plan for this year is adopted. And look forward just to continue to work. I know what we have coming up is a needs assessment update in the spring, and then already for future work on the next fund expenditure plan. And just again, incredible congratulations and acknowledgement to folks in the program, the communities that we're working with here, to be able to see that we got the 130 million out. We're getting all of the dollars out that we need here, and we're being provided, and certainly that our communities need is great to see. So thank you everyone for the good work there. I had indicated we take a lunch and then start in on item number 8. Should we perhaps, well, I was considering maybe we can go ahead and hear the staff presentation for the item, then break for lunch, and then come back for a discussion, just so that we keep things moving, or do we prefer to keep it all in a tranche, and we can take an early lunch here for about 30 minutes, if so. What's the feeling? Sorry to do this live too. Mr. Lawford, you always have good counsel on how best we should structure a discussion.
Well, certainly it's the board's pleasure. The one item I would suggest, and just so the board members are all aware of this, we do have a number of elected officials who are hoping to speak on the next item. And if we were to go ahead and take the staff presentation, which we're projecting is probably about 20 minutes, and then some of you are familiar that some of the SACWIS member agencies would present, we think that's probably about another 10 to 15 minutes. So that's 35 minutes. And then we have a cluster of about 6 council members and an assembly member. I would suggest we do all of that. We know the council has an item they need to get to later this afternoon, and that would give them some comfort in planning their afternoon.
Sounds reasonable. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Lawford. And then let's go ahead and move into item number 8. And what we'll do is take care of elected comments. And then at that moment, we'll take a lunch and then go on through the rest of the comments and then into discussion. So I welcome up folks to begin for presentation here on item number 8. Mr. Dolan, are you taking the lead? Yes, and I apologize. Actually, I believe I have an opening statement here. Let me make sure I'm doing my own due diligence and doing stating the actual opening here for the item. So one moment, everyone. I find my okay. We're now beginning item number 8. Welcome to this public hearing to receive oral comments on the proposed amendment to the water quality control policy of the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known thankfully as the once through cooling or OTC policy. This hearing is being held in accordance with the public notice dated June 14th, 2021. We will have a staff presentation by Jonathan Dolan, followed by statements from members of the statewide advisory committee on cooling intake structures and public comments. And as I said, we'll take elected public comments, break for lunch, and then continue on through the item. So following the hearing, the State Water Board will consider adoption of the amendment of the OTC policy. This item is being recorded. Mr. Dolan will now proceed with the staff presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Dolan, and I'm an environmental scientist in the Ocean Standards Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Online with me from the State Water Board are Kat Walsh, Phil Crater, Karen Mogus, and Marley Wood. I'm presenting on the proposed amendment to the water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the once through cooling or OTC policy. We also have representatives from the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, referred to as the SACWIS, and from the South Coast Air Quality Management District, who are available to respond to board members' comments and questions throughout this hearing and adoption meeting. Next slide, please. Today, I will give a brief summary of the proposed amendment and background on why it's needed, discuss comments received, summarize revisions to the staff report and the amendment, and present staff's recommendation for the board's consideration of this amendment. Following this presentation, several SACWIS member agencies, including the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, and the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, will be giving presentations or oral statements providing additional background information, clarifications, and support for the amendment. A representative from the California Energy Commission, or CEC, will also be available to answer questions and provide clarifications. Next slide. Before we dive into background on this amendment, I'd like to provide some context. On September 1st, 2020, the State Water Board adopted an amendment to the OTC policy to extend the compliance dates of several facilities, including a one-year extension for Redondo Beach. This amendment was intended to reduce projected energy shortfalls identified during the summer of 2021, while 3,300 megawatts of clean energy comes online through 2023. Preceding the adoption of this amendment, large swaths of the western United States experienced extreme and prolonged heat conditions from August 14th through 19th. This climate change-induced event impacted both demand for and supply of available energy, resulting in blackouts to large portions of the state on August 14th and 15th. Due to the blackouts, the State Water Board recognized in the resolution adopting the 2020 OTC policy amendment that the state's energy agencies may revise their forecasting models to account for high peak energy demands during widespread extreme temperature events, and may determine a need to request additional compliance date extensions to maintain grid reliability and avoid similar blackouts in the future. Next slide. Following the August 2020 blackouts, the state's energy agencies initiated a series of actions to investigate their cause and to reduce the likelihood of future blackouts under similar circumstances. On November 20th, 2020, the CPUC initiated Rulemaking 2011-003 to identify and execute all actions within its authority to ensure reliable electric service in the event of similar extreme heat waves. Additionally, Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the state's energy agencies to investigate and report on the root causes of the events leading to the August 2020 blackouts. These findings were included in the final root cause analysis report published on January 13th, 2021, and were primarily related to climate change-induced extreme weather conditions, availability of energy supply, and adequacy of market practices to meet associated energy demands. Building on these efforts, the state's energy agencies conducted a comprehensive system-wide stack analysis to compare forecasted demand to the capacity of all existing resources and resources expected to be online in 2022. Next slide. This stack analysis was conducted with two planning reserve margins, or reserve margin scenarios. The reserve margin is intended to maintain electrical grid reliability even during peak demand periods. The first of these scenarios used a 15% reserve margin, which has been California's standard since 2004. The second scenario used a 17.5% reserve margin, which was recently adopted by the CPUC as an interim approach that effectively increased the reserve margin, beginning this recent summer to address the findings of the final root cause analysis report. As demonstrated in this table, energy supply is insufficient to meet projected demand in 2022. Specifically, the stack analysis projected a 1,430 megawatt shortfall that would occur during September 2022 with a 15% reserve margin, and a 2,563 megawatt shortfall that would occur during July and September 2022 with a 17.5% interim effective reserve margin. With expedited procurement from the CPUC, this shortfall was negated under a 15% reserve margin and reduced to a 1,063 megawatt shortfall under a 17.5% interim effective reserve margin. In developing the stack analysis, the state's energy agencies pointed to multiple uncertainties that inhibit the development of a conclusive stack analysis through 2023, including uncertainty over reliability of imports, whether procurement will adequately address the net demand peak period, whether resources online today will remain so beyond 2021, and whether climate change-induced conditions that could negatively impact fleet operations, such as drought and wildfire, will occur. While a conclusive stack analysis cannot be conducted for 2023 at this time, the CEC produced a demand forecast for 2023 demonstrating an approximate 500 megawatt load increase during the net peak demand period. Taken together, these variables support Redondo Beach's extension through 2023. Therefore, the SACWIS recommended extending Redondo Beach's compliance date by 2 years at its March 26, 2021 meeting. Next slide. Since the release of the draft amendment in mid-June, there has been a lot of activity regarding system-wide grid reliability. On June 24th, the CPUC issued Decision 21-06-035, which addresses midterm reliability needs of the electrical system within the CAISO's operating system by requiring 11,500 megawatts of additional capacity to be procured. Also in late June, the president of the CPUC and chair of the CEC sent a letter to the president of the CAISO highlighting challenges to system conditions, including significantly reduced hydroelectric production due to worsening drought conditions. The following month, Governor Gavin Newsom issued an emergency proclamation to expedite clean energy projects and relieve demand on the electrical grid. Shortly thereafter, the CAISO received resource adequacy system reports that demonstrated a 400 megawatt deficiency in September 2021. On September 8th, the CEC, or California Energy Commission, adopted the 2022 Summer Supply Stack Analysis, which is intended to better inform the public about potential implications should the ongoing drought and extreme heat events persist into summer 2022, as current National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration models predict. This stack analysis accounted for both average and extreme weather reserve margins. Results of this stack analysis confirmed that additional capacity is needed in September 2022 under the average demand curve using the 15% reserve margin. Under the extreme weather reserve margin, which includes extreme heat events, potential energy shortfalls are as high as 4,350 megawatts before counting Redondo Beach's net qualifying capacity of 834 megawatts. Either reserve margin scenario results in projected shortfalls that further indicate Redondo Beach's capacity is needed to partially offset shortfalls during periods of high net peak demand. Next slide, please. Therefore, before you is the proposed amendment to the OTC policy to extend the compliance schedule for Redondo Beach. As covered in the information item on May 18th, the proposed amendment recommends a 2-year extension of Redondo Beach Generating Station Units 5, 6, and 8 to address system-wide grid reliability concerns. Next slide. And for spatial context, this map shows the location of the Redondo Beach Generating Station, which is located within the city of Redondo Beach in Los Angeles County. The facility is illustrated in the inset picture seen here. Next slide. The public comment period for the amendment ran from June 14th to July 16th, and we received 99 timely written comments. A majority of comments were in opposition to an extension, and a significant number were in favor of the amendment as well. Based on comments, revisions were made to the staff report to provide clarifications on the role the SACWIS plays in implementation of the OTC policy, as well as new information from events that occurred after the draft staff report was posted in mid-June. Additional background information was also provided on land use and air quality impacts, and several other non-substantive edits were included as well. Up next, I'll talk about comments received on how the OTC policy is implemented, grid reliability needs and considerations, and environmental impacts. Next slide. We received a lot of comments on how power plants like Redondo Beach comply with the OTC policy. There are 2 tracks by which facilities may comply, and owners and operators make their own business decisions on how to achieve compliance for each facility. The OTC policy does not require facilities to shut down or cease operations. However, this has been the path of compliance chosen by owners and operators for 18 of the 19 facilities under the policy. We included a comprehensive explanation of how facilities comply with the policy in the responses to comments. The intent of the OTC policy is to ensure cooling water intake structures reflect the best technology available for minimizing adverse environmental impacts while maintaining grid reliability throughout the state. The OTC policy, as originally adopted, acknowledges that compliance date extensions may be necessary in order to support grid reliability. The State Water Board created the SACWIS, which is comprised of 7 member agencies, including the CPUC, CAISO, and CEC, to monitor grid reliability and provide recommendations to the State Water Board in the event that extensions are necessary to ensure grid reliability and the welfare of the citizens of the state. Next slide. Many comments were received regarding the need for and the role of Redondo Beach in maintaining grid reliability. Commenters discussed reliability concerns, impacts of COVID-19, and climate change-induced events on reliability, the need for cleaner sources of energy, events leading to the amendment, and alternatives considered, energy supply in the CAISO's balancing authority area, and Redondo Beach's role in system-wide grid reliability. On this last point, Redondo Beach is generally operated like a peaker plant, meaning it is generally not operated unless dispatched by the CAISO in times of high demand, at which point it is operated to meet target energy production. This fact also means that Redondo Beach has a relatively low capacity factor, which is an annual measurement, and it has generally operated at decreasing capacity since the adoption of the OTC policy in 2010. For instance, Redondo Beach had an average annual capacity factor of 4.7% in 2012. In 2019, its average annual capacity factor was 1.6%. Additionally, this proposed amendment was developed in response to the stack analysis conducted by the CEC, CAISO, and CPUC that identified projected shortfalls in summer 2022 and uncertainty in summer 2023. The CEC, CAISO, and CPUC provided and continue to provide unanimous support for the proposed compliance date extension. The energy agencies reaffirmed that the capacity of Redondo Beach is needed to compensate for the projected shortfall in 2022 and the uncertainty posed by climate change-induced extreme weather conditions in 2023. If the extension is approved, Redondo Beach would provide 834 megawatts to fill the projected 1,063 megawatt shortage in the summer of 2022. Next slide, please. Several comments were also received regarding water quality and impacts to marine life from continuing operation of Redondo Beach. If the compliance date is extended, Redondo Beach's owner and operator will continue complying with interim mitigation requirements to mitigate the impingement and entrainment impacts resulting from Redondo Beach's use of once-through cooling water. Interim mitigation requirements consist of annual payments based on the volume of water pumped. Additionally, Redondo Beach will continue to comply with the applicable National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, permit and other associated regulatory documents, which the Los Angeles Regional Water Board is responsible for overseeing. Next slide. The impacts to marine life caused by once-through cooling were described in the 2010 Final Substitute Environmental Document for the once-through cooling policy. The graph shows historic and projected water use for all OTC facilities as a daily average in millions of gallons per day. Water use is on the y-axis and time in years is on the x-axis. As you can see, daily average water use has decreased over time as power plants have come into compliance with the OTC policy. The blue line represents design flow rates based on the current compliance schedule in the OTC policy, and the red line represents actual flow data reported by facilities to the EPA. The dashed red line projects flow rates through 2024, based on the average of data from 2018 through 2020, and modeled on the recommended compliance date extension of Redondo Beach. As shown in the figure, the projected fleet water use is still below design flow rates from the policy's compliance schedule. If the compliance date for Redondo Beach is extended, we would still be on track to meet the original intended flow reduction in the OTC policy. Next slide, please. Shifting gears now, of the comments received, some expressed concerns about unpermitted pumping and damage to wetlands on the property, and expressed a strong desire to see those wetlands protected and restored. As of August 2021, the Coastal Commission indicated to State Water Board staff that it is not aware of any unpermitted dewatering events occurring in the past year. The Coastal Commission also acknowledged that it still considers the facility to contain jurisdictional wetlands, and that continued operation of Redondo Beach will not impact those wetlands. However, a compliance date extension would delay land use changes of the facility site, such as a restoration of the site to open space and wetlands. The City of Redondo Beach, which administers a local coastal program applicable to Redondo Beach, indicated in its July 16, 2021 comment letter to the State Water Board that AES's most recent coastal development permit application was not deemed complete until October 2020, and that the proceeding is still in progress. If the OTC compliance date extension is granted, neither AES nor the current owner of the facility's property are absolved from complying with existing state and local permits, laws, and regulations. A few comments also expressed concerns that the draft staff report was misleading in its description of the loss of a $4.8 million grant previously awarded to the City of Redondo Beach by the California Natural Resources Agency for the conversion of the facility site to open space and wetlands. According to the Resources Agency, the City of Redondo Beach submitted a letter regarding the seller's retraction of the offer to sell, along with a request to reallocate the grant acquisition to another property adjacent to the power plant site. The Resources Agency was unable to accommodate the request, as property substitutions are not allowed once the grant is awarded. Further, grant program guidelines require an acquisition project to have a willing seller. Staff revised the staff report to clarify that the Resources Agency terminated the grant agreement because the seller of the site retracted their offer, and that Proposition 68 guidelines require that acquisitional projects have a willing seller. As previously stated, the majority of comments expressed opposition to any extension of this facility. However, many comments were in support of a 2-year extension. Based on the oral and written comments we've received, it is clear that the proposed extension of Redondo Beach and future use of the property have raised controversial issues with differing and strong opinions. We appreciate the comments received and recognize that these are challenging issues. However, this amendment is not the appropriate venue to determine local land use issues. If the OTC policy compliance date extension is granted, AES and the current property owner must continue to comply with existing state and local permits, laws, and regulations. Next slide. Many comments expressed concerns about impacts to air quality and public health caused by emissions from Redondo Beach. State Water Board staff coordinate closely with the California Air Resources Board and the South Coast Air Quality Management District to understand air quality impacts and associate it with still operational OTC facilities, and their compliance with all applicable rules and regulations. The California Air Resources Board's role on the SACWIS is to identify air permitting constraints related to implementation of the OTC policy, including any extensions proposed to address grid reliability, and act as a liaison with California's 35 air districts. South Coast Air Quality Management District is the stationary source permitting authority for Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach has a valid Title V permit to continue operating through February 4th, 2024, and may continue to operate so long as they maintain compliance with their permit and any other applicable requirements. Next slide. Comments received on air quality impacts focused on particulate matter, the high population density within a 1-mile radius of the facility, and visual emissions such as black smoke events. Based on our conversations with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, abnormal visual emissions, such as black smoke events, generally do not occur as part of normal operations, and typically are the result of equipment malfunctions, breakdowns, or cold starts after the plant has not been operating for a while. The South Coast Air Quality Management District indicated to staff that events resulting in black smoke have generally occurred 1 to 2 times a year based on compliance records. As of September 8th, 2021, there have been 3 breakdowns of the facility since the start of the year, with 2 of these breakdowns resulting in visible emissions. While air quality concerns are largely outside of the State Water Board's jurisdiction, these concerns were investigated and responded to extensively in the responses to comments, and the staff report was revised to provide current information. Next slide, please. We heard concerns that a full California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, analysis was not conducted for this amendment and is needed to account for environmental changes after the OTC policy's adoption, such as the confirmation of wetlands on the facility site by the Coastal Commission in 2015. In 2010, a complete CEQA analysis was conducted, which described baseline environmental conditions, including impacts caused by operation of once-through cooling facilities, including Redondo Beach. When considering the potential environmental impacts of adopting and implementing the OTC policy, the potential impacts of actions the facilities owners and operators would take in order to comply were compared to the baseline conditions existing at the time the OTC policy was adopted in 2010. Since the possibility of future compliance date extensions to address grid reliability was acknowledged in the original approval, the amendment is within the scope of what was originally adopted. Additionally, additional CEQA analysis is only required when there are new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified effects of compliance with the policy. Further, Redondo Beach is expected to operate at a lower capacity factor compared to 2010, and thus environmental effects of operation are expected to remain at or below the baseline levels established in the 2010 final SED. Staff have nonetheless drafted an addendum to the 2010 CEQA document in order to provide additional information about energy demand and frequency of operation of affected power plants. We also have our project attorney, Marley Wood, to provide some additional context on CEQA.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. As mentioned, I'm Marley Wood. I'm with the State Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes here to give you just a little bit more context on what Jonathan has been describing with reference to these CEQA issues, which I'm sure you will hear more about later during this item today. So as Jonathan explained, when we adopted the once-through cooling policy, we looked at the impacts associated with power plant operations, and that was in order to determine the environmental baseline for a CEQA analysis. And that baseline is the physical conditions existing in the environment at the time that the policy was under consideration. And that did include Redondo Beach Generating Station, which was operating at a higher level, as you've heard, a higher capacity than it now does. So we used that baseline to compare what would be the impacts of adopting and implementing the policy. In other words, that would be the impacts associated with reasonably foreseeable methods of compliance with the policy. These would be methods to reduce impingement and entrainment of marine life in accordance with Clean Water Act Section 316B. And those methods included things like installing closed cycle wet cooling, installing dry cooling, or other methods of flow reduction, like variable speed pumps. There are also physical barriers like various types of screens or velocity caps. And then again, there are also operational modifications that could have been taken to comply with the policy, such as intake location or seasonal operation. So the board looked at impacts of those methods of compliance and took those impacts into account when adopting our policy in 2010. So extending the compliance dates essentially just continues the status quo that existed prior to adoption of the policy. That's the environmental baseline that I was just referring to. That extension doesn't represent a new significant impact of adopting or implementing the policy, nor does it represent a more severe significant impact of adopting and implementing the once-through cooling policy. When you've previously done a CEQA analysis, that is the question you have to answer when you look to whether you need a new CEQA analysis. So as Jonathan mentioned, the policy as originally adopted included formation of the SACWIS to advise the State Water Board on any necessary compliance date extensions to ensure grid reliability. And adopting an extension to ensure grid reliability as is proposed here today doesn't represent a change in the policy nor a substantial change in the project. So the once-through cooling policy, sum up, anticipated that extensions may be needed, and this extension just continues the conditions existing prior to adoption of the policy. It doesn't represent a change to the underlying requirements of the policy to comply with the policy, nor does it result in new significant or more significant impacts associated with implementing the policy. And that is the analysis that informed our decision to do an addendum and the content of that addendum. So with that, I'm going to give it back to Jonathan to complete the presentation, and I will of course be here to answer any questions along with Jonathan.
All right, and next slide, please. In a letter dated June 9th, 2021, AES indicated its commitment to a voluntary environmental benefits package to enhance coastal resources in the areas affected by Redondo Beach, in the event that the State Water Board approves the proposed compliance date extension. AES expressed its intent to provide $1.5 million in grant funds for enhancement of regional wetlands projects, education and outreach in nearby disadvantaged communities, and enhancement of marine facilities during the 2-year period comprising the extension. Potential recipients of these grant funds include $1 million to Los Cerritos Wetlands Authority for wetlands restoration projects within Los Cerritos wetlands, $250,000 to Tree People for expansion of existing programs to provide education and outreach in areas determined to be disadvantaged in South and South Central Los Angeles County, and $250,000 to Bolsa Chica Conservancy for facility upgrades, educational programs, and other activities associated with the Bolsa Chica Wetlands Project. It's important to note that the voluntary payments proposed by AES are unrelated to any requirement or obligation imposed pursuant to CEQA, either by the State Water Board or Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board or any other public agency. The payments are also unrelated to ongoing interim mitigation requirements imposed by the OTC policy, which are requirements that continue to apply in full until OTC policy compliance is achieved. Further, this proposal is unrelated to and does not affect whether the board approves the compliance date extension for grid reliability. Next slide. After reviewing and responding to comments received, staff continued to recommend adopting the resolution, amendment, and supporting documentation, which would extend the compliance date of Redondo Beach until December 31st, 2023 to address grid reliability concerns. The amendment is also still unanimously supported by the energy agencies of the SWRCB. This proposed amendment balances the need for grid reliability with the protection of the state's coastal and estuarine waters. And our project attorney also, I believe, has a comment on late comments received as well.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. I just wanted board members to be aware that we have received a significant number of comments outside the public comment period. By last number, it was around 43. Staff have reviewed all of these late comment periods and have not provided an official response. They do not raise any new issues that were not addressed in our response to comments or in the presentation you've just heard.
And next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have before I turn the mic over to Edward Randolph from the CPUC and Neil Millar from the CAISO to kick off the presentations and statements from the energy agencies of the SWRCB. As a reminder, these representatives, as well as those from the CEC, the California Coastal Commission, the California State Lands Commission, the California Air Resources Board, the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and the Los Angeles Regional Water Board, are available to respond to board members' comments and questions throughout the item. On to you, Ed and Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. And it looks like no current questions, so we can go to the panel. Thank you.
Sound check, this is Ed Randolph. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Okay,
Or
great.
good
Thank
afternoon.
you. Yeah, good afternoon. I'd like to say it's a pleasure to see you, Chair, and board members again, though every time I see you, I'm presenting on the extension of a natural gas plant. At some point in time, I would like to present for you something other than the extension of a natural gas plant. But at this point, the presenters here and SWRCB and the energy agencies do think this is a necessary step. Next slide, please. And just a short overview of my comments, along with Neil Millar from the ISO's comments. The CPUC is one of 7 organizations that represent the SWRCB, the State Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures. This presentation is on behalf of the 3 energy agencies on SACWIS, the PUC, the California Independent System Operator, and the California Energy Commission, and not SACWIS as a whole, though it does reflect the recommendations of the SACWIS report. We will be speaking to section 6 of the final staff report today. We support the Water Board staff preferred approach as discussed in the excellent staff presentation and went into great detail on these issues. I think critically on this, we think these extensions are very much in the public interest as a bridge to moving to our climate future as we continue to add more and more carbon-free resources online. However, given recent events, it is obvious we need to continue to bridge to these new portfolios over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, this slide is largely repetitive of the excellent staff presentation, but the SACWIS recommendation to the State Water Board to amend the once-through cooling policy to extend the compliance dates of Redondo Beach units 5, 6, and 8 for 2 years from December 31st, 2001 to December 31st of 2023. This extension would help meet system reliability needs for the summer of 2022 for what we often refer to as the net peak hours. Those are the evening hours, particularly on hot days when solar has declining or has completely disappeared. Though on the particularly hot days, the air conditioning load across the state continues, and we need additional resources to meet demand at those timeframes. We're also recommending that the second year of the extension, since that is necessary to address uncertainty in the 2023 resource supply plan, and the CEC's forecasted 500 megawatt increase in demand between 2022 and 2023. And then the 2-year extension would minimize any regulatory risk of the agencies needing to return to the Water Board again next year if there's a further determination of need for Redondo Beach. Next slide, please. Since this has been a somewhat convoluted series of requests to the Water Board, I do think it's worth going through a timeline of events as it relates to the Southern California once-through cooling plants, and particularly as it relates to the Redondo Beach plant. In November of 2019, the PUC issued a directive to the load-serving entities under our jurisdiction to procure 3,300 megawatts of resources, largely clean, carbon-free resources, to meet procurement needs that had been determined at that time were needed due to changes in assumptions of what resources were available at net peak, as we further understood what demand at net peak was as the solar went offline, and critically changes in assumptions that we could make about available imports from other states into California at those time periods. And over time, we've can rely less and less on imports from other states at critical periods, largely because other states are also committing to climate reduction and are retiring their coal and natural gas plants and relying more on their hydro and their renewable, which then leaves less of those resources available for import into California. On January, and as part of that PUC directive, knowing that there would need to be some bridge years and some uncertainty around that procurement, had recommended the extension of the Huntington Beach once-through cooling facility for 3 years, Redondo Beach for 2 years, and Ormond Beach for 1 year. In January of 2020, the SACWIS recommended extension of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond for 3 years, and Redondo Beach for 1 year. The reason for the flipping of some of those recommendations was an agreement between the operators of the Ormond Beach plant and the local community there that would allow for collection of fees to help permanently remove the Ormond Beach plant when it was done there. So that agreement it allowed for a further operating of that plant and flipped the needs around between Ormond Beach and Redondo. However, in August of 2020, we had, as this slide says, a load shed event, what we typically refer to as rolling blackouts, on August 14th and 15th of that year. What the slide doesn't note, but is critically important to that, is the rotating outages happen on the 14th and 15th, but on the 17th, 18th, and 19th of August, and then repeating itself on the 6th and the 7th of September, we had west-wide heat events where, while there were no rotating outages, the electric grid was dangerously tight. On some of those days, the day ahead forecasts from the ISO actually exceeded available resources, and we're able to make it through those days without rotating outages, largely because of emergency orders issued from the governor, which allowed the use of diesel backup generators at industrial sites to help reduce demand across the grid, and heroic conservation efforts and other efforts across the grid to reduce load on those days. But even so, we were dependent on every resource out there, and from the CAISO standpoint, would not have been able to absorb any unplanned events on those days. In September of 2022, shortly after these heat waves, your board approved the SACWIS recommendations for this year to extend the Redondo Beach plant for a further year. If you'll recall, at that presentation, the energy agencies did note that there was further uncertainty beyond 2020, largely at that time due to concerns about supply chains and construction work that could be impacted by COVID. But at that time, we did not see specific evidence that would justify an extension of Redondo Beach beyond this summer or beyond this year, but committed to providing updated reports on ongoing construction and supply chain issues related to getting additional resources online that would eliminate the need for Redondo Beach. In January of 2020, the state agencies released what is referred to as the final root cause analysis that was looking at those August extreme heat events. I will talk about the findings in that root cause analysis shortly. But one of the results of the root cause analysis was an understanding of continued tightness in the grid going forward, and a potential need to keep Redondo Beach operating for an additional 2 years. In both February and March of 2021, responding to the root cause analysis, the PUC issued 2 decisions directing emergency procurement for more resources that would be available in 2021 and 2022. And then in March of 2021, SACWIS, noting the system grid reliability needs, recommended the extension of Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years. The proposal is in front of you now. And then in May of 2021, myself and Neil Millar presented a similar presentation on the SACWIS recommendations to the Water Board at that time. In June of 2021, the PUC, looking at a slightly longer time frame than what we're looking at here, ordered 11,500 megawatts of new capacity to be built and online by 2026. That is to meet increasing demand in the system, but also to allow for the retirement of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant and further retirement of Webster cooling plants. Next slide, please. We're waiting on the next slide. I can bring it up on my other screen. There we go. And then as we moved into the summer of 2021, we had a number of days where the grid conditions across the West were particularly tight. As most folks will recall, in June, there was a heat wave across the southwest of the United States that particularly strained the grid in the southwest and caused the CAISO to declare a flex alert there, while conditions in California, across California, were warm. It definitely qualified as a heat wave. In parts of California, they were not, at historic proportions, but because other parts of the West were, and our interdependencies on across the West, that did strain the California grid. You had similar issues with those historic heat waves that happened in the Pacific Northwest, and the interdependencies there put continued stress on the California grid. That did lead to additional analysis looking at this summer of 2021 and then at 2022, and resulted in the PUC President Batcher, and the chair of the CEC, Chair Holtzchild, sending a letter to the president of the CAISO highlighting the challenges to the system conditions out there, and including, I think, significantly for this year, and according to forecasts, is going to be very significant for next year, is reduced hydroelectric production due to the worsening drought. I'll stay on that for just a second to note that the drought conditions here are creating historic stresses on the electric system and its ability to meet that net peak, those peak demands in the middle of the afternoon, or the net peak at the late in the day. And prior droughts, you generally, when you got into August, still had enough water in the big reservoirs to produce electricity at the key hours of the day. But as some of our reservoirs have now gotten so low, and you saw in earlier presentations that they're unable to produce electricity at all, which further heightens the stress on the grid. And then in July of this year, Governor Newsom issued an emergency proclamation to expedite clean energy projects and relieve demand on the electric grid. And then the CAISO received a resource adequacy system report that demonstrated a 400 megawatt deficiency in September of this year. And then in September of this year, the CEC formally adopted an analysis of conditions in 2022 called the 2022 Summer Supply Stack analysis, which further explored potential implications during extreme heat events, kind of worst case scenario events that we have seen the last few years and need to anticipate seeing more regularly. And the initial analysis there indicated a shortfall as high as 4,350 megawatts. That shortfall doesn't include Redondo Beach when the CEC did their analysis, since the extension of Redondo Beach had not been granted, or has not been granted by the Water Board yet. It was assuming that it was not available out there. And I will note that the PUC has an open proceeding, expect issuing a proposed decision in the next few weeks, looking to add more resources for next summer. We are focused very heavily on clean energy resources we can add, largely what are referred to as demand side resources. These are resources like expanding demand response programs to reduce demand at those peak times, streamlining the ability for installation of behind the meter storage, that's storage at people's houses, but also additional procurement and construction of larger storage energy projects that could help meet that peak demand. So the PUC, in conjunction with the other energy agencies, are aggressively trying to find every megawatt of clean energy and of that we can find for next summer that's out there. But even with Herculean efforts, there's only so much that can be procured between now and then, especially when you look at the supply chain issues that we're all becoming acutely aware of right now. With that next slide, I think the next slide is the presentation of the analysis for Neil. Sorry about that. Final root cause analysis. I'll go through this real quickly here. The root cause analysis found 3 prime causes of the shortages last year. First, and very importantly, is the climate change induced extreme heat waves across the West resulted in demand for electricity exceeding the planning targets we had at the time. These extreme heat waves that were 1 in 30 or above events, as we saw this year, are becoming increasingly common. And over time, our planning assumptions are going to need to change to adjust for that. The transition to a reliable, clean resource mix wasn't keeping pace to assure that there's sufficient resources at that net peak hour and those evening hours. We've talked about that a little bit already. And then there were some practices in the CAISO's actual market mechanisms that exacerbated the supply challenges. On that last point, the CAISO has made changes to their rules that have addressed those issues and actually continues to look at their market rules and reform them so that market rules are not leading to the shortfalls. Next slide. And then I will hand for this slide over to Neil Millar.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. First, I'll do a sound check. People can hear me. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Chair Escobar, board members. Just to reiterate what Mr. Randolph said is this is not a visit we wanted to make, but under the circumstances, we feel it's necessary to support the extensions that are being recommended here. This is laying out in graphical form some of the detailed information that the staff report already touched on, but was our attempt to more clearly illustrate the situation we're in regarding moving forward into the summer of 2022. As Mr. Randolph indicated, this net peak hour at 8 o'clock, where the solar contribution has really dropped off and returning to the rest of the resources on the fleet, has had a stronger impact on our requirements than originally projected, which is part of the emphasis now on needing further extensions. This graph demonstrates the resources in place, as well as a projection of the resources we anticipate coming online by the summer of 2022. We are working both with the Public Utilities Commission and the Energy Commission to pull out all the stops on getting additional resources added to the grid, as well as ensuring that existing resources stay online. And just on that point, I can add that the ISO has also moved to retain online over 400 megawatts of gas-fired generation that would have otherwise retired, but was necessary to also keep online. So this is not the only place we're turning to. We are looking at every possible opportunity. Now, on this chart in particular, and I'll point to September being the most challenging month, being also when the hydro conditions generally are tougher, more dire shape. What we're seeing is that without the Redondo Beach unit, by counting on the full best case of expedited procurement with the Public Utilities Commission, we could just meet the 15% planning reserve margin, looking at layering that on top of a 1 in 2 load forecast level. But that actually, the concern there is that a 15% planning reserve margin is only allowing at best for a 1 in 5 load forecast variation, and is also too optimistic about the average forced outage rates of the generation fleet as a whole. The 17.5% planning reserve margin is more reflective of actual overall outage rates, and is what we've been driving towards and what we see as being necessary to meet reliability requirements. So in aggregate, we see that we're making progress, but that we still unfortunately do need to seek the extension of the Redondo Beach once through cooling requirements. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions we may be able to help with.
Thank you. Really appreciate the stack analysis and the information here, knowing that we're outside of our technical expertise when it comes to what the needs around the grid are, and ultimately just really do appreciate the granularity of the data and information and the overview of the root cause analysis findings. I don't have any further questions right now. I know we have a number of commenters, but looking to my fellow board colleagues to ensure if there's anything that they have to want to clarify now, to please do ask. Okay, seeing none, thank you. And I think what we can do now then is move on to commenters. I'd like to, as we had said, what we'll do is take the tranche of elected officials now, break for a lunch, and then come back to comments. So our first commenter here is Assemblymember Maratsushi. Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman Esquivel and members of the Water Board. I'm Assemblymember Al Maratsushi. I have the privilege of representing Redondo Beach in the California Legislature, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to once again address you on this very important subject matter. I want to first of all thank the Water Board. I know that you are charged with balancing some very important public interests, and this is no easy task. But I want to make it absolutely clear that once again, as I appeared before this board last year, I want to reiterate my strong opposition to any further extension of the Redondo Beach plant. This board, when I was in front of you, when I testified virtually in front of you last year, I heard a commitment that the 1-year extension granted through 2021 was going to be the final extension. This board needs to uphold its commitment to shut down the Redondo Beach power plant. I want to emphasize that from the eyes of the Redondo Beach residents, this commitment, it goes back, of course, to 2010, when this board first adopted the policy to phase out all coastal once-through cooling power plants by the end of 2020. In reliance on that commitment made in 2010, the city and the community of Redondo Beach has been actively planning for creating a park and to restore natural wetlands at this power plant location. Senator Ben Allen and I secured a $4.8 million grant from the State Natural Resources Agency on reliance, again, on those commitments and the plan to restore this power plant site to its natural wetland state. So this commitment, again, needs to be upheld by this board. This commitment, further extending the operation of the Redondo Beach power plant will not only impact, the over 60,000 people who live in Redondo Beach, with its local air quality, air pollution impacts, the particulate pollution, the toxic emissions, the impact on the marine ecosystem, and last but certainly not least, our statewide commitment to fight climate change. I mean, I find it extremely ironic that we are attempting to deal with the impacts of climate change, as manifested through the extreme heat episodes that we're trying to deal with, by further adding to climate change with the continued operation of these natural gas power plants. Again, the commitment was made not only to the people of Redondo Beach, but for the marine ecosystem and to fight climate change, to phase out these coastal power plants originally by the end of 2020, last year extended through 2021. We should not further erode, the meaning of a commitment with this further extension. I know that Mr. Randolph and Mr. Millar with the PUC and CAISO and the Energy Commission, I mean, their job is to make sure that when we flip the switch, we can turn the lights on. But a commitment is only meaningful if we execute it. We have to stick to our commitments so that we can all plan for it. I mean, the PUC, the Energy Commission, they need to engage in better planning and better procurement to facilitate the transition away from these coastal power plants that we have been planning for since 2010. So again, I thank the board for this opportunity to address you, but this board needs to keep its commitment to shut down the Redondo Beach power plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I appreciate your good leadership, I know, for the community and around these issues. And I know that and I appreciate the acknowledgement, these decisions don't come easy. And there's a lot of balancing, certainly, that we're called to do. When I look at the policy writ large, though, it is important to remember that there has been, and we are making incredible progress on it. And here, yes, I know it's here the balance of how we address this. This bridge, as I think we heard, but thank you. I appreciate your patience and your good comments here and representation. Thank you, Assembly Member.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Mayor Bill Brand.
Okay, thank you, Chair Escobar. Yeah, Mayor Bill Brand. I was at this a long time ago. In fact, in 2008, before I was elected official, I was at a water board subcommittee meeting up at UC Davis. Giving public comment on this once through cooling legislation. Served as council for 8 years, got elected mayor 4 years ago, and just got reelected. And yes, the community, and not just Redondo Beach, but the surrounding South Bay area, has been planning December 31st, 2020 as the retirement date. In fact, as Assemblymember Marsucci mentioned, we had a $4.8 million grant from the California Natural Resources Agency. And when this was extended last year, we assured that we'd keep that grant, but unfortunately that grant was withdrawn because of these extensions. The willing seller disappeared, and that's how it went down. And that's just and why not? Because AES is earning upwards of $40 million a year just to be on the ready. So we lost the grant. So there's been a lot of planning around these dates. I understand all these various constraints coming, and appreciate all the work everybody's doing to keep the lights on, no question about that. But these dates were established in 2010, and you've extended it, and you're gonna extend it again tonight and today. And so I just have to ask the board to send a clear message that these dates matter, and that there aren't going to be any more extensions. I know you're going to do it today. There's no way you couldn't. I mean, there's just too much has happened, and it's done. But you have to send the message right here, right now, today, that there aren't going to be any more for Redondo Beach. And that way they know that they'll have to figure something out, and they will figure it out, knowing that these are not going to be on the table 2 years from now. I don't want to be here in 2022 in the summer, or 2023, and doing this all over again. So you need to send the message that this is going to be the last extension. Let me go right to your resolution, though, that you're considering. You say that it says in number 22, the CPUC, CEC, CAISO may further revise their forecasting models. They're going to be back. They're already setting the table to be back. So you need to send the message that, we're not potted plants up here. We're not your escape hatch. You got to go figure it out. We're not extending Redondo any further after this. Because you go to number 23 in your resolution, it says, we are not retreating from our goal to phase out once through cooling. Well, of course you are. That's exactly what's happening. But hey, you've got other impacts. You got other things to consider, and I get it. But these dates have to mean something. And it's very frustrating for the communities to have to keep coming back and watch these things, these targets get moved. So send that clear message. Going right to number 28 in your resolution are the mitigations. $1.5 million for this power plant to continue to pollute our community for another 2 years. $1.5 million. I mean, that just seems just a pittance compared to the monies that they're going to earn and the impacts that they're going to impart. So you need to consider raising that figure. And if nothing else that you change today, the idea that these mitigation funds are going to the Bolsa Chica wetlands and the Los Cerritos wetlands, out of the area? I mean, you should be sending these mitigation funds to where the impacts are occurring. And we have great organizations here in the Santa Monica Bay, like Heal the Bay, like the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, like the PV Land Conservancy. The South Bay Parkland Conservancy has been working to restore and identify, to restore the wetlands and identify the bird species on the AAS site where the wetlands are. So it's, to me, outrageous that these mitigation funds are leaving the area, and their recommendations from AAS. And of course, they're directing the funds outside of the area, and they wouldn't recommend the agencies that are opposing these extensions. So you guys at least need to take a handle on the mitigations, increase them. And I would suggest, based on what you sent to Orange County, I would give $1 million to Heal the Bay. I'd give $250,000 to the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, and I'd give $250,000 to the PV Land Conservancy. These are the local agencies equivalent to those that are addressing the impacts here in this area, right here, right now. So in closing, again, I'd just like to say this is your decision. This is not the CAISO's decision. This isn't the PUC's decision or the energy. This is your decision, right? So I know you got the recommendations, but don't let them come back to you yet again asking to extend Redondo Beach. Set that tone and stick to it. The previous board, there's no one on it now, but they said December 31st, 2020, and they put a lot of work into that. And I think that has to be honored with some flexibility, which you guys are demonstrating. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Assemblymember Miritsuchi. And let me just close. There isn't a big controversy here because you got some comments supporting it. You have both our state reps, Assemblymember Miritsuchi and Senator Allen, sent you letters opposing the extension. You've got the city of Redondo Beach, you got the city of Hermosa Beach, you got the school board of Hermosa Beach, you got the school board of Redondo Beach, you got the Beach Cities Health District, and you have a whole community that's opposed to these extensions. So don't be misled to think there's some controversy because you got some few letters, and many of whom have financial conflicts of interest. So AES has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars lobbying again for these extensions. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today and your continued advocacy for your community. I do want to note the 1.5 million from AES is not mitigation or mitigation directed by the board, and just want to make sure that's clear. That is a separate activity that AES has decided to do. It is not mitigation that this board is requiring or we see needing to be required, given our already work on CEQA and this extension still following within that analysis. So just want to be clear on that, but thank you, Mayor. Next, I'd like to call up Councilmember Niles Nierenheim.
Thank you, sir. I have a slideshow as well. If we want to get that online, if we can do that, that'd be great.
Yeah, the clerk of the board should be pulling that up here shortly.
Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you very much for being here. I'm Councilmember Niels Nierenheim. Since 2017, I've representing the area. I've read the staff report and seen in my comments about many other commentaries about the power plant responded to with excuses as to why one of the oldest power plants in the state must be kept online. And I will outline 3 major excuses and offer a great solution to help us all. Next slide, please. Excuse number 1, destroying the water quality. Here we are admitting the power plant is World War II technology and the power plant is highly inefficient. The power plant was brought on to be a baseload power generation, yet we're using the facility as a peaker plant. Let me restate that. World War II baseload power plant that is one of the least efficient in the state, now being used as a peaker plant, emergency backup power. I truly hope everyone sees the irony in a state that claims to be environmentally sensitive and headed towards carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. Excuse number 2, destroying the air quality. Here we now see a world famous picture of the irregular occurrence. The excuse here is given thick with irony along with the report. This is not an irregular occurrence and happens 1 to 2 times per year, as per staff report. That's not irregular. I know this because I've took some of these pictures. They are as bad as they look. Next slide, please. Excuse number 3, hardly used. Next slide. The red curve. This red section of the graph points to time where the environmental damage of when the power plant is on but not providing any electricity to the grid. So the startup peaker plant startup time is enormous, and that is reflected in the first part of the bell curve in red. The second part is a shutdown phase. Both phases include destruction to the environment, including the quote irregular event unquote of the black soot. Very little time for power generation for the in this power plant. Next slide, please. The PV reef was created and approved by the Montrose Settle Agreement, as well as the outfall for wastewater. You know this because you approved this project, which is enormously successful. Thank you. We have our own 501c3s here in Redondo Beach, the South Bay Parklands, Heal the Bay, PV Land Conservancy, all of which can help rebuild the environment. Creating reefs, rebuilding the wetlands, native vegetation Redondo to help mitigate the environmental damage that the power plant has created over the past 50, 60 years. Next slide, please. Let's do some great for the environment and the community. Make this required or any other mitigations required. Quote, community benefits, unquote. Yet none of these organizations or mitigations are listed here in Redondo Beach or even the South Bay as a whole. There has been enough damage to this community and the environment with this power plant. Make the offer required and make the money go to local mitigations. You can do this. Your staff report has correctly identified that AES cannot be trusted because they were caught with unpermitted dewatering events, plural. The current owner has already made the same type of offer to sell land to the state or city of Redondo Beach, but has since rescinded that offer. Make this $1.5 million offer a guarantee, make some mitigation happen. You know this is not going to happen unless they are forced to make it happen as part of the resolution, as well as the mitigation efforts. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Do the right choice and do not move this power plant forward. And if you do, be sure the environment is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate your time today and your comments. Thank you. Next, I believe we have, I think it's Council Member Lowenstein. Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Todd Lowenstein. I'm a Redondo Beach City Council member in District 2, which is the district that AES Redondo is located in. I want to thank you all for your service to our state. To quote Chairman Esquivel, we don't want to be here again. Board Member Firestone commented, I think it's important for us to have our deadlines to mean something. And that's especially true when there's a decade of runway time to achieve them. I think it's really frustrating for all of us to have to extend compliance dates at a really late hour. I think it's a huge deal to do an additional amendment. And I think we all want to not have to come back next year with a further extension. And Board Member McGuire commented, I want to have as much assurance and rigor in the analysis as we can reasonably expect to say that these dates are best guess and we won't have to come back again or twice more or 3 times more. Now, these are all your comments. They're taken in context. They're not our comments. We didn't want to be here again either. Who could have predicted us being here again? Well, me for one, and I'm sure the mayor and the other council members could have predicted it. The staff report says that the director can establish compliance milestones. Which ones have been met? Why wait until 2021 to procure power generation if they've had a decade or more to do so? You might want to add that to Mr. Randolph's final root cause analysis, because that's a big one. So if there's any actual action that has been done, we'd like to know what it is. If not, that's not on you, it's on CAISO and CPUC. We were promised more than a decade ago that this old inefficient plant would stop operating. SACWIS, CAISO, or the CPUC has not provided any guarantees that AES will ever stop operating. Even the staff report says that in 2028, which is 7 years from now, new resources are going to be coming online. So 2028, they've done a really poor job of operating the grid, And yet it is our residents and neighbors in two of the most densely populated cities along the coast that suffer the bonding of your word being broken. That was done a decade ago. So my main concerns are that the administrative report is one of the most jaded reports I've ever seen. I'd like to know who wrote that. And as the mayor said, the mitigations are all in either Seal Beach or Orange County. Why aren't the mitigations for our area, as the mayor mentioned, and why are they not required? So, if you tell us this is going to be the last extension, we've heard this before. You need to tell CAISO and CPUC to find ways to keep the grid stable, but not by increasing the planning reserve margin of reserve power up to 17.5%. So by all the quotes, to summarize, by all the quotes that I've read, I know you're struggling on how to keep your word and by doing the right thing. You volunteer to protect our waters and our environment by being on this board. And a lot of people think that this is a fait accompli, but it's not too late to keep your word. Please do not extend the operations of AES Redondo beyond December 31st, 2021. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, council member. Next, I'd like to call up council member Horvath.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I don't mean to be glib or disrespectful, but after presenting to you in past meetings about the clean energy projects we continue to procure and bring online via our community choice aggregator Clean Power Alliance, I feel like I'm wasting my time here today. As a result of last year's decision, we are now faced with this decision before you today. I recall board member Firestone during her comments last year expressing some frustration and regret at the necessity to extend the AES Redondo Beach site for an additional year, and the concern that this body would potentially be faced with repeated requests in the future. And here we are. Despite well-reasoned arguments submitted and presented by the City of Redondo Beach requesting you honor this board's decade-old decision to discontinue OTC in power plants. Since your decision, the City of Redondo Beach has lost multiple opportunities in collaboration with the state to begin a plan for purchasing portions of the AES property for open space and parkland. We literally lost millions of dollars in awarded grant funds. We have also delayed ongoing discussions and opportunities with Southern California Edison to remove the 220 and 66 kV power lines stretching over a mile through our city. Without a viable future land use plan, which is now delayed thanks to the decision and precedent set by this body, this site could viably remain open beyond the proposed additional 2 years you are considering, or eventually be converted into battery backup. I get it. I saw the participant list with representatives from all the other SACWIS agencies this morning, and I knew they would each predictably have a host of scary reasons why this one tiny, least efficient plant in all of California that produces more cooling water discharge per unit energy generated than all the other 3 plants you extended combined, that barely was even able to function properly during times of need over the past year, and that is surrounded by thousands of residents in 2 cities, this plant will somehow save the grid. I respectfully disagree, and I think if you followed the mission of this organization, you would too, and vote to deny any further extensions. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate you taking the time today and for your leadership here in the community. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up council member Obaji.
All right, can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your consideration of this. I think what you've heard is from very articulate, more knowledgeable representatives than myself. And as was admitted during the staff report, you've heard from a majority of the residents saying that they do not want this power plant here anymore. What was said earlier is precisely right. If you take this power plant down, the great state of California, one of the most advanced, progressive, environmentally prolific states in the union, will come up with a solution to satisfy whatever power needs exist in 2022 on some hot day in September at 8 p.m. If not, the residents will bear the brunt of that, including the Redondo Beach residents, or the residents will adjust their consumption to address this issue, to address this need. Take a look at where the power plant sits. This is a picture. I'm not even pointing to the smokestacks and what they're polluting out, but look at where it is. There are residents all around it. What I'm pointing to here is the most dense city in the state of California on the coast, Hermosa Beach. What's behind the power plant is the second most dense city in the state of California. This is the improper place for a power plant in the year 2021. Then you guys say, you have a staffer come on and say, oh, well, screen share has been disabled, but no known unpermitted dewatering events in the past year. Well, there's a wetland there. It fills up. And when it rains, it fills up more, but water's coming up from underground. Nobody's even saying that they're monitoring it, let alone to report that there's no known dewatering. Please, you have a unanimous city council coming to you, unanimous representatives from above, from the state, from the county, our mayor that just appeared before you has lung cancer, stage 4. He's fighting to shut down this power plant so that others don't succumb to the same fate. Please heed what we are saying to you. Please respect the residents of our dense community. Please do not authorize the continued operation of this power plant. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Appreciate you taking the time today and addressing the board. Obviously, this decision doesn't come easy, and we have still a lot of folks to continue to make sure and listen to as we contemplate this very serious vote for the board, certainly. And I will just say, the challenge is always that we are here to respond to the conditions we find, and hard to tie the hands of any future board or to ever say with any certainty that we can't or won't do a certain thing. Here again, it's the judgment and call of the board, but I am frustrated certainly as well around the need, but it is certainly there. And I think if you look at this last year with drought and the intensity of the conditions we continue to find, they're stressing our systems. And so it is not an easy choice we're called here to make. But I look at the policy writ large and the improvements in it, and that we are down to but the last few here, and hearing that it's a request for a bridge for 2 more years. You know, I certainly am interested in and will continue to want to hear how we're tracking with the investments we know we need to make to ensure that we aren't here having to have a request again, but we can't predict circumstances as they may be. And we have to make sure we're evaluating conditions as they impact the entire state here. But I hear loud and clear, certainly, the positions of the mayor and the council members, and want to hear further from folks and reflect. But it's a tough balance, and just want to acknowledge that. Anything from my fellow board colleagues before we break to lunch? Again, we still have a good number of individuals to hear from and truly listen and hear from here, but want to make sure that we're creating any space and time for discussion that may be warranted. Okay, seeing nothing further, then let's go ahead and we'll take our 30-minute lunch break. I appreciate everyone's patience. I know it takes time, and I know we may lose a couple of folks because of time constraints. I know you will all have jobs, you have real work as well. So just appreciate the patience here as we then have a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we'll come back and continue to hear from all the commenters. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate the good morning. And so let's go ahead and say that we will return here at 1:40. And we'll see you all then. Thank you.
Hey. Yeah, I'm eating. Like, oh. Yeah,
We can
so
hear you.
whoops.
All right, everyone, it's 1:40. I hope everyone had a good lunch, and we can get back to our speakers here. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Miller.
So Chair Esquivel, just so that you know, Mark Miller, Lorraine Paskett, and Wiko Huerta, they're all together with AES.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that,
Sure.
Ms. Townsend. I'll treat them here, treat you all as a panel then. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair. We should also have a presentation to post.
This should be pulled up here momentarily.
Okay. Very good. Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Miller, and I am the market business leader for AES in California and the general manager for AES's Southland Generation portfolio. I'm responsible for our overall market activities in California, including support for and the development of our solar, wind, and battery energy storage activities, as well as the overall management of our Southland Generation portfolio in California, which includes the Redondo Beach Generating Station. Today, I am joined by Mr. Wiko Huerta, Director of Operations of our Southland Operating Portfolio, and Ms. Lorraine Paskett, Vice President of External Affairs for California. We'll be discussing a range of subject matters related to the Redondo Beach Generating Station, including a brief overview of AES in California, Redondo Beach operations, environmental compliance, and community benefits program. Additionally, I would like to take the opportunity to recognize and thank the Water Board staff for their hard work in managing through this very complex process. California is a global leader in advancing clean energy infrastructure and important climate change policies to achieve carbon-free energy future. Our purpose at AES is to accelerate the future of energy, together with our customers, communities, and stakeholders, through accelerated development of renewable energy, battery energy storage, and other zero-carbon energy solutions. Our purpose at AES is very much aligned with that of California's energy policies by supporting the responsible transition to 100% carbon-free energy future. Today, next slide, please. Next one, sorry. Today, AES has more than 5,000 megawatts of operating generation in the state, including 127 solar projects at a capacity of a little over 1,200 megawatts, 2 wind projects at a capacity of 116 megawatts, 1 standalone 4-hour battery energy storage system at our Alamitos Energy Facility at 100 megawatts, and a portfolio of gas generation across 3 sites, representing just under 1,350 megawatts of advanced combined cycle technology. And next slide, please. And 2,226 megawatts of thermal OTC plants. AES also has 680 megawatts of contracted solar and 970 megawatt hours of storage projects in California at various stages of construction. The Redondo, next slide, please. The Redondo Beach Generating Station has played a key role in supporting electric system reliability during 2020 and 2021 flex alert periods. Those critical days when system demand is highest and electric generation resource availability is most important. Redondo Beach serves the system by being available to respond to changing supply and demand conditions, providing ramping capabilities and supplying energy during the net peak of the day. The Redondo Beach team is proud to have supported flex alert days at 83% availability in 2020 and over 90% availability in 2021. This level of performance is a direct reflection of the operations and maintenance plans that have been implemented to support the continued reliable operations of Redondo Beach to meet commitments and support net peak energy period needs, thereby supporting overall grid reliability. Even though Redondo Beach Generating Station only operates a small percentage of its available capacity during the year, it helps to provide energy on those critical days and continues to be a valuable energy supply known as resource adequacy energy source that is dedicated to meet the needs of our customers, the electric retail suppliers in your communities who contract for reliable energy supply. I'll now pass the discussion on to Waco to cover operational and maintenance aspects of Redondo Beach.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Wiko Huerta, and I am the Director of Operations for the AES Southland Fleet. My team is responsible for the maintenance and safe operation of these units. On slide 6, you can see how the Redondo Beach unit's availability compares to their peer group in the U.S. for similar power plants. Redondo Beach has a solid availability factor at 80% or greater over the last 3 years. We continue to monitor and invest in the units to ensure safe and reliable operations. In the years displayed on the chart, the combined unit availability is strong, in many cases at or near top quartile. Our targeted availability rate is 80% or greater, which the teams work hard to achieve. We'll go to slide 7. Thank you, appreciate that. Slide 7 shows the Redondo Beach Generating Station dispatch profile during the month of July 2021. This graphic is typical of a summer operating profile. The black line on the top of the slide displays the ISO demand for California, moving up and down a typical energy cycle during a day. The light blue is Redondo Beach 8 generation, the green is Redondo Beach 6 generation, and the orange on the graph is Redondo Beach 5 generation. Notice on the days of highest demand for the ISO, how the Redondo Beach facilities responded, ramping up 1 or more units to supply energy during the peak demand, and then ramping back down to the minimum loads or offline when the demand subsides. Redondo Beach 5 and 6 can start quickly and run at very low outputs, 10 megawatts, allowing them to be ready to ramp energy output as needed. The ISO calls on and controls the units as needed. As you can see from the chart, the ISO doesn't always need Redondo Beach operating at its full output, but the units are ready and available to support the grid as needed. Slide 8, please. The AES Redondo Beach facility has a strong environmental compliance record and is in full compliance with all regional, state, and federal air quality regulations and permits. The last notice of violation was issued 10 years ago, and it was for late equipment testing. Over the last 10 years, the facility has received 10 NOVs and notices to comply for reporting and monitoring. There were no NOVs related to excess emissions. In fact, last year, the Redondo Beach Generating Station emitted less than 7% of its annual permitted emissions allowance. These exceptionally low emissions classify the Redondo Beach plant as a low priority health risk facility by the South Coast Air Quality Management District. All of these low emission factors contribute to the Southwest Coastal Los Angeles County region, where the city of Redondo Beach is located, achieving a good category, the cleanest air index for criteria pollutants in July of 2021. Thank you all again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will now turn the presentation over to Lorraine to discuss the AES Community Benefits Program.
Thank you, Waco, and good afternoon, Chair and board members. I'm Lorraine Pasquette, and I'm Vice President for External Affairs for California, and I'll be discussing some of the new AES commitments to the Community Benefits Program for this coastal region. So we continue to support investments in our communities and look forward to pursuing a benefits program that will support supplemental investments in wetlands restoration, education, outreach, and coastal access for hard-to-reach communities. During the OTC policy amendment consideration by the board last year, we created a proposal to fund $1.5 million for supplemental environmental benefits in our California coastal communities from Long Beach to Huntington Beach to Redondo Beach. This is a supplemental voluntary funding commitment above and beyond the mandatory mitigation funding contained in the OTC policy. And as part of this supplemental work, we plan to work with 3 organizations. You can see them listed on the right: Tree People, Los Cerritos Wetlands, and Bolsa Chica Wetlands. With Bolsa Chica Wetlands, we have a unique opportunity to support wetland mitigation and coastal enhancement in the marine areas near our facilities. With Tree People and Bolsa Chica, we also have opportunities to expand and build on the successful programs at these organizations for education, outreach, engagement, and coastal access with a focus on the disadvantaged community programs that they run. As you might recall, AES has sold the property at Redondo Beach, approximately 50 acres, last year to a third party. and we have a lease back through 2023 to operate the generating station. As part of this sale last year, we created a land use covenant that's filed with the County of Los Angeles that includes an open space provision. This open space provision, with continued operations past 2020 of Redondo Beach, sets aside up to 50% of the property as dedicated permanent public open space for any future use, and will commit funding for an early transition from industrial use as the property transitions away from an electric generation site. Thank you for the opportunity today to cover our community benefits program. I'll now turn this back over to Mark for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Lorraine. In closing, if the Water Board decides today to amend the OTC policy for extended availability of the AES Redondo Beach Generating Station through 2023, we at AES are committed to working with each of you and other state and local officials to continue to make this facility available through appropriate investments to maintain continued reliable operations. We also recognize the importance of meaningful community benefit programs and will work with our local stakeholders to make this a reality. On behalf of Waco and Lorraine, we thank you for the opportunity to speak today and remain available to answer any further questions that you might have. Thank you.
I appreciate the presentation and the remarks here. Looking to my fellow board colleagues in case there are any specific questions for AES, and seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it again. Next, I'd like to call up James Westbrook. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Escobar and Water Board members. My name is James Westbrook. I'm with Bluescape Environmental here on behalf of the City of Redondo Beach. I am a certified consulting meteorologist and South Coast AQMD certified permitting professional with 35 years of experience with air quality modeling and impact analysis in the Los Angeles region. Next slide, please. I know you'll agree that when it comes to the OTC policy, the Water Board has the responsibility to protect the citizens of Redondo Beach. But when it comes to air quality impact review, this is not the case with the proposed decision today. The board is relying on a 10-year-old review that's not up to date with current review standards, such as used for CEQA and by the South Coast AQMD, and what has amounted to a lot of hand waving and abdicating this important responsibility. The board staff and SACWIS have failed to mitigate public health impacts from the current and future AES plant operations for criteria pollutants like fine particulate or PM 2.5, air toxics, to look at black smoke events, and to understand the potential impact on COVID survivors, and has failed to require the plant meet current emission standards as would be equitable. The City of Redondo Beach has a simple request: do the work, complete the technical studies, and reduce the impacts before allowing continued plant operations. Next slide, please. The board staff have not reviewed criteria pollutant impacts such as fine particulate or PM 2.5. No review of PM 2.5 has ever been done for the OTC policy. What a huge omission that is. And also no review of the short-term standards that are current. So what Ms. Wood said is incorrect. There are new impacts under CEQA that have not been reviewed. Instead of doing proper review, the board has provided misleading statements to suggest everything is fine. Review is not needed. How do you know if you have not done the work? You can't build an apartment building, a fast food restaurant, or gas station without meeting current air quality review standards and then mitigating the impacts. Here we have a large, old, relatively dirty pollution source not being held to the same standards as everyone else, not even close. The board needs to complete air quality modeling to understand what the impacts really are and reduce them to protect public health. Next slide, please. This picture is from actual air quality modeling done for the facility, showing what concentration pattern might look like. You can see how the impacts impinge downwind on the bluff area where there are many houses and not far from an elementary school. This is the kind of review and modeling the board's failed to do and needs to be done before you approve the extension proposal. Next slide. The same with air toxic impacts on public health. Staff have failed the citizens of Redondo Beach. The board says the South Coast AQMD does studies, but the last study was done in 1998. In 2015, the health standards were updated to protect children in schools. These guidelines have not been used in an updated study for this facility. How do you know whether there's a health risk issue if you have not done the work? Thousands of people have been exposed to these emissions for years and will continue to be. The board needs to do a new health risk analysis to see what the impacts really are, mitigate those impacts, and protect public health. Next slide. Of course, we've heard a lot about black smoke events, which are not covered by South Coast AQMD. Clearly, particulate events impact public health, need to be studied. Next slide. The board acknowledges there may be impacts of the plant on COVID-19 survivors. A study just came out from Penn State that shows that more than half of COVID survivors experienced long-term COVID. 6 in 10 survivors had chest imaging abnormalities, and a quarter had difficulty breathing. But the board's willing to wait for information for up to 2 years from the ARB on what these plant impacts might be on these survivors. This is a failure on the part of the board to do what is right by COVID survivors in the area. Next slide. And finally, new power plants built today must meet clean emission standards. This OTC policy bypasses those standards. It's not right, it's not equitable for the board to allow this high health burden on the citizens of Redondo Beach when other cleaner plants can be dispatched instead. To make this decision equitable, the lowest achievable emission rates should be required by the board. Next slide. In summary, the city of Redondo Beach asked the board to do the work and correct these significant failures to protect public health from the impact of the AES Redondo Beach plant air emissions. Complete air quality modeling, monitoring, complete health studies, whatever you need to do, require the mitigation to reduce the impacts to acceptable levels in such a densely populated area, require the current emission standards just like all the other plants have to meet, and postpone this decision until the work is done and the results are shared with the public. We ask that you rise to meet your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Appreciate your time and your presentation today. Thank you. Next, we have Leah Silverthorne.
Hi there. Good afternoon, board members and staff. Leah Silverthorne, Senior Policy Advocate with the California Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I am here on behalf of California's Cal Chamber's 14,000 member companies, all of which are reliant on a continuous source of electricity in order to meet the needs of California's 40 million people. Last year, we supported the extension of the facility for the recommended additional time, but I would note that staff did note that additional extension could be necessary to meet reliability needs. So although not within the board's jurisdiction, I do appreciate all the detailed analysis today and responses to concerns raised by parties concerned with primarily with issues unrelated to the once through cooling policy. And although I appreciate that some would prefer the plant be retired as originally planned, as has been discussed in detail, a thoughtful short-term extension is necessary to meet projected energy shortfalls during the next 2 summers, and it's consistent with the underlying scientific basis for the once through cooling goals set by this board. This summer's blackouts were really barely avoided. In fact, they necessitated Governor Newsom's calling on Cal Chamber members' companies to implement substantial short-term cutbacks during peak demand just to avoid those blackouts. So companies continue to make investments in demand-side resources to reduce demand, anticipating these additional shortages, but this extension is going to be necessary to get us through this. So with any major shifts in energy policy, obviously there will be some growing pains. So here we moved very quickly on renewable resources that are dependent on weather, and fast ramping resources were retired early. So combined with increased heat and drought and future climate impacts, we're scrambling to avoid these power outages until sufficient storage resources are built and come online to store those renewable resources. This process at the utilities is well underway, and those resources are coming, but we must ensure that the lights remain on during this transition. So growing pains do require that all parties be creative and flexible, and California's businesses will continue to do their part when called upon to assist with these growing pains. But until then, a short-term extension of this plant, until those resources come online, is really necessary and an appropriate interim step to avoid blackouts during peak demand for the next 2 years. So I appreciate all the work of the board and the staff in evaluating this pretty tricky situation, and look forward to further discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Silverthorne. Appreciate your time today and providing comment to us. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ray Morales.
Hi, I would say good morning, but it's good afternoon now, everyone.
My name is Ray Morales, and I'm a pastor with the Anchor Church of downtown LA. I'm here today to speak out against the injustice that would befall the vulnerable population of Southern California. If the short-sighted action of not extending the operations of the AES power plant in Redondo Beach is taken, let me just be clear. Every year going forward, as bad as it may sound to say this, California is going to face hot summers with a chance that our power grid will fail, leaving people without electricity, without their fans, without their medication, and leaving people without, we're leaving people with spoiled food in their kitchens if we do not act. It is important to me personally, in the pursuit of equity and justice, that we acknowledge that the closing or the continued operation of it is an issue of social justice. Please support the 2-year extension and do not let us sit vulnerable when the answer is before you guys. Thank you, and God bless you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. Appreciate you taking the time and engaging with the board here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Clark, who will be followed by Emily Parker.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I am Brian Clark from Redondo Beach, and I just wanted to support denying the extension of the AES Redondo plant. Thank you so much for letting us comment and for all the work you do. I watched all day today, and so many experts are here, and you're all so amazing and professional, and it's just really impressive. I mean, you made a woman cry about salmon, and the work you're doing is amazing. But if you decide to extend this plant, you're failing as a group. Our whole government is actually failing us. You need to keep your previous commitment and do the job of the board. I don't really understand as a resident how I can get solar panels, batteries, electric cars. I can spend a huge percentage of my income trying to mitigate climate change. And the state of California with billions of dollars and resources, and it can't keep up its own rule that it gave itself to close this plant. I don't understand it. I'm putting so much effort into this personally. Why after 12 years, you guys can't do this? It makes no sense. And maybe the biggest mistake of this decision would be, I don't think you realize your own power. If you say no to this, you would send a signal to the entire industry in California that you're not going to do this anymore. Industries will adapt. They always do. They always go where the money is. They will read the tea leaves, and you're enabling them right now. So I don't really want to hear plant safety reports or hear my health and the future of our planet referred to as growing pains or a tricky situation. I don't want to talk about $1.5 million in mitigation funds or whether this will be a park or a condo. I want to sleep at night knowing that my children and the ones I care about in this world are going to wake up to a world we can live in. You have the chance to make that happen. If you don't want to, residents like me will keep pushing until you do. And I invite everybody who's watching who's a resident who feels similarly to rise up. Thank you, and good luck with your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Really appreciate your time today and engaging here with the board and your obvious perspective. It's really important to us in our decision making, so thank you. Ms. Parker. And next after Emily Parker will be Hector Rosales.
Morning, and thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the State Water Board. For the record, my name is Emily Parker. I'm speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay, an environmental nonprofit based in Santa Monica, just north of Redondo Beach. I'd like to briefly thank Assemblymember Maritsuchi, Mayor Brand, and Council members Nierenheim, Lowenstein, Horvath, and Obraji for their poignant comments earlier this afternoon, and for the recognition given to Heal the Bay for our work in the Santa Monica Bay region. Continuation of once through cooling operations at the Redondo Beach generating station must not be allowed to continue beyond December 31st, 2021. We urge the State Water Board to reject the proposed additional 2-year extension for this facility today. If this extension is considered, AES Redondo Beach must assess potential negative impacts of the requested additional 2 years of OTC operation through an updated environmental impact report, and they have to be responsible for mitigating any additional impacts that are identified. Additionally, if this extension is considered, we also urge the State Board to increase mitigation fees to appropriately mitigate the continued degradation of California's coast and marine life. At a minimum, the mitigation for the extended use of these plants should be twice as much as the existing interim mitigation calculation, particularly considering the inefficiency of the Redondo Beach facility. Alternatively, the board could include a flat $10 million mitigation fee for operations to continue beyond the original compliance deadline, in addition to the existing mitigation cost per gallon of OTC water, which should be adjusted for inflation at this time. Recognizing the significant negative impacts of OTC operations on California's fisheries, estuaries, bays, and coastal waters, we're disappointed that the Redondo Beach Generating Station was granted a 1-year extension beyond the 10-year grace period that was originally allowed, with no additional mitigation fees. The request for an additional 2-year extension of operations beyond this 10-year grace period and the 1-year extension is unacceptable. We urge the state board to reject the proposed extension, or at a bare minimum to require additional mitigation fees and an updated environmental impact assessment. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today and for your consideration of our recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Parker, for your engagement and for sticking with us here. I know it's been a long morning already, but thank you. Really appreciate your engagement and comments. Next, I'd like to call up Hector Rosales, who will be followed by John Hunter. And Mr. Rosales, you should be invited to unmute and or share your camera. And I see Mr. Moses. Oh, there you are, Mr. Rosales. Yes, and Mr. Moses, I see your hand up and I can take you out of order here in a moment. Mr. Rosales.
Good afternoon to the members of the board. My name is Hector Rosales, and I'm speaking on behalf of Metropolitan Plumbers Local 78 this afternoon. We support the extension of the power plant operation. This plant, like the others which already received a longer extension, is part of our energy network. In addition to providing many good middle-class jobs for Southern California, its operation ensures that we will not be caught unprepared for the peak energy needs. Please approve the two-year extension at the Redondo Beach plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales. Mr. Moses, and then we have John Hunter.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Moses. I live in Redondo Beach. I live closer to the power plant than anyone who has spoke about it so far. It's right out my back window. It is a constant degradation to the quality of life in Redondo Beach. The board's mission statement is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources. Please do not fail your mission. Please do not fail your mission. And I recommend the board take no action. This is alternative 3. Just let the clock run out on AES. Then you can leave this meeting feeling like you did something good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Appreciate your comments here today. Thank you. Then back here we have John Hunter, who will be followed by Sean Silva. Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Hunter, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the city of Redondo Beach. So if I could have the next slide, please. The state board is to be commended for recognizing the environmental damage caused by once-through cooling water and adopting the 2010 policy, which called for the Redondo Beach generating station to come into compliance in 2020. This has been extended once and now is being proposed to be extended again. Could I have the next slide, please? By way of background, I have extensive experience in watershed and water quality monitoring issues. I'm president of John L. Hunter and Associates and work closely with multiple watershed groups, and currently working with over 40 municipal clients in Los Angeles County. I'm going to be limiting my comments and concerns to the impacts of 3 things: impingement, entrainment, and thermal effects. So if we could have the next slide, please. The impact of once-through cooling water is well documented, and I'll not go into extensive discussions in my 3 minutes or so. I will point out that in their 2005 report, the California Energy Commission reported that once through cooling water is responsible for ocean degradation through the intake of large volumes of water. And if we could go to the next slide. Impingement occurs when fish are trapped against the intake screens. And I know they're just fish, but when you get stuck against a screen and can't get away and until you starve to death, that's got to be a pretty horrible way to go. If we look at the next slide, and we look at the intersection of the green lines, that's the average, we'll say, fish kill estimated, almost 23, over 2,300 fish every year that suffer that fate. So if we go to the next slide, entrainment, that occurs when smaller organisms pass through the screens and are drawn through the cooling systems. Mortality to those organisms is virtually 100%. So if we go to the next slide, and we once again look at the green, the intersection of the green lines, the Redondo Beach units are responsible for killing an estimated 250 million organisms every year. So over a 30-year, next slide, please. And over a 30-year monitoring program, the density of larval fishes in Kings Harbor is reported to have decreased substantially, in part under the influence of the plant's flow. So my final point is to address thermal, which is the next slide. Thermal effects from the discharge of warmer waters can have a harmful effect. Primarily, it's on the non-mobile organisms that can't get away. More studies are actually needed to identify specific impact to King Harbor and the adjacent areas. Although I will say that recent reporting indicates that the change in temperatures may not be that significant. Next slide, please. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. In conclusion, granting the proposed extension will allow these adverse impacts to continue for another 2 years, and this should not be allowed to happen. All right, and final slide. Thank you, and I'm available for comments or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Appreciate you taking the time here and the presentation before the board. It is enriching our discussion, certainly, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sean Silva, and then we'll be followed by Colin Diaz. And Mr. Silva, there you are. Good to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Silva, and I'll be speaking on behalf of CREED LA today. So we're here once more to speak in support of the extension of the operations of the AES plant in Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years, as we spoke at the previous hearings, and in line with the extensions already granted by the State Water Resources Control Board and in place for the other 3 power plants. So we're pleased to see that the most recent State Water Board staff report is now fully aligned with the assessment from CPUC, CAISO, CEC, all of the above regarding the projected shortfalls and grid reliability concerns that we have seen in the past. And the recommendation therefrom to extend Redondo Beach's OTC power plant operations are critical at this time in our view. As has been highlighted before, not only in meeting rooms like this, but out there in the world, over the last year, especially, California continues to face a lot of climate-related challenges, and I just don't think that there's an appropriate time to limit California's energy responsibilities. But if there ever was one, this isn't it. California's energy independence and its ability to project resources to people who need it, especially communities who are, or communities which are not affluent and not on the coast, is outside of the realm of question. It's very important that we're able to do that still, and especially because the climate will continue to change, and we'll need to continue to be able to be responsive and deliver the best results that we can, especially with the projected shortfalls that we might face in the future using the predictability of the past. So we believe that it would be a detriment to the state as we enter, another year with another capability to act like the year before, to deal with things this way and not to extend it. So with the additional pressures of the pandemic and, that we don't know the extent of that in the future, and many people remaining at home, which is still the case, the energy uncertainty exceeds the reasonable limits for us to be toying around with the idea of removing one of our very valuable assets along the chain of providing energy. So we urge the board to address this issue head on and to allow this power plant to keep functioning by approving the proposed 2-year extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Really appreciate the comments and the engagement today. Thank you. Next, call up Colin Diaz, and who will be followed by Scott Wetch. And for those of you here on the platform, we do have a ticker here which can help you prepare if you're going to be coming up and speaking here next. So, Mr. Diaz. And you should be invited to unmute here and or share your camera. And if having an issue, we can move on to Mr. Scott Wetch.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Chairman, members. Scott Wetch on behalf of the California State Pipe Trades Council, the State Association of Electrical Workers, the Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers, the Elevator Constructors Union, and the California Coalition of Utility Employees, combined representing 250,000 workers in California. We believe that Mr. Randolph made a very compelling argument in regards to reliability and the need for reliability that Redondo provides. But what hasn't been focused on is the role that Redondo could play during emergency outages. In October of 2019, the Saddle Ridge Fire knocked out the major transmission line along the eastern corridor of the LA Basin. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was able to avert a week-long outage, which would have led to both an economic and public health catastrophe by utilizing their gas-fired OTC plants. If that fire or a future fire were to encroach along the western corridor transmission system, Redondo would be equally as essential to keeping the lights on and avoiding a catastrophe. The opposition makes it sound as if this is some sort of an arbitrary extension, when in fact, we are in the middle of a global energy crisis that has been exacerbated by a pandemic-caused supply chain disruption. Finally, we cannot ignore the environmental elephant in the room that nobody has talked about. The state of California has been forced to bring in large diesel generators to help keep the lights on over the past 2 years during flex alert days. Even Mr. Westbrook, on behalf of the city of Redondo, would have to agree that reliance on these diesel peakers are far more damaging in terms of criteria pollutants, CO2, and NOx. And I think it's important to note that we should think about communities of color and the economically disadvantaged communities that are being forced to carry the burden of those diesel generators, rather than only listening to one very wealthy coastal community. So keeping Redondo operational, in our view, is not only the responsible thing to do, it's the environmentally appropriate thing to do. So we would urge your approval of this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wetch. I appreciate your time today and engaging here and your comment. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe it's David Tannenbaum. Oh, and before we actually move to that speaker, I apologize. I do notice, Mr. Colin Diaz, you are back here on the platform. And if so, if you're ready to provide comment, please do. I'll note as well, we have a lot of individuals to try to get through. We're equitably going through and in order of received. A speaker card. I do notice folks having hands up here and there. I will try to get to you and have a moment if you're really running out of time, but I would ask that we try to keep this orderly. Otherwise, it can start to get a bit much. But Mr. Diaz, please.
Chair, thank you, and fellow board members. I apologize. I'm up at Dodger Stadium and there's no reception up here, so I found one spot that actually works. But good afternoon. My name is Colin Diaz. I'm the president and CEO of the Culver City Chamber. I'm here today to speak on behalf of more than 500 members of our business community, asking you to support the extension of the AES power plant in Redondo Beach. As you are aware, rolling blackouts, power outages, and questions about reliability are plaguing our community at a time when we're already dealing with health and economic impacts of coronavirus. The pandemic has slowed the implementation of renewable energy products. The solar generation that is already in place is not sufficient to handle the power demands after the sun goes down in a work from home environment, as we are in the throes of a drought and record-setting heat waves. This is not the time to gamble with the future of California's energy reliability. Global warming, means that we are bound to experience even more intense heat waves and increasingly frequent and severe wildfires that threaten the power on which all Californians rely. This OTC power plant provides an emergency energy source of power that will help make sure our lights stay on and businesses continue. Shutting this plant down right now is short-sighted and perhaps even dangerous, since once it is retired, it cannot be restarted. California desperately needs the capacity provided by AES plant. The ability to count on plants like this to provide emergency power to the grid during high demand situations and in the midst of heat waves far outweighs the minimal environmental impacts of their continued operations just a few more years. Moreover, the extension through 2023 will allow for renewable energy generation to come online and for the CUP to more closely study scenarios involving severe weather and out-of-state emergency procurement and provide more reliable estimates for our state's power needs. Do not wait until it's too late to protect what is truly our last line of defense against blackouts and power outages that impact our economic and physical health. We strongly encourage you to support the extension of the plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Appreciate you sitting with us here and providing a comment. Thank you. Next, I think we have Nick Garelli. Apologies, Nick Garelli. And Mr. Tatumbaum, I apologize, it doesn't look like you're currently on the platform. If you're having difficulty getting on, please do email commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And that goes for any other folks that are looking to comment and are perhaps not here on the Zoom platform yet. Mr. Garelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm obviously not at Dodger Stadium, but do wish I could be. My name is Nick Garelli with the law firm of Richards, Watson, and Gershon. I'm appearing on behalf of the city of Redondo Beach once again on this matter. Obviously, the city's disappointed that it is once again here opposing the OTC policy extension. It was just a year ago when the city appeared to oppose a troubling decision to extend Redondo Beach's compliance deadline through 2021 by 1 year. Despite that 1-year extension, the city took a measure of comfort that the board would not consider a further compliance date extension for Redondo Beach, absent some catastrophic or unforeseen circumstances. Yet here we are, opposing another extension of Redondo Beach's compliance deadline for 2 years, despite little change in the energy forecast, let alone a catastrophe. For example, Ormond Beach is roughly twice the size of Redondo Beach. So without Redondo Beach, the grid would still have more than SWRCB told us they needed last year. The city has established that another extension of even 1 day causes significant environmental impacts that were never analyzed in 2010, and they're not adequately analyzed now. We have energy, air, and water quality experts that have explained these new significant impacts. The staff report seeks to provide another pass to never consider these environmental impacts based on a technical CEQA baseline argument. This is a disturbing approach to environmental policy. because it locks yourself into 2010 as a status quo, and to use that technology as an indefinite path forward to never consider these environmental impacts. The board shouldn't rely on this approach when, as here, circumstances have clearly changed and new information demonstrates that another extension causes significant environmental impacts. We don't believe you can make the findings to address this extension through an addendum under CEQA. The power plant's operations have changed. It no longer operates on a regular basis, but instead as a peaker plant. When it fires up, it generates intense air quality emissions with very real health effects on the densely populated community. The water quality and biological impacts of this extension, as Mr. Hunter had said, are not being reduced in the way that the staff report contends. Instead, aquatic life is continuing to be harmed through impingement and entrainment. There's a lot of back and forth on whether this extension is going to or not going to have environmental impacts. But you won't know that decision, that outcome, unless you do the research upfront and prepare a proper CEQA analysis. Turning to the Clean Water Act, the continued extension of the OTC policy also violates EPA's power plant regulations under Section 316B. Redondo Beach was required to implement the best available technology as soon as practicable. The technology in the staff, as the staff report discloses, is closed cycle, wet cooling, or an equivalent. But no effort's been made to explain why, after over a decade, transitioning to such a system is impracticable. The city is concerned that AES will never implement best available technology so long as there is a perceived need for more fossil fuel electricity. While AES has made clear that it intends to close Redondo Beach rather than come into compliance, that isn't what the OTC policy requires. The OTC policy does not require power plants to shut down, and we've heard your staff say that over and over. They must be modified in order to achieve compliance with best available technology. There is no basis for an extension after 13 years. It appears that the policy really is no longer intended to transition OTC power plants to out from once through cooling. Instead, the apparent goal is to maintain the status quo while requiring only interim mitigation. This is a fundamental change in circumstances surrounding the OTC policy that should be considered as part of a CEQA analysis. And finally, I'll note that AES had mentioned that they'd be in full compliance with their permits for the next 2 years. I do encourage you to review their compliance with their NPDES permits, because from time to time there are effluent exceedances that they are cited for mandatory minimum penalties. So in conclusion, the city requests that no further extension be granted until these issues can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grilling. Much appreciated. Next, I believe we have Jayla Firuz.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jayla Firuz. I'm going to briefly discuss why I think the Redondo Beach unit should be retired. As a background, I am a consultant with the city of Redondo Beach. I'm an engineer with more than 35 years of utility and consulting experience in the power generation, transmission, operation, and energy market, 25 of it with San Diego Gas and Electric Company. Please, next slide. Okay. Sorry, I have to go back and forth here. Yes, a claim that the Redondo Beach unit can be operated as peaker is not supported. The Redondo Beach units are unreliable, inflexible, and expensive to operate. They were built as the base load units and have base unit characteristics. For example, base units have typically minimum start time of 24 to 48 hours, minimum output level of 10 to 50 megawatts, depending on the size of the unit. On the contrary, peakers are flexible and nimble. They can come online for a short period and be turned off. Base units can't do that. The Redondo Beach units need to be started 24 to 48 hours ahead of time in anticipation of a possible need. During startup and while idling at minimum output, the units continue to pollute the water and air with low fuel efficiency and usually at higher cost than other units. Also, the water intake is the same as if it were operating at its maximum cap, even when it's at minimum operation. Next slide, please. Redondo beach units are not reliable and should not be relied on during emergencies. While the outage rate of the newer gas-fired generators are around 5%, the California ISO data shows that Southern California OTC units outage rates were close to 40% during the times of need. According to our previous filings with the board and other people's filings with the CPUC, the data shows the outage rate of OTC units in Southern California were 40% in August 14 of 2020 during the Cal ISO's rolling blackouts and 37% during the California ISO declared emergency period on June 17, 2021. Is something better than nothing? Not in this case. Not relying on the Redondo Beach unit would allow the California ISO to firm up other more reliable resources than OTCs, such as imports in the day ahead in the short run. Relying on unreliable units to be there during emergencies is similar to investing your savings in junk bonds and hoping that the money will be there when you need it the most. Next slide, please. Last year's blackouts should not be used as an excuse to delay the retirement of Redondo Beach units. Lack of resources was not the cause of the last year's blackouts. The October 5th report claims that there were 3 causes of the last year blackouts. Number 1, a climate change induced extreme heat wave across the Western United States. Running OTC units such as Redondo Beach would create more pollution, which exacerbates climate change, which leads to more heat waves. Number 2 reason was given as transition to a more renewable resource mix. Adding more storage resources and shifting more load from evening hours to daytime hours, for example, by applying a larger price differential to customers' day versus evening hours rate, will mitigate the negative impact of renewables. Number 3 reason was given as some practices in the day-ahead energy market, such as under-scheduling by load. In fact, the California ISO's practice of over-procuring capacity in the day-ahead market, as it's shown by consistent higher day-ahead prices relative to real-time market prices, is what's creating the economic incentive for under-scheduling of load by the load-serving entities. This incentive can easily be eliminated by a change in California ISO's practice. 2 important causes of blackout not mentioned in the report's list were a software error acknowledged and since corrected by the California ISO that failed to cut close to 4,000 megawatt of export before cutting about 450 to 1,000 megawatt of in-state load. And the other cause that was missing is the fossil fuel generators outages. And that's the reason ISO is proposing to have a UCAP, which basically derates the resource adequacy capacity of these fossil fuel generators to by 20 to 25%, because they realize it's not there when they need them. Basically, I'm, I guess, asking that the ORB should be retired as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Feruz. Appreciate the presentation and thank you for engaging in our decision making here. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
I believe next would be Mary Taylor, but Ms. Taylor is not on the platform currently. And again, if having difficulty, please do email the clerk of the board. And so next we'd like to call up Cindy Hench.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi. The issue before you today is about balancing our state's commitment to renewable energy against our need to ensure that power stays on no matter what. Wildfires, heat, and poor planning shouldn't be the reason that we have to go without power. I encourage you to look at the needs of all of Californians, not just those around the power plant. Renewables are the future, and in many instances, they're the present. But until we absolutely can guarantee that the power stays on, no matter what, we should keep the plant in Redondo Beach open. Because it operates at such a low level, the environmental impacts of keeping it open until 2023 are actually minimal. But the insurance that it will provide for millions of Southern Californians is invaluable. It's critical that we do everything we can to make sure blackouts are a thing of the past. I encourage you to make your decision today based on what your own findings and reports are telling you. It's likely that we will need the power from that plant in the future to maintain the grid reliability. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hench. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Germain.
And Mr. Germain is not in the Zoom platform.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Next then would be Rudy Rodriguez. Good afternoon. You should be invited to unmute here in a moment. Apologies, Mr. Rodriguez. I think still looking for you to unmute.
So Mr. Rodriguez, depending on which device you're using Zoom from, there should in the lower left corner be a microphone that probably has a red slash on it. We're sending a request to you to unmute, but for privacy reasons, you have to acknowledge the request. So alternatively, Mr. Rodriguez, you can call in the email that the.
Hello, Mr. Rodriguez.
There you are, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes. Give me 1 second, please.
Of course, no rush, and good afternoon.
You're not muted on there. They can hear you. I understand. Yeah, my name is Rudy Rodriguez, local 250 steam fitter, speaking on behalf of District Council 16 today. I am in full support of the extension of the operations of the AES plant in Redondo Beach for additional 2 years. It makes no sense to limit our capabilities to routinely and reliably generate the power. And from our viewpoint, that is all that would be functionally achieved by not extending this plant's operation. Please approve the 2-year extension for the Redondo Beach plant. Thank you so much for your time, Rudy Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Really appreciate your time today and sticking with us and engaging here with our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Scott Murdishaw. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Can you see me and hear me?
We can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Scott Murdishaw, and I'm the Policy Director for the Independent Energy Producers Association, which has represented non-utility wholesale generators since 1984. I'm speaking today in strong support of the recommendations of both the SACWIS and the board staff to extend Redondo Beach's operating permit through 2023. There are 2 compelling reasons to grant the extension. First, this plan will undeniably provide critical support to maintaining grid reliability during the next 2 years. Second, while the reliability benefits are invaluable, the environmental impacts are negligible. The Energy Commission recently issued a reliability study using more sophisticated probabilistic techniques then the stack analyses discussed in the board's proposed final staff report and the earlier staff presentation. Like the prior analyses, the study also assumes that Redondo Beach retires after 2021. The Energy Commission found that if all anticipated 2022 procurement comes online by next summer, the CAISO area should have less than a 10% chance of an outage, which is the usual reliability metric that CAISO and the PUC strive for. Unfortunately, it is highly doubtful that all the anticipated capacity will be online in time due to supply chain disruptions and other delays. Under one scenario that the Energy Commission examined, in which 20% of the storage capacity that was ordered for 2022 fails to interconnect by the beginning of that summer, the risk of an outage climbs to 23%. These findings are alarming, and Redondo accounts for over half of the projected capacity deficit in this recent analysis. Keeping Redondo online would be the most important single step that the state can take to close that reliability gap. By 2023, the good news is that the reliability situation should improve dramatically. It should, if everything goes according to plan. Some may argue then that Redondo will not be needed in 2023, but I would urge the board to grant the full extension. If we don't succeed in getting all of the anticipated capacity online by 2023, we will be very thankful to have Redondo on hand to support the grid. If we do succeed, then Redondo will be there, available to run, but will run very little, if at all. Some speakers today have stated that shutting down Redondo Beach is essential for meeting air quality and greenhouse gas emissions goals. But the facts do not support these assertions and plainly show that Redondo is a de minimis source of pollution. The staff report notes that Redondo emitted 172,000 tons of GHGs in 2019. That is less than 0.3% of California's electric sector GHG emissions and about 0.04% of the total statewide GHG emissions in 2019. The percentages for criteria pollutants are similarly minuscule, with Redondo accounting for roughly 0.01% of NOx and 0.002% of particulate matter pollution in the South Coast Air Basin. During a heat wave, keeping the lights on can be a matter of life or death, especially for California's inland residents. The benefits of keeping Redondo available for reliability far outweigh the imperceptible impact on air quality of shutting Redondo down. By 2024 at the latest, California should have installed enough energy storage to maintain reliability. Until then, we must keep all existing resources online. I urge you to accept the staff's recommendation and approve the 2-year extension. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Murdershaw. I appreciate your time and comments here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Eli Gonzalez, who will be followed by Sam Nieto.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eli Gonzalez, speaking on behalf of the District Council of Mine Workers. We are in support of the extension of the operations at the AES power plant in Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years. As we have said before, we believe now is not the time to reduce California's energy independence. In fact, there is no good time to shut down an essential piece of our energy infrastructure. But the last year and a half has highlighted the ongoing unpredictability of our climate and our fluctuating energy needs. This power plant provides good jobs and keeps our state responsive to those power needs. Please approve the 2-year extension at the Redondo Beach plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Next, we have Sam Nieto. Who will be followed by Desiree Valencia.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Sam Nieto, and I'm here today to express my support for the 2-year extension at the AES power plant in Redondo Beach as recommended by the SACWIS. I am not from Redondo Beach, but that doesn't mean this doesn't affect me personally. Last year, members of my community in East LA suffered days of blackouts during the summer heat wave, and every year going forward, we will have that same concern. This board must show that it represents the needs of everyone in Southern California, not just the affluent people on the coast. You can affirm your commitment to every Southern Californian by approving the extension for the Redondo Beach power plant, just like the other plants that all receive full extensions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Nieto. Appreciate you taking the time and engaging with the board today. Next, we have Desiree Valencia, who will be followed by Danny Melendez.
What'd you do?
Good afternoon.
And Ms. Valencia, you appear to be calling in on a phone. There. Okay, we have you unmuted now, and so you're live. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Desiree, and I'm speaking for all those who could not make it today. The people of Los Angeles support the 2-year extension that the AES power plant in Redondo Beach, as recommended by the statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures. This summer will be another hot one, like last summer. Most likely it'll be another summer at home for most elderly, sick, and young people. California's energy shortfall caused over 2,000 people in my community to face rolling brownouts or blackouts in the past. We lost food, medicine, and suffered through the heat without real options. That's the price even more people would pay if we eliminate this vital energy provider today. Please, please use your authority and support the 2-year extension, and do not let us be in this position to go through another blackout again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia, and thanks for your patience. I know it's been a long day here, so thank you for sticking with us and providing comment. Next, I'd like to call up Danny Melendez, and who will be followed by Stacy Armato.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Danny Melendez. Hello. Yeah, my name is Danny Melendez. Good afternoon, members of the board. I would like to express my support for the Redondo Beach power plant's operation to be extended. Shutting it down might suit the coastal cities, but where I live, we don't have the privilege of just going out to buy, another round of groceries when they go bad, I don't have the privilege to go out and buy a huge generator, I don't have the privilege of, time scrambling to fix problems that they shouldn't exist to begin with. To contemplate ending this power plant's operation is to contemplate putting vulnerable communities at risk, and not just my own, but many people's communities. Can't let a political decision disadvantage thousands across Southern California. Like, seriously, people like me. If this agency chooses to support the Redondo Beach elected officials and deny the extension, you'll be complicit and responsible for continuing the inequity that we're facing every day. So please approve the extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Appreciate your comments and time today. Next, we have Stacy Armato. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, board members. I'm Stacy Armato, Hermosa Beach City Council member, speaking to you today on behalf of my colleagues on the City Council and our nearly 20,000 residents in Hermosa Beach, urging you to move forward with Alternative 3 and vote to extend operations at the AES Redondo Beach power plant. The cities of Redondo Beach and Hermosa have been working together for years to ensure this facility ceased operations and transitioned the site to a more beneficial use. Redondo has spearheaded these efforts, and Hermosa has worked closely with them towards those same goals. As you may know, there are over 20,000 people living within 1 square mile of the AES power plant. The site is located directly across the street from Hermosa's southern border and has been a concern in our community for its negative effects on our environmental health and on our quality of life. The plant and its acres of radiating power transmission lines have been a visible source of noise, visual, and air pollution, not only for our cities, but for our entire South Bay region. A previous health impact study conducted by the city of Hermosa Beach found that even at 5% production, the AES power plant was the largest source of fine particulate pollution in the area, second only to vehicles in the amount of nitrogen oxide emissions in a 1 square mile area. According to the California Air Resources Board and the American Cancer Society, exposure to that fine particulate emissions kills more than double the number of people that die from breast cancer in California. I know that you feel the pressure to move forward with staff's recommendation and how uncomfortable it feels to be pulled in two directions. We are put in tough positions as council members in our respective cities as well. But this is more than a routine item on your agenda. Your decision today actually has life-changing effects. I respectfully implore you to take a moment to consider the tremendous negative effect yet another extension would have on our communities, and instead support alternative 3 in staff recommendations. And to Assemblymember Marisucci's point, honor your commitment to retire this power plant at the end of this year. Please allow these 50 acres to finally become a source of pride to the region's health and our quality of life. Please show us that you value the voice of those affected most by this undeniably inefficient and unhealthy power plant. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, council member, and I apologize. You should have been here further up in our queue with the other elected officials. And so I think just slipped through when you identified yourself perhaps on here or not. But I just want to apologize and say thank you for sticking through and continuing to be part of our discussion here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Brad Horn, who will be followed by Michael Webb.
And Mr. Horn, we've given you an opportunity to unmute and share your camera if you'd like.
Good afternoon, Mr. Horn. We still can't hear you. And maybe you need to better select your microphone. At the bottom left corner of your platform, you should see the little caret next to the microphone icon. You can try to select a different microphone because you're unmuted here on the platform, but I don't think we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me?
Now we can. Yeah, there you are.
Okay, hi, how are you? Yeah, I'm a Zoom novice.
It's okay. Good to see you.
As a Redondo resident, you know, I do understand a lot of the problems going around in our great state, but to live here with the emissions that are constantly being polluted into our air, the lack of efficiency from this power plant definitely shows that this should not be extended. And they are right. You guys have given your word and your commitment to shutting this down this year. It's almost like we're giving a child room to keep making mistakes and keep letting mistakes. If you do not end this now, they're just going to keep coming after you every year, wanting to extend. So please, as a resident of Hermosa and Redondo, please do not extend this.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Michael Webb, who will be followed by Tracy Horowitz. Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm continuing the afternoon section for elected officials. I'm the elected city attorney for Redondo Beach for over 16 years, and I'm starting my 5th term now. I completely agree that alternative 3 is the best, and I won't repeat the information, the environmental concerns that you've heard from all of the experts and the elected officials, not only for the 20,000 people who live within a square mile, but also upon the 1 million+ visitors to Redondo and Hermosa Beach during summer months when the plant is most likely to run. I'm going to focus on, and I fully recognize, as you told Mr. Millar, this is not your subject matter expertise, but it is your decision. And I recognize that you're stuck between 2 declared states of emergency. because of lack of power, the one about lack of power, but also the one about climate change. I'm going to focus on alternative 2. So I don't mean to take away from my support from alternative 3, but there's just a lack of evidence supporting extending it to 2023. There's 10.5 pages in the SWRCB report from March explaining why the energy is needed for 2022. There's less than a page on why the energy is needed for 2023. And keep in mind that that report was written prior to the governor's declaration of the emergency, and all the things that are the state and its agencies are empowered to do. I want to read from, so I don't get it wrong, the analysis in the staff report, and they took it from the SWRCB report. On page 19, they give 2 paragraphs about alternative 2, and the first one repeats that it will be available. And the second paragraph, why it shouldn't be, while this alternative would partially offset shortfalls in 2022, would not help meet system reliability needs in 2023. If a need is subsequently identified for additional capacity, there may not be enough time to conduct regulatory processes to amend the OTC and further extend the compliance date. Similarly, depending on when the need is identified, the resource owner may not be capable of keeping the plant in service for another year. The first, there's no reason as to why you couldn't complete the regulatory processes. You've done it now for 2 years in a row. And the last sentence, and it's not your staff, they took it from SWRCB. I've worked for government for 34 years. That may be the single silliest statement I've seen. It could have been written by AES. There are millions of dollars of incentive for them to keep the power plant going. Some of the things are in the governor's emergency orders is a suspension of CEQA for power plant, for battery storage of 20 megawatts or greater. If the power can be up and running by October 31st of 2022. There's the PUC and the Energy Commission are given directions to expedite not only battery storage, but also resource demand. And if you can look at CAISO's own number, we had 250 megawatts of battery storage last summer. There's 1,500 in the queue right now, which was a 6-fold increase. And there's a further 6-fold increase projected by the end of this year. So there'll be 12 times of increase in battery storage in just roughly over a year and a half. There are new things such as virtual power plants that the millions of people who are affected by this power plant would be incentivized to work with, companies such as Tesla Power Storage or Ohm Connect, where there is incentives to conserve energy with financial incentives during peak power hours. And so given the fact that there are 2 sentences of, hey, we made it and we may not have a chance to continue it, I think you can give due weight to the SWRCB recommendation, but not go all the way to the 2 years, because there just isn't a factual basis for it. So I recommend, if you are not willing to go with alternative 3, go with alternative 2 as amended to ending at September 30th, because Mr. Millar's last PowerPoint slide showed that the only month that it was needed, AES Redondo, would be September. And that is only with the new planned reserve margin of 17.5%. It's not needed under the old one, but wait until, only authorize it till the end of September, and let's see what develops. Let's see whether we can help build a virtual power plant that gives 100% clean energy, and let's see how the new authorized power comes online, and let's see how power storage companies react to the window of time to avoid CEQA, which, as you know, can delay things. So thank you for your time. I don't envy your decision, but really it would be a disservice to go beyond September 30th of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate your constructive comments here and engagement around this decision-making with us. So thank you, really appreciate it. Next, let me see where, I apologize. I believe we are with Tracy Horowitz, who will be followed by Molly Colton. Ms. Horowitz.
Hi, Chair Escobar and members of the board. Thank you for all of your attention to this matter. It's really important. And obviously by the amount of public comment today, you see that too. From your own staff report in August of 2020, your staff presented that Redondo Beach is the least efficient, requiring more OTC intake water to produce a megawatt hour than the other power plants and resulting in potential impacts to marine life. It's important to remember that there's a reason why this plant was scheduled to shut down in 2020, but you scheduled it in 2010. There's a reason for that. It impacts our lives and the health of all the residents nearby. I live in Hermosa Beach. I literally live across the street from the plant. So its impacts are felt by myself, my neighbors, my community, all of us. You've heard some of these things before. We are the most densely populated city in the state, and the impacts for the plant are harmful and measurable. Something that Councilmember Armato stated that I had written down as well is that a previous health study showed that even at 5% capacity, the AES plant produces the second amount of fine particulate pollution, second only to the vehicles. And these fine particulates are the second leading cause of death, second behind breast cancer. And I think that's important. I've listened to all the comments today, and something that Assemblymember Marisucci said that I thought was really impactful was to stick to your word. The plant was scheduled to shut down in 2020. It was extended for a year. I think people and organizations and businesses, they rise to the level of expectations. And if you shut down the plant, we will all rise to the level of expectations and find other ways for power. SoCal Edison is implementing a new plan which will incentivize people to use their electricity in off-peak hours and save themselves some money. So let that have a chance to work. Let there be ways that people can find other uses and times of the day to use their electricity in peak hours, and allow the plant to close as scheduled, and do what is in the best interest of the people who live around here and who are impacted. And I know people have commented that it affects beyond our small region, and that's true, but let them rise to the level of expectations and conserve where necessary. The speaker who, I've lost his name, but Michael Webb, the attorney for Redondo Beach, was talking about the reserve study and the reserve energy, and let that be an idea that we can find a way without giving this plant extra life that it was never intended to have. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Horowitz, for coming here and representing the community and providing voice to, I know, what are significant local impacts for folks when you look at operations. So thank you. I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Molly Colton.
So Ms. Colton, we do see that you accepted the unmute invitation, but we are not hearing you in the room. I don't know if you're trying to speak. If you'd like, you can, in the lower left corner next to the microphone on your Zoom app, confirm that you're selecting the microphone that you're using. For example, if you have a headset or anything, but at this point in time, we cannot hear you. If you're still interested in speaking and you are unable to get the microphone to work, one option is you can call in. The information to dial in was in the email that came from Janine Townsend, clerk of the board, and we can pull you back into the queue that way.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. And yes, Ms. Colton, we can circle back to you here once you're able to connect on the audio. So next, I'd like to call Marcy Guillermo, who will be followed by Eugene Solomon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Hello.
afternoon. Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Marcia Guillermo. I'm an immigrant and resident of Redondo Beach for over 20 years. I want to strongly echo the request of the City Council members of Redondo Beach, City Attorney, Assembly Member Al Morasucci, and all the community members and visitors who oppose the extension of the AES power plant for obvious reasons. We need a hard stop without any further extensions. The community has been promised a closure by 12/31/2020, and here we are again. We will really appreciate the board, which is supposed to be independent, you honor your commitment. The supporters of the extension who are feeling blackouts and even mention inequity, they need to feel it for us. They need to press their elected officials to be serious about addressing the problem. What they forgot to ask is, what have the agencies responsible for adding more power to the grid have done so far to prepare for this problem? Please look at the amount of money that AES will make out of this, and then for us, the community members will not be able to use our land, and the damage that is doing to the marine life. Please do not extend anymore. If you are to extend, must have a hard stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Guillermo. I appreciate your comments and here sticking with us today. Thank you. Next, we have Eugene Solomon, who will be followed by Chad Mander. And I think that's only because Ms. Davis, you believe Christina Davis is not currently on the platform. If you are, again, viewing through one of the other means, please make your way onto the Zoom platform. Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. And thank you, members of the board, for your attention. We can see your video captures there and your all rapt attention. It's very much appreciated. So thank you for your time today. I'd like to address a few different items with you, please. One being that I wonder, or I ask you to question the validity or the unbiased data you're receiving in the analysis. Mr. Webb said something a short time ago where he said, this sentence sounds like it could have been written by AES, and it very well could have been, or probably could have been. You have Wiedemann Group lobbying the board, and a lot of the data that comes to the staff is from lobbyists and from interested parties. You've got a question, the independence of the data that you're receiving. These reports are prepared based on data and information the CPCUC and CAISO and your staff are receiving from paid lobbyists, $235,000 over the last couple of years from AES has been spent on lobbying groups. You heard from AES that there has been no violations, and yet on March 26th of 2021, AES's Jose Perez received a notice of violation from the Los Angeles Regional Quality Control Board for effluent excess. And what's the possible fine? $3,000. $3,000 when they're earning tens of millions of dollars to provide excess. Why would they care about that? You had a familiar relationship with your board and members. You heard Lorraine Plaskett speak a little bit earlier. In your September meeting, Lorraine Plaskett, during the meeting, emailed Jonathan Bishop and said, is there any way a board member can ask Horvath, that's our councilman in Redondo Beach, Christian Horvath, speaking now, if his referenced energy provider, Clean Power Lines, is under contract with an OTC power plant? So familiar and comfortable are the lobbyists and members of the AES organization and their paid advocates that they're emailing your staff during the meeting to have you ask questions of our elected officials. Now, to Mr. Bishop's credit, he declined and said to submit a speaker card. but so is the influence of paid lobbyists. Ryan McCarthy, who heads Wiedemann's group point person, used to work in the governor's office in Sacramento. They're paid, again, $230,000 over the last couple of years to lobby you and to lobby your staff. My public records request showed hours and hours of meetings, communications, and Zoom between the paid advocates and your staff. So when Mr. Webb says it could have been written by somebody from AES, he may not be too far off of there. You've got a lot of questions here, and you've got a lot of decisions you have to make that are very difficult. I understand that. You've heard a lot about equity. And I submit to all the union members who are calling in and advocating for them, for their jobs and their work and everything. This is not a setback, but an opportunity for you. This is going to end in 1 year, 2 years, or maybe immediately in December 31st. There will be new development there. There will be jobs. There will be equity. There will be lots of economic opportunities there for the communities that extend way beyond Redondo Beach. So in wrapping it up and considering what you have here. Oh, I just mentioned one more thing, if I may. I'm sorry, two more things. They're not testing for chloridane. So question the data that you're receiving. In a letter from the Water Board and Regional Water Board in Los Angeles, Leila Kabedian is asking AES, I don't see any monitoring for chloridane. I don't see these in the samples. Should I be using a different year? Are these constituents still there? So when you hear no violations, wonder whether or not you're getting the accurate data. It's a moral and ethical imperative. Wrapping it up, one of the largest or best examples of a moral and ethical failure in US business history is the Ford Pinto. It was identified early on in production as having flaws that could lead to injury and death. But there was an economic analysis done that showed that the risks outweighed the economic reward, outweighed the risks. So they went ahead and put people in harm's way. The health, safety, life, and death of millions and millions of people in harm's way. For what? Because it made economic sense. And that is one of the classic business blunders in the history of the world. And I ask you to consider that the data you're receiving may not be 100% accurate, and that the economic analysis does not outweigh the injury and death and quality of life, and certainly the economic opportunity for all the residents of California. Thank you very much for your time. You have a tough decision. Good luck to you all. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. I think we have Molly Colton now back, or at least give an opportunity to quickly check in to see if Ms. Colton is able to join us.
Hi, Chair and members of the board. This is Molly. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right.
Good afternoon.
So sorry about my issue with the mic earlier. This is Molly Colton on behalf of Sierra Club California. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment on this item. On behalf of more than 500,000 members and supporters across the state, we echo the requests of the mayor and the city council of Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach, as well as Assembly Member Merritt Suchi, when we urged the board to not grant this extension today. In 2014, CARB and 2 AES facilities, Alamitos and Redondo, settled after CARB discovered that the facilities exceeded their sulfur hexafluoride air pollutants due to the facilities leaking SF6. SF6 is nearly 24,000 times more potent than CO2, and it is not clear from the public record that these facilities have fixed those leaks. So while I'm here to ask you not to grant an extension, I must also ask CARB and other relevant state agencies that are also part of the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures, how are we protecting the environment if those facilities are continuing to leak SF6, especially as you're all requesting this extension of the compliance date? OTC systems, like the one utilized by Redondo Beach, pump in billions of gallons of seawater to cool steam for generating electricity. These systems kill millions of fish and other marine life and discharge warm water back into the ocean, contributing to further ecosystem degradation. These effects are often more pronounced in enclosed bays and estuaries such as the Santa Monica Bay, where the Redondo Beach plant is permitted to pump 932 million gallons per day. Please do not grant this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Colton. Appreciate you sticking with us and providing good comment here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Chad Mander, who will be followed by Paula Garez.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Chad Mander, and I'm the Vice President of the LAX Coastal Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today representing the businesses in our LAX community. I want to express our support for your staff report and recommendations to extend the operations at the AES power plant Redondo Beach for an additional 2 years. This extension would be similar to the extensions approved by the State Water Resources Control Board for other power plants in September of 2020. This plant helps provide energy for the entire LA County region, so we are all invested in making sure that energy is available when it is needed. Extending the plant's operation for 2 additional years is a small price to pay for the insurance it will provide in terms of guaranteeing that the lights stay on during high demand periods. We need to think regionally, not just locally, about how to make sure we can keep the lights on as we transition to more renewable energy. Particularly for business, it is critical that power is available when it is needed. While we all want to see plants like this closed, closing them too soon creates an unnecessary risk and may even undermine the public's confidence in renewables. Especially as extreme heat events are occurring more and more often, it's critical that we maintain all the power capacity possible until renewables can provide 100% of the power needs. The California Independent System Operator has indicated that SoCal's power grid is susceptible to stress during extreme heat waves like the ones we have experienced in the last few years and the ones that we know we will experience in the future. Shouldn't we do everything possible to make sure we are prepared so that everyone will have the power when they need it? Please extend the operations of Redondo Beach through 2023. It impacts businesses throughout Southern California. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your good comment today and also sticking with us. I know for everyone here, it's been a long day, but it's really important to get through and appreciate the good contributions here by folks to the discussion.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're moving on to, our last 3 speakers. If you are intended to speak and you have not had a chance and you're supposed to be on the list, but we're on the wrong platform, just a flag, we're coming close here toward the end. Paula Garez, I don't believe is on the platform with us currently, so it will go to Ariel Whitson, who will be followed by Raymond Jackson, and rounding us out will be Craig Cadwalder.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
And good afternoon.
All right, great. Hello. Hi, my name is Ariel Whitson. I'm the Director of Education and Community at Tree People. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. For almost 50 years, we have been working across Southern California to inspire, engage, and support people to connect with and take action for our environment. Through our education programming, we have worked with youth in Redondo for over 20 years, implementing environmental service learning projects. And through our Natural Connections program, we are excited about the opportunity to support low-income communities of color to connect with our precious coasts and watersheds through the funding that would be available for education and outreach. Natural Connections centers community connection, experience, and action. Through transformational exposure trips, community members will connect with nature, sometimes for the first time in their lives, learn about the environment, have exposure to green job pathways, and learn tangible ways to take action to protect our coasts and our watersheds. Tree People will also develop new easy-to-use bilingual toolkits that provide DIY ways for community members to help prevent water pollution and protect the coast, wetlands, and watersheds. We will work closely with the other community-based partners engaged. For over 35 years of implementing this type of programming, it's shown us how valuable these experiences are for community members, and our intention is to ensure this programming is long-term, scalable, and replicable. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Whitson. Next, I'd like to call up Raymond Jackson, and I'll note, Garrett Smith, I see your hand up. I will take you after Mr. Cadwalder, and hopefully you're just flagging a need to actually speak. I can notice you don't have an item next to your name, so thank you. We'll go next to then Raymond Jackson. Good afternoon. Apologize. You are unmuted currently, but we can't hear you. So you may want to bottom left-hand corner of your Zoom platform next to the microphone icon. You should be able to select a different microphone. Maybe you're just needing to select the right one. How about, oh, and now you should be able to unmute again. It should ask you to. Apologies, Mr. Jackson. Again, you should be seeing a request to unmute again. It does show you now muted on the platform, so. We can come back to Mr. Jackson, and next can have Mr. Cadwalder speak. And if he's not available, then Mr. Garrett Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members and staff. My name is Craig Cadwalder, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And I'm going to shorten. I had a number of things I wanted to say, but they've already been said. And out of respect for your time and everybody else's time, I know it's very late. I'd just like to say that I appreciate the comments made by Assembly Member Maritsucci, the support of State Senator Ben Allen, the Redondo Beach elected officials, including Mayor Brand, the professionals who offered comments, and some of my fellow environmental organization members who've given very smart comments. A lot of those I've already made in comments before, but I'd just like to say we're concerned with the impacts of this plant on our members who enjoy the environment and are out in it regularly. And the status quo is not okay. Just because it might meet certain standards doesn't mean there's no impact. So we recognize that there's ongoing impacts, and more importantly, this is obsolete technology. And one of the real problems, I think, Assemblymember Maritsucci highlighted this extremely well, is there's a commitment that has been made that constantly gets revised. And I think our experience with government institutions where what they say is no longer what they mean, and that things can get revised at will. We've seen now that there's an open-ended renewal capability here where it's already been extended and it's now looking to extend again. And how do we know it won't be extended after that? So it seems to be a regular pattern of, it's not really an agreement, it's an open-ended, we'll deal with this later. So I really have better faith in folks like yourselves and our elected members, and I would hope that we could support commitments and stick to them. There's been so many valid points already offered that, again, I don't want to repeat, but I do believe that the best alternative is not to extend the permit and to finish this off a year late. And as has been said many times, this original close down was agreed over a decade ago, and now it's just like those agreements are no longer relevant. So I know how difficult this is for everybody, and I do sincerely appreciate you having the forum to hear everyone's voices, which I think is really important. And I know how difficult this decision is, but it really is important that this plant, I believe, is not necessary. It does have an impact locally, and I've lived in the South Bay area for over 4 decades, and I can tell you I've witnessed many things from that plant that, you know, they may be deemed unusual and rare, but they happen repeatedly. And so I just hope that we could have a final solution to this issue. and that we could depend upon a decision being made that's going to be the decision and not just a temporary hold. So I encourage you to not extend the permit. And as all the other speakers have said, many of whom I know personally and I have a very high regard for, that we can live without this. And I hope you'll make the decision to honor the commitment to end the operation of this plant and not extend it for an additional 2 years. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment, and I hope you make the right decision, and I don't envy your position on this. So have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cadwallader. I appreciate that. And thank you for providing your good comment perspective here. Next, well, and I apologize, Mr. Garrett. Let's go back to Mr. Raymond Jackson quickly. I believe he's back here on the platform with us. So, Mr. Jackson.
So, Mr. Jackson, we can barely hear you. It's possible if you can get closer to your microphone.
My apologies. My 9-year-old is not home, so I am having challenges.
Yeah, I can barely. Oh, and it looks like you were muted here again.
Are we good?
Oh, I can hear you now, even though it says you're
thank
muted,
you.
which is fine.
My deepest apologies. My 9-year-old literally just walked out, and he is my Zoom expert. My name is Raymond Jackson. I am a council member in Hermosa Beach. I have the honor and the privilege of representing 20,000 wonderful Hermosans, and I happen to live 100 yards from the AES plant. So I'm on the southern border of Hermosa Beach that borders Redondo Beach. And for 6+ years, I've seen, smelt, and dealt with the effects of that black soot that some consider infinitesimal or nominal or minimal at best. And I can tell you with a great deal of certainty that myself and my neighbors and everyone else in the surrounding region feels the effect of the pollutants that come from that antiquated dinosaur. I appreciate your time this afternoon, sir, fellow members of the board. It's been a long day. It kind of reminds me of some of our council meetings here. And there've been some great comments, and you've got a hard choice. And that's what leadership's about. If it were easy, it wouldn't be on your plate. So, and we often have to choose the hard right over the easy wrong. And in my opinion, I think the opinion of so many others, that's what we have in this case. Since 2010, we've talked about closing this down. Since 2010, I think it was Mr. Horn who talked about, a child coming back and keep asking for the same thing over again. And I remember before I became a parent, I read a book and it said, I'll never forget it. Say what you mean and mean what you say. And in 2010, the state of California said, we're shutting down the AES power plant. In 2020, we said, okay, we're going to give you a year. That year is up. Before I moved here, I heard about California's reputation of not being able to do anything, and it's notorious for, slow but California is also the state that banned leaded gas, and we're now banning lawnmowers and leaf blowers and everything else. We're a state that gets things done. We are a global leader, as one caller mentioned earlier. And that's what this is about. This is about leadership. We've heard terms about, we in 2 years we could, or we should, or we've used the bridge euphemism. And those are all code for kicking the can down the road. I mean, this isn't about, we shouldn't put profit over people. And that's what we're doing in this case. It is clear to everybody that is impacted by the AES power plant that the right thing to do is to shut it down. It's hard, but it's time. It's time. It's time for the right thing to happen in this case. It's time to shut it down. It's time for you all to exercise the leadership that you've been empowered with and to do what's in the best interest of those that are most impacted. So I I don't envy you, but I appreciate you providing me and so many others the opportunity to hear what we have to say. And Mayor Brand summed it up again. There's no doubt that if this is extended another 2 years, then they're going to come back again saying, oh, the sky is falling. We need another 2 years. You know, we know that it's going to get hotter in California. That is a known fact. We know that we're going to continue to have fires. That's a known fact. Let's put a certain date, time on the map and say, if you decide to extend it, again, I support shutting it down as recommended a year ago. If extended, as Mayor Brand said, you have to not allow any further extensions. Enough is enough, and it's time to shut it down. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, fellow board members, for listening to me and my other neighbors and fellow residents in Hermosa Beach. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience and sticking with us here, Council Member. You know, we, again, should have had you further up here in the line, but really appreciate your comments here today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Garrett Smith.
Good afternoon to a very patient board chair and board members, and I'm sure they're all Dodger fans. I'm going to keep this very brief because anything I have to say has already been said. What I wanted to say is California already has retired numerous power plants and that were sorely needed for reliability, and we are paying the price for it now. Let's not make the same mistake again today. We've had extreme heat lately, and that won't change. In fact, it's likely to happen even more. Likewise, we should expect to see devastating wildfires in the future. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that other states will not sell us their power when it's extremely hot. So we cannot rely on Nevada or Arizona when things get tough. We need to be smart and plan for a system to operate effectively in the future, and that will take into account situations we absolutely know we will experience. The plan certainly includes renewables, but until that happens, taking plants like Redondo out of service before 2023 is wrong. Please think of all of Southern California residents and keep the lights on. And thank you for your long afternoon and morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate you sticking with us as well, and everyone's engagement and involvement in this important decision here before the board. It's really welcomed, and thank you. We do have one last speaker here, I believe, Deirdre Brand.
Hi, thanks for bringing me on. My name is Deirdre Brand. I am the former section manager of environmental planning for the Metropolitan Water District. The department's now called sustainability. Part of my responsibility was preparing all the CEQA documents and environmental permits, et cetera, overseeing the preparation of these for our agency. So I'm well versed in the discussions you're having today. I'm just a little shocked reading the staff report and listening to the staff hearing. I felt like I was hearing a report from the oil and gas industry. I found a lot of irony in it because they kept referring to how these are climate-induced events that we're having that's making it so we need more power. And somehow we see the answer to these climate-reduced events as to extending power plants that continue to emit CO2 emissions into our atmosphere, therefore making these climate events even more extreme in the future. I feel like I should be listening to the water board talking about water quality, because that is your tenure. I mean, that is what you have been assigned to do. And instead we're talking about power. I really would like to see you in a position where you said, enough is enough. We have a mission here to protect the water quality of California. And the fact that they can't get their act together with grid management and battery storage and sending electricity to Arizona in the middle of our power industries is not your problem. Your problem is the water quality of the state of California. And I really think that you need to remember that. You're the regulators, and nothing is going to change in the gas and oil industries until the regulators make them change. And when you say you can't put a deadline and say it won't be renewed again because there'll be another board that's coming down the line, it just sounds like a complete dereliction of duty. Sure, the Supreme Court makes decisions that are somehow challenged, but it takes years and years and years to get to that point, and they're usually not overturned. So I have no idea why the board couldn't indicate that this needed to be the last exemption that was ever given to this plant. With people talking about, I get tired of hearing about the affluent people, we don't care about them, keep the power plant and the affluent people because the rest of us are suffering without power. Well, global change doesn't give a damn about how much money you have, climate change. And the electricity from Redondo plant doesn't even go to Redondo Beach. And my husband has stage 4 lung cancer and has lived here his entire life. So we are taking on some of the burden of providing power for the region, and it is not without its basically victims, let's put it that way. With regard to your permits and your environmental document, it's just really terrible. Like the guy said earlier, show me the data. Your original report had no data, your original subsequent environmental document, your addendum had no data. Now your new addendum has no data. And then you've now put in a CEQA exemption because you're getting a little worried and you need to be able to have any defense options in court as you possibly can. But you keep saying that it's baseline data and it doesn't matter, but you've taken a 11-year-old or 12-year-old CEQA document that said this was a 10-year period that was being evaluated, and now you're extending that 10-year period by 30%. That does not indicate that there's no additional impacts involved. There are additional impacts involved. And then your staff says, don't worry, we've got permits. The regional board's got the permits. The air quality district has permits. We're making sure they work within their permits. They're not working within their permits. They're getting fined by the air quality management district and by your regional board. They're getting notices of violations. They're getting fines that are like slaps on the wrist. And your mitigation, basing it on a model from 2015, is completely inadequate. $1.5 million or whatever it is would buy you maybe one house along the coast that takes in all of the impacts from air quality, noise, blight, everything else that comes with this plant. And so it's kind of patently absurd that the mitigation is so low that the AES plan is actually volunteering to give you more mitigation for the impacts that they're having on the community, and by delaying us from taking that back to the wetlands that it was supposed to be. You keep also you're basing everything on these interim mitigation measures. Well, they're following the interim mitigation measures, and everything's in line with our report that we wrote in 2010. Interim, I looked it up. In or for the intervening period, provisional or temporarily, when you've increased the duration of your permitting by 30% and an additional 3 years, and you keep renewing them, you don't add any mitigation requirements, you don't ask them to submit monitoring data, and it's just really absurd. I just need to ask you, please. The United Nations just put out a report. They called climate change right now, it is code red for humanity. What does code red mean to each and every one of you? I have a daughter. I'm worried about the kind of world that she's going to live in. I'm worried about the kind of world her children are going to live in. We cannot kick this can down the road anymore. You have to say enough is enough. When I worked in environmental, I had a very well-known environmental lawyer, and I had something before your board I was somewhat concerned about. And she looked at me and she said, don't worry, you won't find any environmentalists on the California Water Board. And after watching what I've seen with, rolling the dice.
You've gone over your 5 minutes quite a bit.
I'm landing right now. I'm landing right now with the salmon run and with extending the dissolved solids, that you did in September, and now this. Please, please, please remember what your mission is. We're begging you here to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brand. I appreciate your comments today. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Davis.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I know lots of Redondo Beach residents are telling you today that they want the AES plant closed down. Well, I want to close down too, but not before we know that the state has enough power to keep the lights on, that our city is guaranteed to get open space at the AES site, and that there is money available to make sure the site is developed into something that can benefit our whole city. Extending operations at Redondo Beach until 2023 will accomplish all of that. Extending operations will enable us to save half of the site as open space in perpetuity, and we'll get $14 million to clean up the site, benefits that will positively impact those of us who live in Redondo for decades to come. Those are real guarantees. Saving this land as open space and having funds needed to begin the cleanup efforts is important to all of us Redondo residents. This may not be your focal point as a statewide board, but it certainly impacts Redondo Beach. What is more important to the region is grid reliability, and the fact that last year, millions of people were out of power when they needed it most. We can't let this continue to happen. Your own staff report shows the critical need for power as we wait for renewables to power our cities. I'm not saying keeping Redondo Beach online will solve all the problems with the grid, but it seems foolish and even reckless to decommission plants like AES that play an important role in providing reliable power to people throughout Los Angeles when we're still experiencing blackouts. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Davis. Appreciate you circling back. I believe now that brings us to the end of our comments. And again, really just want to thank everyone for their patience and engagement here and providing us their perspectives. Importantly, those in the local community most impacted here by the operation of the project, but also the statewide perspectives and from other communities as well. It's helpful for us to hear all of it. And this is not an easy decision, certainly. And wasn't last year. And guess what? After a year, it doesn't become any easier. But I think this last year, we've seen an incredible amount of challenges, both caused by drought, where I think of Oroville and other facilities not producing power. And it leaves me here still incredibly concerned about the rolling blackouts that could happen or other impacts, knowing that the operation of this plant is a matter that impacts the community. And we've heard here very passionately that it's not a facility that's desired to continue to be working. I'll note that the SACWIS was created when we adopted this policy for just this issue, that our implementation of the policy, which wasn't a closure of the plants, but a decision to either come into compliance with the once through cooling policy or to come to closure. And again, it's not lost on me then the balance that we're here actually needing to best balance, even though there are other critical goals like climate change and other considerations that certainly are here and part of the decision making that we're called to do. Again, I just at this point would look to for fellow board colleagues if there are any comments or questions. And then otherwise, I know I think I would like to see some response. We heard a lot here today in the course of comments, and provide an opportunity for folks in the program, Ms. Wood here, to provide a comment to anything that you've heard here today. Thank you.
Chair Esquivel, this is Marley Wood with the Office of Chief Counsel. I'd just like to offer a couple of observations before proceeding. First, I want to note that we heard public comments, a decent number of them referring to mitigation issues. And I just wanted to take a moment to dispel any confusion by emphasizing that interim mitigation requirements set forth in the once through cooling policy to address marine life impacts until the plants come into compliance are completely separate from what you've heard about AES plans for community benefits expenditures. And this latter piece was referred to in paragraph 28 of the draft resolution, which was referred to in at least one of the comments, and that's that 1.5 million. We did hear commenters suggesting that AES plans should involve a higher dollar amount or should be mandatory by the water board, or that the expenditures should go to projects that are nearer to this power plant. This is entirely up to AES. These are AES plans and are not related to any requirements of the OTC policy. It does not affect the decision before you, which is related to extensions or an extension for grid reliability. I would say if board members wish to encourage AES to consider other options, I don't necessarily see an issue with that, but I would just reiterate that it's not a water board requirement. It's up to AES. And then one additional thought that I had is we did hear some additional comments on CEQA as expected. And I wanted to indicate that the testimony we've heard didn't change our rationale or position with regard to CEQA or any potential need for additional analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I look to my fellow board colleagues.
Chair Esquivel, I have some thoughts and just kind of building on some of your just preliminary comments here. I just want to, first of all, thank all stakeholders for continuing to be engaged in this very difficult issue. These decisions are not easy, but I always, on this issue in particular, I go back to what was adopted back in 2010. By a previous board, and having not served on the board at that time, I feel that it's my obligation as a board member to understand exactly what was adopted. That doesn't discount all of the important issues, unintended consequences that may result in some of the decisions that were made back when the original policy was adopted, or in any of these extensions. And as a former member of the California Air Resources Board, I really do take the air quality issues quite seriously, and also the multimedia impacts of one agency making a decision that could end up having other impacts with respect to something that another agency is involved in. So all of that, I think we all take very seriously, but I just want to call out this specifically, you know, with my background on the air quality issues, it is something that I especially have some expertise in and take it very seriously. But again, going back to what was originally adopted, there is some language in the policy that I'd like to call out. So Chair Esquivel, you mentioned that part of the process of what was adopted, including the SACWIS process and the reports that we would be receiving. In whereas clause number 19 in the resolution, this clause is especially important for me in my decision-making. So first of all, it calls out that the policy was adopted with the explicit purpose of minimizing the adverse environmental impacts to marine life. So that's first and foremost what the board adopted, and that's what we continue to look at, along with all these other issues that were raised today. But then the whereas clause 19 goes through the additional provisions that were included in the policy, the development of SACWIS, and the policy that directs that where the energy agencies not just make a recommendation, but make a unanimous recommendation for the compliance date revisions based on grid reliability, the State Water Board shall afford significant weight to the recommendation. And that's exactly what motivates me in what's before us today, that we always care about stakeholder input and information that we received, and then looking at other important decisions that we make where we have our sister agencies that comment, whether it's fishery agencies on impact to fisheries in the state of California, or say during drought, us receiving information from the experts of, say, the state and federal projects, where we give weight to other agencies. But specifically, what the board felt was important back in 2010 was to affords significant weight to that recommendation. And so that for me is what I continue to go back to. And I just think that it's really unfortunate. And I understand if I were living in the community, I would want to say, well, that was just a one-year extension and no more. And we got a promise that that would never happen again. But I don't recall making that commitment. And the last time this appeared before us, this is the very provision that I remember pointing out to, that again, giving great weight. And I really hope that in the next report, we will see that those extensions are no longer needed. But if they are, and there's a unanimous decision, I feel that it's my responsibility as a board member to give that great weight. And so having said that, I do intend on supporting the resolution and the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for going back to the language of the original adoption here, and for articulating your point very clearly and well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all the comments, the input today. You know, clearly this is a very difficult decision. We've all been facing this. I feel like it has not been a year, frankly, since we were last having the same conversation. And I could very much repeat the same comments I made then, and I think some of them were quoted today. But you know, for me, I concur with Vice Chair Diadamo as to the significant weight issue that it's been noted several times that we're not experts in energy grid reliability. We've seen a lot of events over the last few years which have questioned, frankly, all of our expertise as to ensuring energy grid reliability, and we have a long ways to go. I'm encouraged by all the work the PUC is doing in ordering, additional procurement of new energy sources, leaning in heavily on renewable sources. Just some of the numbers from 2019, I think there was I think it was 3,500 megawatt order, and then subsequently a 1,500 megawatt, and then the one I heard today was 11,500 megawatts over the next 6 years or so. So, I have, fully understanding the supply chain issues and all of that. For me, though, it's going to be important to see that those commitments that we're all making as a state to make that transition do in fact happen, because truly I don't want to be here again. And so one thing I wanted to point out is I'm actually looking at the draft policy amendment, the final draft, and the time schedule. And so if we were to vote today on extending Redondo Beach to December 31st, 2023, that actually puts Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Redondo Beach, and Ormond Beach all with the same compliance deadline now, because we extended the others last year. And then 11 months from that point, we also have the large Diablo Canyon Unit 1 requirement to be in compliance, and subsequently the following several months, the next part. So, I do see us kind of coming towards a critical juncture here over the next couple of years. We've passed this point here. We've made important decisions. We're, I think, going to make another one today. I am supportive of the extension today, but at the same time, I'm concerned about the kicking the can down the road sort of sentiment that we're hearing, that it may not be just Redondo, there may be others here involved 2 years from now, which sounds like a long time. But with, the serious issues that we're facing in terms of the supply chain challenges, in terms of building these projects, making sure that we've ensured that the grid's reliable, recognizing that climate change is here and there's a lot of unknowns in that space. I will be interested to hear from staff or others about how, whether it's from the reporting from SACWIZ, whether some sort of additional accountability could be helpful in just communicating the progress that we're making as a state towards achieving some of these interim milestones. For example, next year, where will we be at? Have things changed in terms of the procurement, the new power coming online, what's been revised? Because I don't want to get to December 31st, 2023, or actually sometime during that year, just a little over a year from now, and having to go through this same process. And just for what it's worth, it won't be a future board member for me because it's still within my term. So I plan to be on the board at that point, and so I want to make sure that this is successful. So looking for a little bit of staff input and insight today in terms of reporting and accountability over the next 24 months.
Thank you, board member. Mr. Bishop, did you want to respond now or wait for any further comment from board members?
I'm happy to do either.
Let's go ahead and let's hear now. I'd be also interested in hear how we have better assurance, and maybe it is a check-in in a year from now to board member McGuire's point, really understand if we're on track and going to actually hit the 2024 deadline here that, as we know, all of these plants are now matched up on.
Yes, those 4 plants are matched up on that date. We have other plants that have the City of LA plants that are longer timeframes than that. And the staff would be happy to work with the PUC, which I think is probably the most critical of the agencies because they're doing the procurement on for new power, to report back on in a year or so on the progress of that. I've had similar conversations with the energy agencies over what we're looking at over the next 10 years, and the concern about are we really going to be able to get that 11 gigawatts of power in the right time frame. I would say that there are some promising signs. The battery storage has increased faster than was expected, and I think that's a good sign. That's not a guarantee, and we're not in a position to make guarantees to you, but that is a good sign, and we'd be happy to come back in a year if that's what you would like to see, or in 9 months to see where procurement is and how things are going at that point. I think it's unlikely that Ormond Beach or Redondo Beach could be extended beyond the next cycles because of their own contracting issues associated with the facilities, but that doesn't preclude the other plants.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. Randolph, anything helpful to add?
Yeah, I just add, on kind of behalf of SACWIS and the PUC and the energy agencies, we'd be happy to continue the reporting requirements or reporting commitments that we've had for the last year, which was to provide, I believe, a quarterly written update to the Water Board. That would also be helpful to the public in general, since that becomes a public testimony or publicly available documents. I'll echo Mr. Bishop's comments. We have had a little under 2,000 megawatts of battery storage come online this year. We anticipate, at least 1,000 megawatts, if not more, of battery storage to come online over the next year. Are continuing to drive for more. These large commitments, these orders of 11,500 megawatts by 2026. Have to acknowledge that given current supply chain issues, given the magnitude of that build out, there are definitely some risks in meeting all of that. But I think most of that risk is actually beyond the OTC retirement dates, and are more for the later end of things out there. But that is something we are tracking very closely. And for the commenters to know as well, there is now a joint agency task force made up of the Governor's Office of Business Development, sometimes referred to as GoBiz, the Energy Commission, the ISO, and the PUC, that is specifically tracking all of these projects and trying to tackle any issues that come up that may slow them down. So we're very hopeful that there aren't delays in hitting these future targets.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Mr. Webb, one of our commenters earlier, had mentioned that it looks like past September 30th, 2022, there won't necessarily be that large a case for the need for the AES facility in Redondo. Do you what do you see as in that last year here of this 2-year extension, the need for the plant then? I know it's incredibly hard to have a crystal ball and to try to, and we know we'll be held to what we say here as well, but wanting to, and maybe perhaps to the suggestion of Mr. Bishop in about 9 months, coming in and understanding, okay, where are things? And maybe, you know, is there even a lack of need perhaps in that second year? And at what point could you potentially broadcast that, I guess?
If we go back to, you know, some of the analysis has been referenced today and other analysis has now been prepared for the next few years, what we continue to see is very tight months in August and September. Somewhat counterintuitive to a lot of folks in California, September is typically our highest electricity demand month. You know, out there at what the time period we're most concerned about, which is that net peak, that early evening hour. And that's because, you know, the sun is setting earlier in the day at that point in time. We have seen in the last couple of years that the first half of August, or I'm sorry, the first half of October can also be very tight. We haven't shifted some of our analysis and some of our resource adequacy planning rules towards October, but those first 2 weeks of October, oftentimes we'll see a heat wave, other events that do create heightened demand out there. So there could be some need in those early weeks of October. But then to be frank, from there, once you get in those later into the fall, yeah, the likelihood of the CAISO dispatching Redondo Beach or any of the once-through cooling plants is pretty minimal.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Fellow board members, any questions, comments?
I mean, I'll just echo what's already been said. I think it's extremely frustrating to be in this position. And also, I don't see a choice. And I fully respect and appreciate the expertise around our state's energy needs. Certainly, both as a board member, but even more so for folks that live in the area. I would be extremely upset if I lived in the area after the continuation of smoke, visible smoke events, and also the loss of grant funds because there isn't a willing seller. Those are extremely frustrating, and I'm really, while air quality is not our expertise, I do hope that can be addressed through the air district and the regulatory bodies that oversee that. This is, I think, absolutely do not want to be here again. I think that'd be really unacceptable, and I appreciate the work of the energy agencies to make sure that we don't have to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, board member.
Yeah. I echo the vice chair's comments, and this just really is not an easy decision, and it's one that's not taken lightly. But looking back at the language of the original order and the supply needs that are in front of us today, I'm in support of staff's recommendation, and I am willing to make a motion.
Thank you, board member. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The item is adopted, the vote carried, and not an easy vote, I know, and not an easy conversation here. So I appreciate everyone's time and patience here, and again, engaging with us, and don't look to have to do it again. Thank you. Next, let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick break. I know it's late in the day and we still have one last informational item, which is our update on volumetric reporting for water recycling, actually a very important conversation. So let's just take a quick, just 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 4:15 and then we'll close out our meeting. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Okay, everyone, we're at 4:15 and we should go ahead and finish up our items. And again, appreciate everyone's good patience. I know it's been a long day, but it's been fantastic discussion. And here, glad to land and rest on our last informational item, at least, on recycled water and our volumetric reports. Mr. Loffer.
I hate to intrude before we begin item 9, but just to help with staff planning and let staff know whether or not they need to be available, I wanted to see if we could get a sense from the board whether they would like closed session today or to defer it to the next board meeting. And I will point out our next agenda is much lighter than this one if we want a full conversation.
I'm looking to my fellow board colleagues. I'm comfortable postponing to the next board meeting, given that it is a bit lighter and we have had a full long day. I know it's an important conversation we're looking to have, but there's nothing, I believe, urgent over the next 2 weeks about it. But looking to my fellow board colleagues, unless they feel differently, and glad to, we'll put in more time after the board meeting.
Yeah, and to be clear, we're happy to go today. It's just, again, to allow staff for planning purposes.
Yeah, thank you for that. Looking to my colleagues.
I'll just say I'm looking forward to the discussion. I think it's an important closed session discussion to have. But if Chief Counsel and others feel that we can wait for the next meeting, I'd be okay doing that as well.
Yeah, on that, is there benefit to having it today, Mr. Loffer?
No, there's no pressing matter. However, we do want to make sure the board members are aware of just the trajectory of that particular item.
Okay, we can all check in with you individually then, otherwise as well. But let's go ahead and we'll postpone to the next board meeting, the closed session item. Thank you. Okay, with that, we can move on to item number 9, a summary of our volumetric reporting for recycled water and wastewater in California. I will say I shared the 2019 graphic with some folks, and everyone's very excited. I think we need to continue to make sure we get out these data and the infographics as well that help really summarize what is just incredible work going on in the state in water recycling. So with that, good to see you, Ms. Greenwood.
Excellent to see you too. Can everybody hear me? Good. Okay, awesome. Good afternoon. Thanks for the very long day, and hopefully we can provide a little bright spot here at the end of it. But my name is Rebecca Greenwood. I'm an engineering geologist with the Recycled Water Unit and the Desalination Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Next slide. There we go. Okay, virtually with me today, we have Laura McClellan, Annalisa Kihara, and Claire Wagner, all with the Division of Water Quality, and Tim Reagan with the Office of Chief Counsel. Today's item will be an informational item presenting the summary of the results from the implementation of the annual volumetric reporting requirements for wastewater and recycled water facilities statewide. Next slide. Perfect. So this is our second year of annual volumetric reporting for wastewater and recycled water in California. Just as a refresher, the reporting requirements were put into place to keep track of the numeric goal, which is in the recycled water policy and California's water resilience portfolio. And that goal is to increase recycled water to at least 2.5 million acre feet per year by the year 2030. And these requirements also assist in keeping track of our 2 narrative goals. The first is to reuse all dry weather direct discharges to ocean waters, enclosed bays, estuaries, and coastal lagoons to the extent feasible. And then the second is to maximize the use of recycled water in areas where groundwater supplies are threatened. So the reporting requirements require that the annual report of volumetric data is collected, and we are collecting the information for influent, which is what water is coming into the plant. Production, which is what level that water is being treated to or processed to. Effluent, where is that water going once it is treated? And then if applicable, recycled water use, which can include categories such as groundwater recharge or landscape irrigation. Next slide. So before we get a little bit into the numbers, I'd kind of like to provide a snapshot of where we've been on this journey. And it really has been a journey that has started way before I ever worked at the board. But back in 2009, when the Division of Financial Assistance conducted voluntary surveys They looked to capture data on how much reuse was occurring in California. And then this effort was repeated in 2015 with the assistance of the Department of Water Resources. We then fast forward to 2018, where there was an amendment to the recycled water policy that was adopted by the board. And then in 2019, when the State Water Board Executive Director issued orders to update monitoring and reporting programs to implement the volumetric reporting requirements. The big difference here is that these volumetric reporting requirements were to both wastewater treatment plants and recycled water producers, which is different than what was previously collected in the prior surveys. So the first reports were collected after an extension and some pretty big outreach efforts in June of 2020. And then staff were able to review and complete some quality checks and publish the 2019 data on the California Open Data Portal and present the info item. So since January, we've made some minor updates to the reporting module and have conducted some more outreach, which I'll get into on the next slide. So even though we're in some uncertain times again this year and people are working from different places, we did really have a great turnout with no deadline extension this year. And so by April 30th, which is the typical deadline, we had pretty good compliance. And then with just a little bit of follow-up through the month of May, we ended up with a 94% compliance rate in June. So all the legwork that we really put up front in the first year has truly paid off. And we were able to use email reminders and other forms of electronic communication to receive the reports in a timely fashion. It also really helped that we were able to have continued coordination with Water Reuse California and the California Association of Sanitation Agencies to continue to provide information about the requirements and resources to their members. So while we did have the same number of reporting facilities in 2020, they're not the exact same 710 that reported in 2019. That's purely a coincidence. Same number, different facilities. I have no reason for that. But knowing that
it's nothing if not consistent, and
yeah.
I'll just have to say thank you incredibly to everyone in the program, you especially as well, Ms. Greenwood, that have made this such a successful compliance rate, and importantly, all the wastewater agencies who I think themselves, I know themselves, and our water recycling advocates see that the benefit of this information, because it really is helping us achieve and understand our ability to achieve these really important water recycling goals in the face of drought. And these numbers and the compliance are just really incredible. So sorry to interrupt, but I have to really say that. So thank you.
No, it's perfect. And I'll set it up at the end here so you can share my infographic again, and we'll get that spread around too. But yeah, like I said, the same number, but different facilities. So we have been working with the Office of Enforcement, and we did issue some notices of violations to facilities that didn't report either their 2019 or their 2020 reports. We have collected a few of those, so we're going to continue to work with the Office of Enforcement to obtain compliance, and our compliance numbers should continue to grow. We do still have additional resources to assist our permittees in this reporting. Those include a training webinar, help guide, frequently asked questions fact sheet, and we have done some updating to our web page to make it a little bit nicer and cleaner. So all of our resources are available on a recycled water policy volumetric reporting web page. But with that, let's get into some of these numbers on the next slide. Excellent. So same as the first report, facilities go ahead and classify themselves based on if they are producing recycled water in compliance with Title 22. So of the 710 facilities that have reported, 429 facilities, which are shown in green, are classified as wastewater treatment plants. These facilities receive raw influent wastewater, treated to a standard, and then discharge their effluent. The next category shown in the middle in a bluish purple is a wastewater treatment plant that can produce a recycled water in compliance with Title 22. And there are 261 facilities that classify themselves in this manner. And then finally, there are 20 facilities shown in the yellow color on the bottom, which are considered recycled water producers only. These facilities do not receive raw influent wastewater, but they receive treated wastewater from an upstream wastewater treatment plant and then treat it further to produce a water in compliance with Title 22 for an approved use. Next slide. Excellent. So this is the one everybody wants to talk about. So this is our second year and we're able to do some comparison now. So we can compare influent, affluent, recycled water volumes, and we're going to continue to be able to do so from year to year, which is going to be great. And then just as a reminder that all the data that I show on these slides and the data that is collected in the reports are collected in acre feet units. So that's going to be for every one of these numbers that you see here. So with 2019 data on the left and the 2020 data on the right, you can see that influent and affluent have both decreased by 5% and 11% respectively. But despite that decrease, recycled water use has increased 6% to 728,000 acre feet in 2020. Consistent with our 2019 data set, the largest effluent discharge category was discharged to enclosed bays, estuaries, coastal lagoons, and ocean waters. With only 2 years of reports, though, we don't know if these data represent a trend or just some year-to-year variation. These changes that we can see could reflect changes in water consumption due to conservation, variations in precipitation, or other factors, but it's a bit difficult right now to draw some sound conclusions on just 2 data points. So we'll look forward to examining that in future years. But what we can do right now is examine some variations that we see in the recycled water use categories on the next slide. So here we're looking at a comparison of recycled water use by category. Again, 2019 data is on the left and that 2020 data is on the right. And as I mentioned, overall, there was a 6% increase for recycled water from 2019 to 2020. Within that recycled water, we also saw increase for both agriculture irrigation, and landscape and golf course irrigation categories. But again, this is just that second year, so I don't know if these are quite trends just yet. But what we are sure of is that facilities are getting more familiar with the reporting module and better at doing their reporting. So as you can see on the right portion of this graph here, there was a very large shift in the other non-potable use categories, which has come from permittees just actually categorizing their recycled water use instead of just lumping it into all one other box. We have seen that this did lead to the increase in ag and landscape irrigation categories, but we'll be looking in upcoming years to see if these are actually really trends. Next slide.
Yeah, and if I can add, knowing that there was an overall 6% increase, while some of that was because, the increases we just saw in the last graph because of, shift to non-potable, it'd be interesting to try to parse out, okay, well, what of that 6% increase overall in recycled water, where did it come from? So, but yeah, this is great data. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Here too, we can also just kind of peek in at each region and see that we have a varying amount of recycled water used by each categories. I'd just like to highlight here that the Los Angeles region and Santa Ana regions have the highest potable uses, which is shown in light green. And then on the other side of that, Central Valley region has the highest agriculture reuse of the regions, which is shown in purple. We do expect to see more increases for groundwater recharge, in particular reservoir water augmentation, which could provide large volumes of recycled water to these categories by 2026. Next slide. Excellent. So the water boards fund planning, construction, and research projects through the water recycling funding program. And currently this program has 12 projects that are receiving approximately $970 million in loans and grants that are still under construction for state fiscal year 21-22. These projects will provide an estimated 62,000 acre feet per year of recycled water for ag irrigation, landscape irrigation, groundwater recharge, and potable reuse projects, and additional various uses. The board has also allotted about 3% of bond funding for the purpose of research that will advance the production and use of recycled water in California. The water recycling funding program selects research for funding to fill critical knowledge gaps, as well as identify impediments and other opportunities for the expansion of reuse around the state. One project that I would like to highlight here that's currently being funded is to identify the amount of wastewater that is available and feasible to recycle in California. And I think this is a particularly exciting project that's using data that's collected from this reporting effort. So this research will add to our understanding of where in the state there is the greatest potential for recycled water use to occur. And this project is scheduled to be completed by July 2022. Next slide. So thinking about where we started on our really long journey here and where we're going now moving forward, we can see that the process is getting more refined and continuing to get more efficient. We do have that mechanism now and a path forward, even though we're just in our second year of implementation, that this data set is establishing a baseline for us to make informed data-driven decisions. Having this consistent annual data set will help us meet the implementation needs of the recycled water policy, fill data gaps for additional statewide water planning efforts, and assist state and local communities in evaluating the feasibility of increasing recycled water production and use in areas where the state needed it the most. Staff are working to expand potential intersections with other divisions and programs, leveraging these data to expand our water systems and ensure that every Californian has the right to safe drinking water. These data can be used to inform water board programs such as water rights petitions, reviewing minimum in-stream flows, and continue to inform the water recycling funding program. Externally, the Department of Water Resources can use this data to compare what's being presented in urban water management plans. We're also continuing to collaborate with the conservation and climate change programs, which we heard from earlier today, from the Office of Research Planning and Performance, to kind of see if our data sets intersect and see if the data that we're collecting is consistent with what we're seeing in urban water production and use. So these continued interactions will continue to expand the utility of this data set and provide insight into additional potential connections moving forward. And as I mentioned before, I'm happy to say that our 2020 infographic is posted currently on our webpage, and the 2020 data set can also be accessed from the California Open Data Portal on our website right now. So share and tweet. Next slide. But really, none of this would have been possible without all the hard work of staff and the support that we've received from our stakeholders and regulated community. And so there's just a really big thank you to be said from all of these, to all of these agencies that have really played quite a role in obtaining this data set. And I really appreciate that. This year, we're establishing that baseline to be able to evaluate trends in water use and evaluate the impacts from drought, conservation efforts, and additional shifts in water use. But I'm happy to say we'll no longer have to use the apples and oranges comparison when we're looking at this data. All of our data going forward is going to be consistent. And now in our second year, we're starting to show that in our initial year, we captured the correct data set and we're talking to the right people, and it's only going to get better. So you can make a case that you only really need 2 points to draw a line, but you need that third point to confirm that it could be a trend. So looking forward into our third year, our baseline is going to continue to get clearer, and we're going to start to have more conversations around this data and continue to have more interest in finding intersections. So it's really important to start looking at these potential trends, and more importantly, to be proactive in discussing not only what is being reported, but how it truly affects the future. So with the volumetric annual report, we're continuing to commit to using high quality data to support the long-term stewardship of California's water resources. And with that, I thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions, and all of our contact information is available on the next slide.
Thank you so much. This is truly an exciting opportunity and time when we talk about really accelerating recycled water in the state of California. I have to acknowledge, I inhabit the public seat here, and who priorly inhabited was Fran Spivey-Weber, and she was an incredible advocate for water recycling, and just have to acknowledge that, to your point, this is all generational in the making, insofar as the effort on the regulatory side to bring more certainty to projects, the dollars to also now really be accelerating the ability and the affordability of water recycling throughout the state. And so now, especially as I think received about $400 million from the state legislature for water recycling over the next few years. And certainly with the 1.3 billion that we have that can benefit water recycling, wastewater facilities rather, that is a continuum here of water recycling. I think we have just an incredible opportunity to take that data and that information and turn it into just great decision-making at the local level, support for projects and investment in just critical resource in the face of drought. So thank you. Thanks for your passion, your work, and for the interagency coordination that you're doing across the state governments, because this information doesn't do any good just encapsulated somewhere in a database. It needs to be used and importantly interoperated with other data sets that give us then insights into how best to manage this again critical resource in the face of these many different pressures we have with climate change and other things facing our communities. So just really appreciate it and thank you. Any questions from fellow board members or comments?
I'll just say, I mean, in my mind, there's no question that, 2 points doesn't really, it's difficult to draw a line and certainly making any conclusions about the trend, but I think there's no doubt that the trend will be positive. There's so many great projects out there, San Diego, LA, sand districts with Met, Hurrian, Santa Clara, there's others, many others actually. So undoubtedly we're heading in the right direction. We're going to see that over the coming years. The question ultimately is, what is the slope of that line? And how can we at the board support a higher slope and getting closer to our ultimate goals, whatever truly is feasible within all the different constraints that we have. So I look forward to that report coming out next year. I think it's going to be very informative at a really important time in our in kind of setting our water resiliency targets for the future. So thanks for the report today. It's really helpful and good news.
Thank you, board members. As you were giving your remarks, I thought, actually, do we have a question that asks the water agencies to prospectively tell us if they have, say, within the next 5-year window, a certain volume or amount or projects that they're anticipating coming online? Is that something that we ask as part of this reporting? And is there maybe benefit? And if only to have something of a preview or understanding of where the potential already is, and just this these projects I know take years to permit, fund. I mean, I think of the direct potable reuse regs that we're adopting now that will usher in another generation. Is there benefit to a question like that?
So I'm going to jump in and say that we're not asking questions here. What we're really doing is requiring them to report on what they do, what they did, not on what they're planning. And part of that was very purposeful. The previous ones were questionnaires, and it was very hard to determine what was actually being recycled, or what was being hoped to be recycled, or what was being discharged into a way that might be considered use. So we got away from the questionnaire approach. This is reporting on their volumes in and out and what's in different pots.
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
Laura's going to tell me where I made a mistake, which is good.
Not at all. I was just going to add that the urban water management plans that DWR reviews, they do ask questions like that. And so that's
Right.
part of the coordination that we have with DWR is they're doing that analysis to see where they anticipate growth in different areas of the state and then cross-checking it with our data. And that's, I think, an area where we can continue to have conversations with that group over there.
Fantastic. Really appreciate that. And note to Mr. Bishop, yes, definitely that this whole effort was to really just nail down, if you will, what is actually being used. I mean, and in there's a discussion around Title 22 and what constitutes usage and recycling and challenges there. And so I appreciate that. To Ms. Greenwood's point, we were having to really balance or figure out these apple to oranges data that were being thrown at us, and here, the real specificity in getting to what we're asking from the discharger community and the community of recycled water providers here to give us has been a really important shift. And looking forward to getting more than just the 2 data points here. And I think that's a great point around those questions better being perhaps already asked in some form, but importantly then needing to be used in cross-reference with our information here from those urban water management plans. So that's great. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Another
Yes, Mr.
thought
Bishop.
for you is that many, if not all, but most of the recycled water projects get some money from us in one way or another. So we have a preview of what is going to be going online in a few years by what we've been funding now and in the last few years.
Good point. And I think there, just even maybe, at some point, some review, okay, what's pending in the pipeline? What number of applications do we have? Where are they? Can be, again, we have a lot of information. It's really about beginning to turn it into, well, we have data, and it's about turning it into information, which is about decision-making. So anyway, thank you. We have 2 commenters here, unless there's anything other board members would like to add. And so would call up Jennifer West, who will be followed by Jared Bosco.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thanks for sticking with us. Good to see you.
Yes, well, first I want to thank Rebecca and Rebecca Greenwood and the Division of Water Quality. They really did a great job, and they made some minor tweaks to they weren't minor, but I mean, we actually made some good small changes that I think really made a difference between the 2019 and 2020 reporting, which I think made it clear that people were, do more reporting for ag reuse as a result. And I think Rebecca is right. People are getting more used to this report now, so they're putting less into the other categories. So that was really good news. Really enjoyed working with her, and we were able to tease out the data. And like I said, very great increase in ag reuse. We were frankly a little concerned, so we're glad to see that as a huge upward trend. As we heard on the potable reuse, we're expecting these numbers. We have our own numbers that we are very interested in this as well. As you mentioned, we have a lot of really big potable reuse projects in the pipeline. We're expecting these numbers for potable reuse to double in the next 5 years. Again, you've done incredible work in the funding here, and there are large backlogs of recycled water projects that you have on your own funding list. So we'll obviously continue to work with you to see if we can get those bigger projects out. In terms of suggestions, one of the things that I didn't see on the slides, which I think was tracked last year, was the amount of recycled water that's used for in-stream flow purposes, for environmental purposes. Now, this is different than Title 22. We know Title 22 is for the protection of human health, and that's very important to keep that separate. I understand that. But I do think that, since my understanding is it's around 250,000 acre feet approximately, and going up from last year, this is a large amount of water, and it is recycled water that is being used for beneficial purposes. It's required. So while it's not strictly Title 22, I think if you add that to the 728, it's a lot more water. We're over 1 million. And I think it just gives the public more of a snapshot of the benefits of recycled water. So maybe a co-reporting. This is Title 22 that is used and is for the protection, and maybe a separate reporting for those, for that additional water that's used for in-stream flow purposes. And then finally, on terms of those big goals, I know we're going to be looking at this when the next recycled water policy comes up. It gives up every 5 years, we renew it. And I think the next one is coming up. And we need to look in terms of flows and decrease in flows with conservation. Those big 2-point-something goals. We'll be looking at a variety of things, and hopefully working with your staff to see, what makes sense in this new era of conservation. But we're pleased again to see this. And that may be my only suggestion, would be to incorporate the positives of the recycled water for the environment into this reporting. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. Really appreciate just the incredible leadership and continued just push on all aspects here of ensuring that recycled water is a critical part of California's portfolio. So just thank you for that. I appreciate the recommendation of bringing back that component to our graphic. I agree. It helps show the full picture of the uses of recycled water within the state. And that is an important one for sure. And subject to, I know, a lot of discussion in various watersheds on how best to balance the growth of recycled water on what are those needs in stream. So thank you. I appreciate that. And would acknowledge that, as I think Ms. Greenwood said, I'm looking forward to this research project with Water Research Foundation folks and everyone in the community, where we're really trying to figure out, to your point, what is that best goal. We're obviously, as we saw from the chart, way off of where we had at least set out, not without much good data, truly. And now that we have better, how do we calibrate that so that we're really meeting something that's achievable, but also just driving through that metric our need to meet a really important goal here in the state and make sure it's achievable. So thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Jared Voskuhl, I'd like to call you up next.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Escobar, board members. This is Jared Voskuhl on behalf of the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I had to pivot out of the office, so I'm sorry I'm unable to join you on camera right now. But I want to echo and thank Rebecca and your staff for all of their excellent work compiling and analyzing the data from this year. And we're going to be looking forward to seeing the 2021 numbers next year. It's remarkable we had an 11% drop in the effluent, but still had a 6% increase in the recycled water. And I think that underscores all of the efforts that are going on around the state and the projects that the DFA is enabling to get off the ground. In next year's report, we would like to see a synthesis of the information about those upcoming projects. It sounds like DWR has some of that. And I think the WRF report that's due next summer about what can be feasibly recycled will also provide some of that info too. And it would be good to just see how we're tracking with the overall goals. I think Jennifer's observation about agricultural reuse that's not captured by the Title 22 designation, it's right about the number, that's really being recycled right now in the state being closer to 1 million. And I think if you added those projects that we already know are coming online, we are very near to the current goal of 1.5 million acre feet. And I think that's laudable, and we want to get that higher, to make the 2030 target. And I think the points Jennifer emphasized underscore will be there. So, we'll look forward to partnering and working with our members going forward on the next batch of data. We're really appreciative of all the outreach and notifications that we've been receiving about this agenda item and about just the progress. We're always happy to partner and collaborate with the board, and we thank your team for all the great work. And again, for all your leadership today on the other agenda items. I know it's been a long one. The last few have been very long. We appreciate all your leadership. We hope you have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl, and appreciate it as well. The response rate has been incredible from the community, and that's because of this partnership, this continued just all circling around the information and continuing to highlight its usefulness. So it's not lost on me again that this takes time to fill out these reports, to submit, to get this data to the board. But this we see what the benefits truly are as we continue to self-assess and make the right investments in these incredible drought resilient supplies. So thank you. I think that that wraps up our commenters for the item, but board members, anything to further leave us with on this item? And hearing none, then we are concluded with item number 9. And coming here to the home stretch, we are at item number 10, board member reports, and our last will be our executive director's report. Board members, any reports? And I'll actually start, since I was not at the last board meeting. I have I think about a month worth of update. I will be actually brief and just touch on a couple of things. And first, wanted to thank our federal partners at NASA and USGS and the Department of Interior. We were, myself, Eric Ekdahl, and Brent Vandenberg from our Water Rights Office attended the launch of Landsat 9, which was pretty incredible to be able to witness. And knowing that on that satellite or payload that are feeding into projects like OpenET, which are helping us all here in the West better manage our water resources by providing just high quality 21st century ensemble model data that is open source and transparent in its development, and importantly, can be trusted when it comes to its dependability in communities throughout the West to use. And so was felt very fortunate to attend that, and looking forward to hear later this week, I believe, the official launch of OpenET. The other things that I wanted to make sure and touch on, let me quickly actually think through. The only other one thing I wanted to mention was I was last week appointed to the Western States Water Council and the Salinity Control Forum here amongst our basin states. And so just wanted to thank the governor for the honor of being appointed to those two boards. But here importantly is opportunity for the state board generally to engage in those really critical inter-basin state organizations. This drought that's impacting California is certainly not just here upon us, but is shared by our other Western states. And there's ways that we can continue to collaborate, coordinate, share information, learn from one another, importantly. And California has much to learn here, even in the face of what is good leadership, I know, to address drought, to address floods, to address certainly the climate change crisis that we're all here very aware of. So I just wanted to make mention of that and say thank you for the confidence, and importantly, it's opportunity for California to continue to lead in those spaces. I'm heartened that I'm joined by Carla Namath, our director of the Department of Water Resources. I think there's much that we can continue to learn and do along with our basin states. So that'd be the only other flag, and just to appreciate everyone's time today. I know it's been a long board meeting. Other board members with reports? And if there are none, that's fine. Okay. Hearing none, I appreciate it. And we can move on to the executive director's report. Ms. Sobek.
Sorry, rusty here at the end of the day. I don't have anything to add to the report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looking to my fellow board colleagues and seeing none. Thank you for the report. There's, as always, a tremendous amount that has gone on, as we all know, and continue to sense here, but having it in one place, and importantly, for folks to be able to understand and really dig into is really appreciated. So thank you for the good work I know that goes into that report, and look forward to next month's. Thank you, Ms. Sobek. Okay, well, that brings us to the end of our agenda, and much appreciate everyone's time and patience today. And we will be here again in 2 weeks. And so we'll see you all November 2nd. So thank you. Appreciate, again, everyone's time and patience today, and we'll see you soon. Mr. Loffer, anything I'm missing before I close us out? Great. Thank you. Take care, everyone. This meeting is now ended and adjourned. Take care.